You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, there I am. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Man, just doing a little dance. Forgot to click the little window to make sure I was on. What's going on, everybody? It's Friday. Oh, we're gonna do some talking. We're gonna do some Batman talk, man. I'll tell you what, March is the month for Batman, and I'm just loving that we're just talking about Batman like crazy. I mean, come on. That's just it's my specialty. That's what I like. What's going on, everybody? Ooh, let's pour those drinks. I thought I was like, all right, what am I going to drink tonight? You know, it's funny because I saw Scott. He took his wife to go see the Batman tonight, and apparently at AMC or wherever he was, they actually have the Bat and the Cat type drinks. And apparently, when it came to the Bat drink, because I even thought, I was like, what would be the Batman drink? And and it was actually Kraken and Coke. And I went, I thought about, when he showed that, I was like, I thought about doing a drink tonight that was the Batman drink. But then I was figuring, okay, this is going to be probably like a 4-hour stream. I'm going to be drinking Kraken and Cokes for 4 hours. That would probably be, I would wake up dead, if that even makes sense. I'd be a zombie. That'd be the worst hangover ever, man. And anyway, so let's get this party started. So then I was just like, you know what? I haven't had Bullet Bourbon in a while. Sounds good. So let's do some Bullet Bourbon today. I think it sits up there for my favorite bourbon, right there, man. I tell you what. So cheers, guys. Happy Friday. So good. Hopefully you guys saw the Batman, because we ain't holding back. So let's see. We got Freeman Productions right here. Honestly, I don't know how I feel about this movie. Need to watch it a second time before forming an opinion. I will even say that even a second time, you just kind of go, man. I mean, I love the movie, but I'm like trying to figure out, where it fits. Do I really need to find out where it fits? I don't know. Same here. I have no idea what to think. I like parts for sure, but it's not. Yeah. So it's just it's a lot to take in. Yeah, you need that 4-hour cut. I wish there was. Just because you're good looking doesn't mean you can lose your. Well, I mean, you're Bruce Wayne. Yeah, we'll talk about that, because it was just something I thought about. My stupid brain was like thinking about. It's like, is Bruce Wayne a virgin in this? He's a recluse. Hi, Steph, or shall I say Nighthawk? Right there. Nice. We got a Nighthawk in here. Happy Bat Month. Yes, for sure. I love it. Just saw the movie today. What a masterpiece. That's what I'm talking about. It's no longer members only. Yes, not today. We're going back to normal, full on chat. So saw the movie 2 nights in a row, no regrets. Good. That's how you make a Batman movie. I love it. Cool. Yeah, the narration. Yeah, definitely gave that graphic novel noir type of movie right there. Get your drinks ready, folks. Yes. I got my wallet ready to ask curious questions. Oh, yeah, for sure. Do it. Please do so. Yo, what's going on, Jose? Happy Friday. Let's get nuts and let's get talking, right? Drinking mocha. There you go. You're drinking mocha. That's good. Good stuff. Yeah, these bat nuts. That's what I'm talking about. Been looking forward to the stream all week. Good. I could see it 2 nights in a row, but decided to wait till Sunday. Yeah, I'm going to see it again Sunday. I got a buddy of mine who hasn't been to the movies since the pandemic started, and he hit me up and he was like, this is the movie I got to see. And sure enough, yeah, because he's a Batman fan as well, so that's good. So I'm going to see it Sunday morning. It was incredible. Going for the yes. Cool. Hi, Mom. How's it going? Good to see you. Just to let you know, Mom, we're going to be talking spoilers with this movie. So unless you've seen it, but, whatever you want to do. But thank you for being here, Mom. Let's fucking go. Did you enjoy Batman less the second time? No, I didn't enjoy it less the second time. I enjoyed it more, but I, just taking it in the second time and kind of being like, I mean, maybe like there'll be like some things where I was like, oh, okay, maybe like this time around when like this part of the story maybe is, because I had difficulty going, what do I find about this movie that's not where I'm like, okay. And maybe I found a little bit more of that the second time, but it didn't, I still enjoyed the shit out of it, enjoyed it probably more. Mr. McKenzie, you are too kind, sir. Let's go. Ahoy, hold my fucking beer, Matt Reeves 2022, for sure. Well, cheers to you, sir. I'm glad you enjoyed the film. I know we were talking earlier about it, and thank you, sir, for the $100 super chat, man. You were just, you are my sugar daddy when it comes to the super chat right now. So cheers, sir. I appreciate it, man. Glad to see you. Glad to join. Awesome. You're drinking the tears of all the bad. Well, there you go. There you go, Miss Captain Gator Girl. Always good to see you. I know, right? He's so generous. So generous. Bats was so cold until the scene with Alfred. I know. And then you could just feel the change in him, especially when that flare went up and he was rescuing those kids. Oh, I know. Jesus Christ. I tell you. You guys having fun? Okay, we got Mr. Chuck right here. Did you happen to catch the tweet from Magic Johnson? He liked the Batman. Well, that's cool. I didn't see that tweet. So awesome stuff. Glad he did. Let's see who else we got. We got Sinfinity. What is up? I'm vengeance. That's right. I'm vengeance. But then, is he going to be saying that in the second one? Probably not. I wouldn't say it's better than The Dark Knight, but it's special in its own way. You know what? I mean, that's what I'm having difficulty. And my solution for that is I am very much going to be watching The Dark Knight again. I'm going to watch it this weekend and just kind of be like, all right, let me see. Because, I love that movie, and that's always been my top Batman movie. I might have to revisit, but I don't want to revisit Mask of the Phantasm quite yet because Scott and I are going to be discussing that movie on Batman the Fanimated when that comes around. So I don't want to revisit Mask of the Phantasm yet. But but then I don't know. I guess maybe I will though. I don't know. Maybe I will just because I kind of wanted to do on Film Junkee Live, maybe do a Batman ranking sometime this month on Film Junkee Live, just to kind of like, see where everything ranks. And man, I tell you what, when it comes to The Dark Knight, woo, Dave, what do you think of that Batmobile reveal? Oh my God. The thing was, it was a fucking creature. It was a creature. Just like, oh man. When you just hear the engine just turn on, and then when Penguin is just looking at it, and you could tell he probably pissed his pants a little bit. He probably peed a little bit when he heard the roar of that engine. And then when the turbine goes off and then when Batman just, he just kind of teases him. He's like, yep, that's right, bitch. That's right. My car is a monster. And definitely was. Jace. To me, this time's the best Gotham. You know what? Gotham is very much, it's always pivotal that Gotham is a character in a movie, in the movie. And to be honest, I think this version of Gotham really played into it. The rain and just how run down a lot of things are. But then there's like I said in my I think I said in my first reaction, or on my film review, I can't remember. I said it's so ugly, it's beautiful kind of thing, So just great stuff. Mark, do you think the second movie will say I am the knight in the third and proclaims, I know. Will he ever say like I am Batman? I know. Is he ever gonna say that? Who knows, man? I don't know. Yeah, no worries. Say hi to Mom. There you go. All right. Cheers, Mr. Bailey. Good to see you, buddy. Tarantino has a foot fetish. Reeves has a boot fetish. Right? Yeah. Them boots, man. I know. Like I said, though, I was like, how is he going to be stealthy with that? But then again, I think he was just emphasizing anytime that he was approaching, he was like, hit that heel. But maybe when he's stealthy, he's on the balls of his feet right there. Cheers. Yes. Yep, them boots, though, I tell you. What's going on, Chand? What's Watched it today. Really enjoyed it. Got home and rewatched our other favorite Batman, Mr. Batfleck, as you should. Yes. Let's have some fun. That's what it's all about. I know you guys have a party in this live chat as we're just nerding out and everything like that. See, it's already starting. Chris, only thing that bothered me about the movie is the final scene between Bruce and Selena and how Bruce managed to sneak up on her when his motorcycle is parked next to hers. Hey, it's a bat cycle. It's pretty fast. What's going on, Clay? Batman was incredible. Wish there would have been more narration, though. You know what? I will agree with that. It seemed like they kept it at the beginning and at the end. So seems like they dropped it after the first act and then brought it back. Yeah, that's pretty much what it did. Is the Batman better than 7? That's a good question. See, there you go. People are already saying that. It's a stupid to compare. I know, it really is. It really is stupid to compare, but it's like, but you know, it's fun to do rankings, I guess you could say. So seems like the Joker got the same amount of screen time as Leto didn't. Zing. That's actually true. Right? Kind of feels like it a little bit. Only question is, how did he get the Batmobile there? You know what? Yeah, I was thinking about that too the second time I watched it. Grace wants Reeves Justice League, recast Gal and Jason. What? You see, they're not going to recast Gal and Jason. What the fuck is she thinking? Didn't she always talk about multiverse? Well, here we are. Hey, Mr. Andrew Casale, thank you for the $5 super chat. I saw the movie and enjoyed it, but it's not my favorite. My top 3 I prefer are Batman 89, Batman Begins, and Batman Mask of the Phantasm. Well, there you go. That's a solid top 3 list there, sir. What? Andre Porter right there. Hey, relax there. Yeah. I saw people saying finally a Batman that doesn't kill. I think those cards are great. Yeah. Batman doesn't, I mean, yeah, those guys are fine. As what Zack Snyder says is those guys are fine. They're fine. You know? That's what it is. All right, let's continue to have fun. Let's start getting some people in here. Let me start sending the invites out. We'll have some fun tonight. See where everybody's at. See who joins up. We'll get some people rolling in here, and then we'll see what happens, man. All right, so put it right there. Right, got right there, and right there. Let's see. Okay, just dropping. Where else do I got here? Let's see. I have so many freaking. Okay, hold on. I'm like, what? Oh, that's why I didn't recognize it. All right, sending out those invites and see who pops up right here. But anyways, let's continue, huh? What's up? What's going on, James? The Batman was great. Seen it today. Seeing it again Sunday. Seems like a lot of people are seeing it again Sunday. NK rebranded. Yeah. Oh, is that who you are? Oh, okay. All right. Well, good to see you, bud. Hank, do you think the mayor, Real, will make him being Bruce Wayne more in the sequel? I hope so, because she kind of busted his balls during a funeral. You know, she was just like, "Hey, you know, your family were like, kick ass, 20 years ago plus, and you haven't done shit." So I think a little bit of a wake up call for Bruce. Thought it was cool how each Riddler's cards suddenly referenced a different Batman villain. All right. Interesting. That's interesting little thing right there. Narration is only for when it's logging it. Yeah, I guess you could say it like that, but it would have been. But yeah, I mean, I guess during this whole thing, he wasn't writing in his journal. He was obsessed with trying to figure out what the fuck was going on and everything. So, all right, let's see. Is joined the stream. Yeah, it's a good point, though. It's a good point when it comes to narration. You don't want to overdo it with the narration. You don't want to have too much. But that does make sense because it's like beginning and end. He was talking, October 31st and blah blah blah. Then I guess it was just like a week later, November 6th, I think, was the last entry when it came to it. All right, make sure that's off. Okay. Anyways, all right, let's see. It's definitely making $1 billion. I mean, it's always up in the air. It's always up in the air when it comes to this stuff, So, Batmobile chase, yeah, amazing. Hey, Lego Batman approves. There you go. Lego Batman approves. That's good. That's good. With Gotham being in martial law and heavily flooded at the end, I wonder if Reeves is going to do. I know that's why I said that in my spoiler review. I'm like, do they go No Man's Land, or do we get? I mean, obviously, we're not going to get another movie till another 3 years, at least. I don't know, which makes me sad. I want like another movie next year, but what could it do? Anyways, we got Mr. Colbert showing up. What's up, sir?
Hey.
How's it going?
Pretty good. What's up?
Well, just talking about a little movie that came out this week. It seems to be on everybody's mind.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
I'm good.
Been thinking a lot about that movie, so
yeah,
I'm excited to talk about it.
I know it's definitely. I mean, I was speechless. I actually saw my first reaction. I honestly was like, I don't even know what to say, because I was just kind of like trying to take it all in. And I was like, what do I have? And then it just, just pulled away, and I was like, all right. I mean, I usually always pull away before I hit the camera, but I actually thought I was just going to sit there. But then I was like, nah, I'll drive away. But, and then of course I just, it just did that little thing at the end, which, make it kind of funny, but Jesus Christ. And, there's a lot of times where I was thinking about you, which, that sounds weird. I know, but it was those lenses, man.
Yeah,
those
right.
lenses. I tell you what, I'm actually glad that you were the first one to show up, because some of those, I mean, I know you posted something with your son that has that trippy little I mean, it's not exactly dream lens, but it's a form of it. What did he call it? The crazy 88?
He said there's one specific one that was a crazy 88, which I imagine probably means 88 millimeter. Yeah. And then it's just some sort of really shallow depth of field. I think that was the one, if you remember fairly early on, there was a shot I think they were driving in the rain or something, and all of the little balls, when it goes out of focus, like behind me, these dots get into, they're like bokeh balls is what they're called. But there was one where they were all like almost like a star pattern, or like a wild, like sometimes it wasn't always like a uniform, because the shape that the light takes is actually the shape of the camera aperture. So that's why you see sometimes they're like octagonal, or like you can see corners on the lights, is because of the aperture in the camera has those shutters that come down over it. And so depending on the shape of that and how shallow the depth of field is, it'll do like crazy things to like light patterns in the back. So there was I remember seeing the crazy 88 thing, and so then when in the movie there was one of those first shots that had like the really shallow depth of field with all the blurred lights and everything, but it was wild. It was like some weird flares, and the lights were in like a more of a star shape, and I was like, oh, that's the there it is right there.
There it is. Gotta be it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like even in the opening scene when Riddler kills Mayor Mitchell, or when he like slamming his head, and then he throws the whatever the hell what is that called, that weapon that he used, or the carpet.
Yeah, the
Tucker, or whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah,
it just like lands like, I mean, I'm wondering how many takes that took to land like perfectly in that, and just like I mean, like it's clear and everything around it is just like blurred, and that's not the only time that shot shows up too. It's just like that's what was so great about obviously when you have Mr. Frazier bringing us these beautiful cinematic shots, these wide shots, and then of course using the dome or whatever the hell it's called, using those, which looked absolutely gorgeous. But then you have, obviously, if you want to make it very much a detective type story, well, let's get some crazy, like, all right, zoom in on this right here, zoom in on this blood spot, zoom in on boots. I don't know, it's just so much.
Lots of close-ups. It was I have a lot of different thoughts, but I think one of the clear things that I think, as far as the solo Batman movies go, the cinematography is like a head and shoulders above. And I guess it's very stylistic, so that might be a personal preference. Obviously, I love the shallow depth of field, but because like Nolan and Wally Pfister had like the cinematography in those was good, but it was more like these sweeping large. It was Batman standing on with the rubble in the background, and it was these grander shots. Whereas this had so many intimate dark shots, and the use of dark lighting, that's hard to adjust for with the camera, to get detail in there and have the shadows wash and have them come out of the shadows. Like that's, you got to have all the lighting like just right to have things like illuminated but not to show too much. And so all of that was so cool, especially when you get like later on you get like the fire and the darkness at the same time. And I don't know, I just loved everything. And like I think the one that I tweeted about was I think one of my favorite shots in the whole movie is when it's you don't realize it, but it's focusing through these door beads, or these like a beaded curtain like in the door, but because of the depth of field on the lens, it like went through the beads. And you didn't realize it until it did a rack focus, and all of a sudden you can see that the beads are between the camera and I don't know, it was just such a cool, because also the beads had an effect on like the lights behind it, because as it came into focus, there's weird shapes in between the beads, and I don't know, it was just it was such a cool like camera trick that is, you could only pull that off with the right lens and having the lights behind the beads and all that stuff. And it was just like, a small moment, but I literally leaned over to Amanda when that happened. I was like, that is one of the coolest rack focuses I have ever seen.
No shit. Nah, I know what you're talking about. But also, like, what I was thinking too, especially watching it a second time, I almost think like, I mean, I love how much the rain adds to the mood of everything. Obviously, it's like it's a rain-soaked Gotham all the time. But I think it actually, it especially since the aesthetic is so dark, it really helps because you have like a wet bat suit, so you get reflection because it's wet. You get a lot of things that are wet, so it kind of almost like adds to, okay, we can have it dark, but if we have it raining, things are wet, light's reflecting, that's going to add to the frame too. So I think that really had a big play on it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and once again, when you have that situation, you have a lens with like a really wide aperture, you get crazy effects from the lighting. So even just a reflection off the suit or something like that will play so much more with the lens. And so when you are filming that dark and there's so much shadows, and yet you're so wide open, which means your exposure is so much higher, you get this really cool blend of like stuff lost in deep shadow, but at the same time, like a little reflection on the suit will like, not that it was like crazy lens flares or anything, but I mean, it's a similar, light bouncing off or inside the lens and doing all sorts of like cool stuff. It was gorgeous.
It made the suit pop. First off, like that first shot when he like walks into the subway station with those dudes. And it's just the way like he walks in there. I mean, you got the build up with the sound and the boots and everything, which was and
the fact that they added like the stuff they did with the sound engineering and like the Foley sound.
The
fact that they added spurs to his steps, and it's like such a like there were no spurs on. There was nothing they did the same thing with like Boba Fett has always had spur sounds, which makes a little bit more sense because his suit is like more jangly, but despite the fact that there was no like obvious thing to clink when he was stepping, I'm like, no, do the spurs like all the way, which is so different from like he snuck around a bit too, but you're so used to Batman that you can't see him coming. But they actually did the like, oh no, he's coming, and you can hear him coming, and it's terrifying. Like
that was one of the things I was kind of like talking about in my spoiler review. Is like, I was like, well, how does he be stealthy? But I'm thinking like, okay, well, he emphasized that. Like, I mean, when especially watching it again, it's like he's purposely like hitting that heel to just give that effect. So I'm guessing like if he wants to be stealthy, he just gets on the balls of his feet, and it's probably like I think one of the things that I was kind of I wanted to explain was like just how he put the suit together, and they didn't really talk about it at all. It's just like, hey, that's the suit. So I'm wondering, like, hopefully we'll get something in the sequel where we kind of like get, because this suit's crazy bulletproof, the boots and just a lot of things. I'm just kind of like wondering.
It was also cool though because I had those questions as well. but the suit was designed in such a way that the questions don't necessarily answer themselves, but it's not like you don't look at it and wonder, well, how could he have put that together himself? Like you look at there's elements that are like, oh, of course he put that together. I don't know exactly how he did it, but it definitely looks like he designed stuff and put it together himself. And
it's not developed by Lucius.
And down to the fact that like the bat emblem is like the knife or whatever that he or it's like a multi-tool knife or something.
I love how they emphasize that by going to the crime scene. He slices it, and then it's just like literally like the camera's like stationary, and he just walks up to it, and it's like perfect frame of it, and he just pops it back in, and I'm like, there it is. It's
it was exactly
really cool. Yeah,
but and while that's in a lot of ways so much more low tech than you're used to from Batman, but a knife or even from, if my understanding of it is correct, it's just a sharp, it could be like a little hatchet even at times, which is a like one of the most versatile tools. If you're gonna have a multi-tool that's not like an actual has a bunch of different pieces in it, you just want like a blade that you can use for prying, cutting, hacking, whatever. It's a really cool like, and it also substitutes for the Batarang in a way, because notice he didn't, that's one of those things that it's like, well, how did he develop that? That's a little bit more, the symbol and everything, but having it be like a piece of a knife, it's like, oh no, that makes total sense.
It does take much, and you better believe that steel that he used to make that is probably just like fucking sliced through anything. We got Mr. Krypton Cage. What's going on, buddy? Look at you. You got what? Are you sponsored by the Batman? What's going on right there?
Yeah. How are you guys doing?
Good. Well, I mean, like you joined right at the right moment, because I know you're good with all the lenses and stuff like that. I know you and Steven, you guys are probably like every little, you're paying attention more to the technical stuff with the lenses more than paying attention to the story. We were just talking about that. What did you think about some of those shots?
I do think they used the focus to tell the story and a lot. Not that it's not common, but the shallow depth of field wasn't just a gimmick. It was actually used to focus your attention and to reveal or hide things in the scene like frequently. So it was more than just a kind of aesthetic quirk. Anyway, I know that was his question, so I'll
no, that's good. How dare you, Steven?
No, but I agree with what Steven said. Like, they definitely added some of those things in the story as well. Like, there's one scene where can we talk spoilers yet?
It's a total spoiler discussion.
Okay. So there was one scene where the entire incident happens just out of focus, and you can kind of see how it. You can kind of feel what's happening, but you cannot exactly see what's happening. With the Riddler scene in the car. And that was, I think, one of the best things that they did, because it kind of also says to you that it's PG-13, so they might not show it explicitly, but you understand what's happening, and it's also a stylistic choice. So I like it.
No, it definitely
is.
My
camera's gone again.
I know, convenient timing. Something R-rated is happening, I think.
Yeah, I know exactly what's going on. What's going on in Casey's frame here?
That was my exact thought with that scene too, though, because that's a phenomenal example of like, that's brutal, like AF, and not if they had focused on that, it would have been probably R or pushed it closer to an R rating, and putting it out of focus doesn't. It almost makes it more intense, but also kind of shields the rating.
See, when you brought up that, Casey, it was like, I thought about how when it came to Venom, the second Venom, and like when everybody was always like back and forth, like should it be R-rated, and then there was like the mention, and maybe it was Andy Serkis that mentioned, I think it was, where he said like, well, when it goes off camera, it'll be they'll suggest that, obviously, and you see that in the movie where it's like, oh, someone's getting their head bit off, it's going to happen off camera. And there's it's like, okay, that happens, just goes out of frame. But if you actually like utilize, like, well, shit's gonna happen in frame, but if you blur it, it adds like an element to it, and that was a really cool. And I love the fact that like when it pulled away, and he, because obviously he had when he first beat his head into it, and then all of a sudden like it's like hitting the horn, and then when it pulled away, I love the fact that you saw those lights that were on like the bomb that was strapped to his neck. I just love that whole aspect to it. It's like that's all you could see coming out of that car.
Yeah, well, because also while it was blurred out, that's when you see him start assembling something around his head, right? And it gave it like a leaned a lot into that like Saw kind of factor of like you don't know what like this dude is doing like messed up stuff to people,
Seriously.
But the fact that you can't see what's going around his head makes it that much more like intense because you get an idea of what he's putting around, but also the story wise it makes a little bit of sense for it to be blurred because it's raining. Maybe if you're outside the car you wouldn't be able to see, or if you were the victim you would be foggy and surprised and have your head all blurred from being beaten, so that it gives it's not
True.
simply a like censorship thing so much as it gets the mood of the scene of like there was someone hiding in the back of your car. No, it's not going to be something that happens in crystal clear focus.
Yeah, I know. Man, it's like one of those things where it's just like everybody's like nightmares, like walking to your car and getting into your car and there's somebody in your back seat. And talk about like using sound as like something, the breathing in the fucking Riddler mask. My God. I mean, it starts off, and I even said that like when it came to my spoiler video that I posted, it was like Robert Pattinson was absolutely correct when it came to like the way that this movie starts off. It's like it was jarring because it's like, this is a way a Batman movie starts, and it was weird. You have like this kind of happy music, and then you have like this, like somebody's just peeking in on somebody, and you're like, what the hell's? And you're hearing this, and you're like, what the fuck? It is like jarring, and then it gets to the like a whole killing part, which is like, holy shit. I mean, that shot, it was kind of funny, like watching it the second time and seeing like, it was just so beautifully placed. I wonder how many takes that had to take and like markers and stuff on the ground, because when like Mayor Mitchell's watching and he's like has his drink, and then it gets to, it's a perfectly framed shot, and then all of a sudden he just walks off, and then you see a silhouette, and then the lighting of the TV just lights up Riddler, and you're like, holy shit. Like, it's just, oh my God. It's frightening, just absolutely frightening. And we got Mr. Ray showing up right now, nodding his head. You agree?
Well, when that happened, at least 5 or 6 people in my theater openly gasped.
Yes.
When they saw him. Like, I didn't even see him at first. Like, they saw him, and then I heard the gasp. I was like, oh shit, he's right there. Like, what the hell? Like, yeah, that was a day as billed as shocking and as jarring. Yeah, a Batman movie is never open like that.
No,
ever.
Not at all. Usually, you start off a Batman movie, you're going to start off, well, that's what's so great about having different filmmakers like take on this. But normal Batman film is going to start off with Batman doing something or something like that, and I was kind of like curious about when Robert Pattinson said that. I went, is it going to be like how, like, what does that mean? Is there going to be Batman doing something? Is it be Riddler doing something? Like, what did he mean? And I love the fact that it was just like they show the logos, show the title with the music, and it was just kind of like boop boop boop, and no opening credits either. And I was like, wow. He was right. Like, this is totally unique. And I love the fact that Reeves kind of took what Phillips did with the Joker, just flashed the title.
I'm totally just about to say that. It's like, that they might be onto something with that.
Yes.
like as far
Keep
as
it simple.
doing that. Right.
Keep it simple. Obviously, that's how films were back in the 70s. It's just you had a flash of a title and that's it. Obviously there's the movies that try to get crafty with it and do like a reveal of the title and make it all snazzy and stuff like that. But just having like a basic title, because, it's a Batman film, make it where it's just like old school. That's what Reeves was definitely going for. And the fact that it was just like, I smiled, like when the first showing that I saw, I smiled that he did that. I went, I'm like, good job, Reeves, man. I just smiled to myself going, yeah, just flash the title and that's all you got to do. Perfect. You didn't need anything spiffy.
And we've seen it multiple ways. I mean, remember 89 where it's like the camera's going through the statue of the bat symbol as you're rolling through the credits and you hear the Elfman score, and then like
Batman Forever had everybody's name flying in, and then and just all this all spiffy and everything like that. But Reeves was like, nah, we're just gonna keep it simple.
Well, and right off the bat, like and I'm glad you brought up the lighting, because I mean, like I cannot wait to see this a second time. It's probably going to be a minute before I'm going to be able to see it a second time. But this is one of those where I'm like, I'm going to wear out the HBO Max app watching this movie more than likely when it pops up there in 45 days. But like, I am so glad for the 45-day window now. I am so glad we don't have to wait that long for it to show up on the service. But yeah, like the lighting choices, and especially like right from the beginning, like just choosing to use the television lighting to show you, hey, he's not alone, and it's one of those things where it's like it's dark enough in the room that you could buy the mayor never saw him.
Oh yeah. It's nighttime. He doesn't have too many lights on. It's basically just the TV that's lighting up the room. And he's like obviously watching it. He's keeping up with the news, and it's just like, hey man, make sure that you're in Gotham City. You got to make sure that window up there is closed. Right. And we got Mr. Ben Everett showing up. What is up, sir?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Yeah,
Came
just
right
doing a little Batman talk. That's all.
I was the movie theater that I watched it, just like Ray. People gasped, and I completely missed it. And then I was like, "Oh shit, he's standing there." So the lighting was a big factor.
Yeah.
So I thought
that's what I was talking about with Steven. It was like, I think the rain. As much as that helps the mood of the movie, because it's just like you had a rain-soaked Gotham, it's dark, and but it helps with, like, you have a wet bat suit, you have reflections coming off it. It made it pop, and just like with like a lot of things, but it's mainly the bat suit. It just kind of made it pop a little bit more on that dark lighting, and I thought that was really cool.
And talking about the lenses, I don't know if it was the lens that made that the suit look bigger than it is, because I don't know, maybe it was the IMAX, but every time you saw him, either they just make the conscious decision to cast people that are shorter than him in the movie, but every time he was next to somebody, he would just like look massive,
towering over him.
This is not like a huge dude.
You got to think that Robert Pattinson's 6'1", I think he is.
Correct.
But those boots have got to give him at least another 2 inches.
Yeah.
Well, and you can get a heel on it,
and you can see how thick they are, like for any of those shots when you see him walking into a room. But like, I feel like a lot of it was camera placement. I think that they were very, very specific and judicious about where they were putting the camera when they, depending on what perspective they wanted to have him from, and they shot him from so many different perspectives depending on what they needed to do with him. And it's the cool thing, though, that this movie starts you off the bat with, before you even get to the crime scene that he enters in, is, his first journal entry. And like the juxtaposition, like we've seen them do fear with Batman before. Like the whole idea of he is supposed to scare everybody, right? He scares the criminals, but he's supposed to scare everybody. And the way that they did it, where they basically give you 3 locations, and each location has a dark corner. He could pop out of any one of them, and you're wondering which one. And I love that. I love how they set it up, because like he doesn't pop out for the first 2 dudes, and the first one gets hit by the car after he stuck up the liquor store. And I love how the second dude just dropped whatever he stole and like ran off.
He dropped his spray paint can, and it rolled into like a dark and he's just like, I ain't gonna fucking retrieve that, because the Batman might be there and I'm gonna get punched in the face.
Right. So and obviously where he does show up is the one where he's really needed, the gang, which had Tim Drake in it, if anybody thought that.
That is I know that when people made that when we realized, oh wow, that's the same actor that got cast in Tim Drake in Titans. That's like pretty interesting that they did that, and it's funny too because he ends up being like the guy in the gang going, this is fucked up. What are we doing here, boys? He had a conscience when it came to this gang because he didn't want to right off the bat when they're in like the subway train. He's just like, what am I doing here? This sucks. And then of course when they follow that dude out, onto the platform, they're telling him. I mean, obviously he's new. You could tell he's like a new addition to the gang. And then and then they do that, and then you just hear those footsteps. It's just like,
I like what I like about that is that there's a story behind who the Batman already is. Yeah. So all these criminals already know this guy is not to be fucked with.
Well, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, it was almost like there was a little like Dark Knight throwback because remember at the beginning of Dark Knight when the signal goes out, even Gordon goes, yeah, he hardly ever shows up. I just want to remind people that he's out there. Right. And they even see that they go through where a guy's like made a drug deal. He goes, nah, it doesn't feel right about tonight. Yeah. And the other guy's like, you're gonna win the lottery if you run it. There's some people that are like, yeah, what are the odds you're gonna run into him? But there's some people that are like, fuck this. When I see that signal. So I love the fact that we have that opening narration with the journal, and he's talking about it's a big city. He's one man, can't be everywhere at once. How do you utilize? It's funny too because I even thought about. I don't know if you guys read Batman Imposter. There's there's something that's mentioned in that story where how Batman can be in multiple places at once too, like how he utilizes certain things to try to be in multiple places. Which I don't know if they'll ever like tap into it here. Isn't like one of the writers also like one of the, I don't know. Anyways, but I just like that whole aspect of like the signals
Batman
out.
Imposter, the one that was written by Mattson Tomlinson.
There we go. Yeah. And then didn't he co-write?
Well, I didn't see if he ended up getting credited, but
he didn't get a credit, right?
That was my question. I didn't see him in the credits. Another writer that I'd never heard of is credited as co-writing. I'm like,
and that's
where's
probably just a WGA thing.
I wonder if he had like a story by. I don't know.
No, well, because there's a if he didn't submit like one of the like actual like screenplays that they use, and he wouldn't get a screenplay credit if he didn't do the actual like typing and everything. There's more to screenplay than that, but I mean, if it wasn't actually his, and his story contributions would have to be both like significant and like notated as his, because the WGA like review process goes through like documented history, and they even look at like past screenplays where if it's similar to something that was written in the past, then that person could get a credit also. And so I don't know exactly what happened with him, but wonky stuff like that happens all the time where they'll say early on, oh, he helped Matt Reeves with the screenplay, but then the WGA looks at it and they're like, we really only see Reeves's contributions in the final cut.
Or this other guy who I'd never heard, I don't even remember his name, this other dude that got credited as the co-writer of the script, because I was looking for that in the credits and I was like, I don't know who that is.
Sometimes that's political also.
Yeah, there's all kind of weird things like that, but we got Mr. Scott showing up right there. Yeah. What's going on, sir? Look at that. He's fresh out of the movie.
Did you bring it home with you? You brought the drink home with you?
Because I never drank it because I was too busy drinking my bat and my cat cocktails because I was double-fisted cocktails.
Damn.
Yeah, look at you. You're feeling good.
So I had to bring my Cherry Coke Zero, which was free, by the way, because this was my free birthday month drink that I get from AMC. So
there you go.
I'm not wasting my birthday drink.
And I like not every time, but a lot of times I'll refill my drink on the way out of the theater.
Yeah, I do do that too. Yes,
I do not. You guys are brave. Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol. I will not get concessions anymore. At least not a beverage anymore, because that was the first and last time I had to go to the bathroom twice during a movie, and never again. Never again.
Okay. No, the trick is, hold on. I'm seeing some people in the chat saying I forgot to do the raid drop.
Ray.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you.
And then of course we can
Throw a knife at Steven.
We can do the Steven drop. Need a Ben drop in a KC drop.
I'm not as consistent as this guy here.
True.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think like what would be a Ben drop. Is there even a?
I feel like something with Affleck, maybe, right?
I know, right?
Something.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, that's true.
Or an Obi-Wan
Sure.
Kenobi drop, because he is an
Old Ben.
Oh,
You must mean old Ben Kenobi.
Old Ben. Okay,
There it
I'm
is.
finding that. That is going to be there.
You know what?
That wizard's just a
Thank you,
crazy
God.
old man.
There might be some. There
I
might
was
be
gonna
some
go
new ones.
with T-Bone, but hey,
Nope.
Hey,
Nope.
we might get some new old Ben drops in May. You never know.
Yes. Oh, that's
So-
true. That too. Oh, there you go.
true.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get like the origin of him being called Ben.
Oh,
Huh,
I'm
they
sure that's gonna be.
no, yeah, this is
I'll-
gonna go.
Steven can't wait. Steven can't wait for the Disney explanation for how he's been.
Oh, that's
Because it's not just gonna be like he chose a random name. It's gonna be like the name of a hermit on a planet that he crashes on after fighting with Darth Vader for the third time.
Yeah,
And like,
it's gonna be right in your face.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
and I didn't mind the Solo thing. People hated the Han Solo getting his name.
I thought that was
and
dumb. I didn't like that.
I didn't mind it, but
I don't mind it either.
but
I didn't really like it. I was like, oh,
because I thought that was a logical kind of story point, you know, because like Jon Snow or something, like it's a name that you give bastards, and but I don't know, for old Ben, I'm still jaded over Boba Fett, so I'm like, well, it's clearly going to be whatever the
Look at
dumbest thing
that.
they could do is.
Oh, is that a McFarlane? That's a
Damn.
McFarlane, right? Look, he's got that McFarlane.
That's a McFarlane.
Yeah,
UK.
They-
That looked really good.
Yeah, they upped their game a bit
turn
on
it
that one.
around.
He's even got
Look at
the carpet tool.
The
Look
Tucker.
at that.
Yes.
Tucker, the Tucker.
I'm
Tucker.
so glad to now know what that thing is.
I
know, right? We all learned something
God.
about carpentry.
I'm actually really impressed with the glasses on that one. If I were to think about a Riddler McFarlane, I'd be like, I bet the glasses are going to be subpar. But that
I'm
is
telling you, even the pop is really good glasses too.
And I
I'm
can't
not gonna
wait.
lie.
They're doing a 12-inch one of the Riddler that I can't wait to
I mean,
get.
that looks. I mean, obviously, a closer look would change it, but I mean, that looks like a lot closer, like a Hot Toys quality than the
does.
other McFarlane. I mean, maybe that's a big leap to get all the way there, but
You mean that hot toy that I pre-ordered today?
Yeah, you ordered the bat signal and
Well,
yeah.
I got the package deal that comes with the deluxe version of the Batman plus the bat signal. So, because the deluxe version comes with more accessories like the wingsuit and a few more like utility belt gadgets.
I'm gonna need a breakdown video on how the wingsuit worked because I saw it in the
Yeah,
trailers, and then when it happened in the
that
movie,
one out.
and then when it happened in the movie, it's like for like the next 20 minutes, my brain was like, okay, but if the cape came around and then
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm guessing it kind of is like tucked into the cape. He hit
'Cause he
something and it
ripped-
kind of
he
flaps
ripped
over.
Yeah, there was definitely a ripcord. He pulled something that made it
Yeah.
taut. That
Yeah.
Like blinders.
Then
just like
but then
rolled up.
it kind of okay. Then he had the parachute. Man,
well,
that was a
because
rough
when
one.
he pulled it, it came because he lost the suit or he had no cape after he came out of that. So clearly,
Right,
it's
yeah,
the cape
right,
that
yeah.
transformed
It's the cape,
into
yes.
the thing.
yeah.
Yes.
And so it must have like ripcord. It must have like tension cords in
Well-
the seams that like. I don't
Well,
know.
again, this goes back to me. Like I was hoping there was going to be an explanation of how the suit worked, and they just kind of left it open for interpretation, which I respect. That I'm actually kind of glad.
See, that was the thing that I really appreciate about this film versus, say, like the Nolan trilogy, is Reeves didn't feel the necessity to explain a damn thing. It
Yeah.
just works.
I'm fine with that. And
I'm
you know
fine
what?
with
And,
it,
and,
too.
and what one of the things that he said, you talked about how he wanted to make he wanted to make you feel every hit that Batman took. When he blasted his head coming out of it, I was like, oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh, that's
I felt that.
how are you getting up?
Yeah, that was definitely one moment where like I was very much like I don't know if he'd get up from that because he had just gotten knocked out. Right, that was after he had been knocked out,
Yep.
and the
Well, that's
police
after
took him.
It was after
Yeah.
after the DA
That's-
got blown up.
Exactly. Oh, that was after he stared down the fucking bomb. That whole scene, I was like, he's gonna
So
slip
he
away
took
at the
a bomb
last
to the
second,
chest,
and then like it ticked down to 1, and I was like,
He didn't move.
Is he gonna? It's like, oh no, he's just.
He didn't move.
He didn't try to cover himself at all. He just stared it down until it blew.
And the funny part is we've seen the explosion. We've seen that clip before. We just didn't know it was that. So when that happened, I was like, oh, the trailer. All right. Shit. Is he okay? How?
That's just such one of those like small, like, I guess it's not a small detail because it's literally a fucking explosion, but one of those like kind of character moments that you don't necessarily realize is a character moment, but just kind of talking about how reckless but also just dedicated, like that is the quintessential Batman, is not flinching as you're trying to defuse the bomb until you run out of time, and just committing 100%.
And I'm gonna tell you what, like that scene, like the bomb the diffusing scene, the failed diffusing, like it became really clear to me.
Did he even try to defuse it though?
No, the idea was to try to. He was helping him answer the riddle.
He was helping with the riddle.
Yeah, exactly. But that it became really clear to me early on. It's like, okay, I get why you didn't just cast nobodies for these roles. Like you had Peter Sarsgaard, you had
Al Pacino.
Finally, we saw him.
Ding.
Holy shit!
Hey, he had way more time in the movie than I thought he was going to have. To be very honest,
I also loved how I leaned over to Amanda after they said it a couple times. I'm like, they've been switching back and forth between Falcone and Falcone, right?
Well, not in the movie, but throughout live action Batman.
Well,
see, that was one of the weird things. For me, I always thought it was Falcone. Like that was,
and I always thought it was Falcone.
Me too.
See, I thought it was Falcone.
But different characters use different versions in the Batman, though. I think.
I have to watch that again.
They called him Falcone the entire time.
Oh, I could have sworn someone said Falcone. Maybe I could be wrong.
I didn't hear Falcone.
Chat, sound off. Who wins this one? No, but so maybe I was wrong. But because I remember the first time they said, because I made a mental note the first time. I remember thinking, oh wow, they're saying Falcone again, because like in Gotham and stuff they said Falcone. And then later they said someone else said Falcone, and I was oh wow, so they're just like they're pulling a Dave here, just say it both ways.
Dark Knight Trilogy was Falcone.
Yeah,
right. Definitely Falcone. Yeah. But no, it was like just the tension of that whole scene with him solving the riddles. It's like none of you between the three of you can't have a weak link of those three. Like you all have to be on your game as far as what you're doing to pull off the tension of this scene and then the failure. Like you have to believe that he's willing to let himself die because of how big this secret is. And, Batman is Batman and Riddler is the creepiest fucking villain we've seen in a Batman movie. And I don't know how long. Right? Seriously. Like
no, but he even mentions like when Batman approaches, like it's a padlock and it's like, if you want to cut that off, you're going to lose your head or something like that. He says something. So it's like Batman already knew that, okay, we can't get this off your neck. We're going to have to do something else because there's no way of diffusing this. But then he was like, all right, let's play Riddler's game. And he was helping him. But then of course, when it came to what he refused to answer, it was like, I mean, he was kind of like, he was yelling at him like, come on, who is it?
They also did a good job of making it a movie where he fails repeatedly throughout the movie without making him feel stupid or incapable. Because a lot of movies that tried it, and like that was part of the whether or not it's true or not, that's part of what people felt about the Rise of Skywalker, was they were just like, everyone just lost all the time, which like is the point, but some people felt like it made the characters just like making stupid decisions arbitrarily and stuff in order to justify it in the story. But in this, he's both like making really keen observations and smart observations,
experience for
but
him.
then also like his Spanish isn't that great, and that's just like a natural human flaw, right?
That was great.
I was watching that. I was like,
Penguin was like, he saw L or what? I mean, that penguin scene with him and Gord. Oh my god!
What is this? Good cop, batshit cop?
Yeah.
So okay, I'm taking
world's greatest detectives.
I'm taking bets. Like seriously, how many people in the general audience got to the end credits and went, "Where the fuck was Colin Farrell?"
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Where was he?
Right?
Like,
or who got to the end credits and saw Colin Farrell and was like, "What the fuck? Colin Farrell was in this."
Right.
Like, I didn't see him. Yeah.
Right.
And then the IMDb, and they're like, "What the fuck?"
I love the I want it's one of those conversations which maybe it's not as interesting of a I don't know if there was a specific conversation about it, but the decision making process that led to like, yes, let's get Colin Farrell, but let's make him look like there's a handful of actors that look way more like, you know, like, and they're like typical crime boss style actors who you could get from like
you know, he reminds me of the guy who played Luca Brasi in the first Godfather movie.
Yeah, like because it's such a type, and there's plenty of actors that could have done a pretty good job at that with far less prosthetics. So it's just funny to me to be like, we're gonna get Colin Farrell, but we're going to totally transform him, and he's going to use a voice that is unrecognizable, but to achieve a version of a character that like you'd think like would be easier to achieve with somebody else. But the performance, I think, you know, kind of proves the point. But it's also fascinating because it's not like they had a young Penguin with like a not scarred Farrell, or like there's no story reason for him to be this like attractive dude that they just like buried his face under prosthetics. Like
I think it was brilliant because they were like, all right, so we have these, you know, we're gonna have our Batman and we're gonna have our Catwoman, and it's like it's gonna be all sexy and stuff like that, and we're gonna have our creepy Riddler, which Paul Dano just nailed. I mean, just like when
he was creepier out of the costume.
Yes, he was.
In the costume.
God damn,
you see this unassuming guy.
That smile, my God.
Oh my! That when he turns around at the diner and he was like,
yeah.
And that was one of the ones where when they you see it coming, where you're like, they're gonna tackle him down, and he's just gonna like smile, stare at Batman.
His glasses break, and then he just smiles when he sees Batman. No, but like I think they were like, okay, when it comes to the Penguin, obviously we're gonna have some kind of makeup, and then I thought maybe it was just like somebody was like, well, wouldn't it be brilliant if you took like, you know, a good looking actor and somebody who actually is going to fucking fall into this role. And Colin Farrell, he's a fantastic actor. I love the fact that, you know, he's been in the blockbusters, but he also does indie stuff, and he really wants to challenge himself when it comes to stuff. Let's get somebody like that and just dive into this. And that's going to add to the hype to this movie, to be honest. I think like that's one of the biggest things. Like, I don't know how many times I've showed people like, oh yeah, you know who's playing the Penguin? No. I'm like, well, then like, look, and then I'll show them side by side, and they're like, what? That's fucking Colin Farrell? I'm like, yeah. So there's like that word of mouth kind of thing. And then every scene that he's in, he steals the fucking scene.
I'm sorry. Even my it was really fun watching, because I was watching it for the second time tonight, but it was my wife's first time to see it.
Yeah.
And I was so proud of her. I mean, she would like comment or things or find things funny that I thought were funny or figure something out. Like one, she totally laughed and went, "He's waddling." I was like, yes.
Oh yeah, when yes, I know some people might have not caught that, but like his feet were like tied, so like when he moves, it was very much like he moved like a penguin.
Like a penguin, right?
Yeah.
The other one that my wife totally got, and I loved it, was when they're looking at the mayor's car, and Batman goes, USB drive, and my wife, like before anything happened, my wife went, thumb drive.
Yep. Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
That's
the darkest joke in the whole movie, but it's awesome.
Yeah.
So
I love Gordon going, "Oh, he's hilarious."
Yeah. Oh my God. I think that's what shines the most in this movie is the dynamic between Batman and Gordon.
Relationship.
Gordon, honestly, it's so good.
Yeah. I think this is the best we've seen when it comes to Batman and Gordon, to be honest.
It absolutely is, because it was buddy cop.
Oh,
the first
time. Well, it gets that like seven dynamic.
Exactly. Right. He's Mills, and or Batman is Mills, and he's Somerset. Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
It's exactly what it was, and because
he's
like
Mills, but a little drier. Yeah,
a little drier.
Yeah, very much drier.
But like just like from the beginning, because that was the first thing. Was like, okay, let's establish how this world treats Batman, and the fact that they won't let him in, and he's just like, he's with me, and everybody's like, what? You're gonna let it? Yeah. Like just the incredulousness, like, okay, Jim wants him here. Jim is the only one vouching for him. And literally the entire rest of the movie, when Batman goes to investigate something, it's like, okay, my partner Jim's showing up. or
Yeah.
in his case, my partner Batman showing up, and we're
Yeah.
investigating. Like I love when later when they go to figure out who they thought that each other turned on the bat signal, and it was actually Selina, and they just both show up, and
Yeah.
they both investigate. They both investigate this. They both interrogated Penguin, like
Yeah.
after the car
I
chase.
love it when they both go to Old Wayne Manor, and he's like, "No guns, man. That's your thing."
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Your thing, man. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just like, and then I mean, and then thank God too. Like, remember? Okay, so Scott, you saw the scene in GCPD where it's like
Yes.
that's what we were talking about.
That's what we were talking about.
Okay,
because
when
when
did
they
this? When
released-
did the clip just start with him
It-
punching Gordon?
No,
Yeah,
no,
okay, so the
it's-
clip. Okay, so the clip started
Yeah.
off with Batman going, "Who's
Who's
the
the
guy with
mustache
Who's-
with
Yeah,
the
Very
broken
it
nose?
started with their conversation, but you didn't have the context for it.
You
that-
had no
that
context.
Gordon
Yeah, the
said,
context.
We
"You need to
did-
get out of here."
Right.
Because
So
they
the
were
whole
moving,
time-
like even the clip they were talking to each other, moving in a weird way. I was like, this more to this conversation.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
So like when you watch the clip, you're like, did Batman just flat out
Right.
punch Gordon?
He just
But then
wailed
when
on
you
Gordon.
actually watch
Bam.
the scene, it was so beautiful because I was like, all right, the scene's coming. And then I love the fact that like, give him 2 minutes in the cage. And then he's just like, you're gonna have to punch me in the
You have to
face.
hit me.
And And the
I
fact-
just love
the
it.
fact
I
that-
got you
the
for
fact
assaulting an officer. You got me for
Got me for
3.
Yeah.
that- God.
The funny thing also with that scene is the way Gordon is saying stuff to Batman,
Yeah.
as if he's lecturing Batman.
Yes.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
That was
He's-
great. Like first, like he like kind of punches him in the chest, like, "Ugh, what are you doing?" And then he's just like, "You gotta punch me in the face and get out of here. I got a key." And he's just like the way that they're like, if you were watching from a distance, you're like, "Oh yeah, Gordon's giving it to him," but he's
Yeah.
like, so he
Yeah.
had to like do the mannerisms, but he's telling him like, "Punch me in the fucking face."
I then love it later. You could have pulled your
Should
punch.
pull the punch.
I did.
I did. Yeah, it's like you could have pulled that punch.
There
man.
was
He's
a
like,
lot of
did.
they handled that kind of humor really well in a
Yes,
way
it
that
did.
like
Very
even the Dark Knight trilogy is often it has a lot of that kind of cheeky humor in it.
Yes.
Nolan does a good job of making it feel natural. And there's only one or two of these that I was like, you're pushing it a little bit for the sake of the movie audience with the humor. But most
Gotta
of it
like
was like
cats.
almost more subtle than like even like Nolan did it. I felt like there was just stuff that would have been like the thumb drive thing is a very like in universe like. Of course,
so
that's gallows
natural.
humor. You would have been like, "This guy's hilarious," like, or I don't know, this one was one of the more borderline ones. When Selina was like, "Are you just all covered with scars under there or something?" And he's like, "Yeah."
It's funny as well as it's metaphorical for his own scars.
Yeah.
Throughout his life.
Well,
So
that becomes that
I
monologue
found that
at the
scene also-
end.
Yeah. I think it was an established like it was kind of like all right, we're establishing that he's got scars, not physical scars, but internal scars, and then it actually it plays into the narration at the end when he talks about that, which was like really, I mean, it was really great. But and there's some like on the nose, like the cats in the apartment, and he's just like, you gotta like
Even
that.
that didn't like
No.
the trailer. The way it was cut in the trailer bugged the shit out of me. But the way it played in the movie was like, oh, that worked. Like,
No, it worked. Yeah.
Even though there's a
slowly
lot of stuff in
flirting.
the trailers that I was like, shit, I wish I watched this in the movie. Like,
there
was so much
like-
stuff that I was like, I wish I would have watched this for the first time here.
Well,
it would
there's
have
another-
a
there was-
bigger
that
impact.
throughout our DC Squadcast review, which dropped this morning over at squadcastmedia.com.
Yeah, I was listening.
Drink. But no, like Tim and I were like, oh fuck, what would it been like to like not
See it
have already
fresh.
have seen this?
Yeah.
There were a few things like the that were in the trailer. Like they did a good job of choosing things in the trailer that didn't spoil anything like contextually too much. But stuff like the diner, it got like you knew that was going to happen at that point because it was like, oh, they're going to catch the Riddler now, like because the plot was kind of leading to that.
Right.
But because you'd already seen the diner, you were like, okay, I'm not really spoiled that they're going to catch him. But I know that I've seen this part coming up already.
And when he went back to the club, I was like, oh, this is when he gets shot up on the chest and he just walking by like it's nothing. I was like, oh, this is something I wish I would have watched for the first time right now.
The one for me, it was still badass, but his entrance into the arena to take out Riddler's thugs. Like the part that we didn't see was the explosions beforehand. The part that we did see was him jumping down.
Landing.
That was
landing.
Yeah, I think there's more to that shot because everything blows up. It's unexplained. It's just that the whole thing is collapsing, so they took it off.
Yeah,
I kind of took it as like things were blown up and blown.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Scott.
For me, it was the end of the Batmobile chase when he when he's jumping. When he's jumping out of the fire, I was like, oh, dude, that would have been I'm going to tell you, second time around, that Batmobile chase, still badass.
Okay, do you know what the best part of it is?
The entrance alone of the Batmobile.
Yes. Right there, Ben, the entrance. Because
it's a fucking monster.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you. The Batmobile was a monster in the shadows, warming up and growling and chasing after the Penguin.
I felt the Batmobile got a better entrance than Batman himself in the movie.
Oh, no. God, no.
First time... The sound was what made it extra special to me because the whole theater was just revving that engine.
So my wife called it a muscle car version of a sawed-off shotgun.
Oh, that makes sense. That's good right there. I like that.
I know. Right. My wife has had some bangers tonight.
Yeah, we got Mr. Travis showing up. What's going on, buddy?
Happy Batman weekend, everybody. It's a good time.
Yeah.
It's a good time,
right.
So
it's a good time. It's a good time. Thanks for joining.
So you also went with the Batman lighting scheme.
Of course, had to. It's just like it's the one time I can bust out the red this and my Dexter reviews. I was like, finally, I can use red.
By the way, I loved that opening. Like, going back to the opening and the fact that he's walking through. By the way, even the second time I was looking more, I was like, where the fuck is that Superman costume and Wonder Woman costume?
Well, the opening scene. Remember that was supposed to be for a Halloween party.
Yeah.
When and so the whole opening bit was during Halloween. So so when we were watching that, I had an eye out for them. I don't know if they cut something from that or if they were just in the crowd and we didn't see them.
It was originally supposed to be out in October, so
they were celebrating Halloween on that day.
Said that he shot fake scenes because if you think about it,
true. I didn't think about that
because at the mayor's funeral. We actually saw Zoe Kravitz in that.
I brought that up in my spoiler.
If you think about it, it could have been that they would have had her there where the actor can see the person, but not really the person. You seen those shots where you think you've seen the person and you have to get a shot.
I think sometimes they shoot like they might have shot her getting out of the car with Zoe Kravitz just to give it that extra sense of he thinks it's her. Only
it was even emphasized in like the trailer too. Like I think the second trailer where like you see the
boot come out. Yeah,
it looks like to emphasize that. And Mr. Casale, thank you for the super chat. Yes, we will get to that part when we talk about that certain guy. Yeah, we'll get there. We're warming up here.
Did I miss something?
I don't know. What did we talk about? I thought it was Tuesday. Thank you, Valkyrie, for that.
I got to, Scott, I'm glad you're here. There was a point I was talking earlier tonight. There was a point in this movie where, like, because you go in with expectations. We all had expectations for what this movie was going to do. And then when the movie actually blows apart and goes above and beyond your expectations, you're like, well, holy shit, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Yes. And there was a thing that this movie did that I never expected to.
I wanted to know what this was. Like, you teased it right before I went into the movie.
Ooh,
I joked with you about please let us see this, not thinking it was actually going to happen. The movie gave us detective vision.
They really did.
Fucking.
Well, we were talking about vision. That. Yeah, we were talking about the lenses, like the kind of lenses.
The second, okay, right. And you're right, Dave. We saw the lenses, but the lenses do two things. One, they record every fucking thing he sees.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
Which is why he didn't move a whole lot in that first scene, like at the mayor's. And two, when Selena's wearing them, they're fucking identifying everybody in the club. I'm like, at that point, I'm like, you know what, movie, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
And then having him,
there it is.
And it's also a great there's a lot of smart expositional devices in this, and that was one of them. Because what that allowed them to do then is have those scenes play out without, like in the Mission Impossible, not to dog on Mission Impossible because that's well written, but like in that like generic spy movie, 27. when they're doing like a face capture thing, they'll have the person on the radio being like, "Oh, that's Carmine Falcone. He's yada yada yada." Like, and he'll give and it's like, no, you're not giving a, but they're doing that for the audience. With this, it allowed them to like be back in the Batcave watching it again with him providing the exposition of here's what's going on in a way that actually made sense in universe.
Well, it was also funny because I also liked how I loved the way Zoe Kravitz was playing it. Like her performance where she's like having to make eyes at all these creeps in the 44 below.
Oh yeah. And she knew that.
And she doesn't want to. And Batman's like,
no, I gotta get his face.
Well, and she's all, I
gotta smile at him, and now he's gonna come up to me because, well, she's a sexy little thing. My God, sorry.
His overall characterization, I love because of moments like that where like I don't know, like even not to compare or debate about like which version is better, but even compared to like Affleck in BVS where he's like the cold like DGAF Batman, he almost felt colder and like gave fewer fucks throughout most of this, in the way that like he was like look back, and she's like no, and he's like look back. He's like not even at all. He's just emotionally detached from everything.
He's all about figuring the fucking case out.
Well, I think part of the IDAGF part is also the fact that Bruce Wayne didn't give a rat's ass. Like that,
we can say fuck. I just use that as shorthand for some reason. And now everybody's stuck with these acronyms.
I know. It's like Steven, like why are we going PG-13 on this review? But the fact is that like even Bruce Wayne, like because he hasn't developed the Bruce Wayne persona yet, there's that fact that you look at Bruce Wayne, look at Batman, you're like.
There's no distinguish.
And something I loved also. I hate talking about these things casually because I'm like, I could just say this casually. It's a cool thing to talk about, and then like because of the context that this all exists in, I can only hear the arguments that people are going to make about these statements that are far less interesting than the actual statements. But the movie as a whole, I think, is really cool. How like. The arc in this is just the beautiful lie arc, but instead of being in the opening scene of BVS as like a 30-second description of his arc, the movie takes it on as the whole arc, but it also uses some similar rising, falling visual metaphors in the end to kind of symbolize that. But specifically the scene where he's talking to Alfred and he says, "This is my family's legacy," I thought was such a cool. It's the same thing as like in BVS where he says we were hunters. Like the first generation built their fortune on trading furs with the French. They were hunters, and both those are hilarious because on one hand it's so Batman in the like go punch people for crime, but also in another way it's his rationalizing of his like, no, that's not your family's legacy, Bruce. Like your family's legacy is not for you to like be terrorizing criminals. Like your father was a philanthropist trying to do great things, but his mind is bent to justify all these things. And it works very much the same way in the beginning of this movie. And his arc is to realize like, oh, that's not the only way to do things. And opening the door in the next part for like, what is the actual Wayne family legacy that was examined in this movie? And now what is he going to do with that going forward?
Right. And that was the part that got me was Reeves had told us Ego, Long Halloween, Year One. And
Dark
then
Victory.
When Earth One showed up, and I'm like, you're making Martha an Arkham? Okay.
Yeah, I know, right? Okay. So
we're
that
going
was
somewhere with this. And
I was actually surprised how much it stuck to the Long Halloween in a lot of ways, though. Like at least structurally.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, we saw that clip like that came out where Falcone at the funeral scene where he literally talks about a literal like full on scene that is or like a
callback.
Well, also like Batman and Catwoman's first meeting is like straight out of the Long Halloween, and I mean not straight out of, but it's extremely similar.
Well, then all the little notes from Riddler were kind of that similarity too. But like but like I remember when
that is also one of my gripes, but we'll get into that later.
No, but like when Falcone just was like your dad like saved me. I was shot in the chest right here. Couldn't do that. I do like how Bruce was like he said like, well, Hippocratic oath, kind of thing. It was like, that's why he did it, kind of thing. I mean, I
That's
just love how,
And they all laugh at him too. Like,
Exactly.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, okay,
sure,
bud.
pretty boy.
Yeah. If that's what you think. But yeah, it was a good little callback right there.
I did like how it made you doubt as the audience. There's a lot of subtle tricks that it played. There was a couple areas I wish they pushed it a little bit more, but as the audience questioning whether or not Thomas Wayne was corrupt, or how corrupt he was, or even questioning like when Riddler was saying like, we're the same, and Batman's like, no, we're not the same. You're a psychopath. And it played on all that stuff. I think it would have been cool if they had there was a point where I wondered if Batman was going to begin questioning, or the police were going to be suspicious that he was the one sending the notes, and Riddler was gonna either play on that, or he's gonna start questioning like, did I break? Like, am I?
Yeah, because he made a couple of mistakes where he actually played into his hand, so the cops could have easily questioned it. Hey,
and there's
are you in
also a
cahoots with
story.
this guy?
There's also a story in Scott's gonna know this, and I wish that I had it off the top of my head so that I wouldn't have to ask him for it. It's
Would it really hurt that much? Really?
It's just a me thing, but oh man, it's on the shelf behind me. The one where it's like a it might be Whatever Happened to the Cape Crusader, one of the vignettes in that, but it's the Alfred orchestrates and he comes from the theater, and so he's dressing up in costumes and leading him on fake crime solving mysteries just to kind of satiate his paranoia as Batman. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know. I also don't know where it's from, but yes, I know the.
And not that I wanted them to do that with the movie, because that kind of destroys the entire concept, but to do something to plant that seed a little bit in his mind and in the audience's mind. And I think it was there for a split second, but to let it linger a little bit more, to be like, whoa, because this Batman actually could be a broken serial killer. And it had enough Fight Club vibes that they really could have kind of done something with that. But then, or at least had, like I said, have Riddler kind of frame him or play with that paranoia a little bit. By the way,
yes, part 1 of Whatever Happened to the Cape Crusader, Batman number 686.
There we go.
There it is. And let's see. Thank you, Christopher, for the $10 super chat. But he's talking about the leg holster. Hey, sometimes the utility belt doesn't, you gotta keep your gum.
Leg belt.
Sometimes, but sometimes your utility belt gets full of other stuff, and you have to have a place to, have some gum. Or something.
That was
Water's very essential to
water.
I imagine.
That was there were a couple things there was that point where it's like, okay, there are things that we normally see in Batman movies that we did not see in this movie. One big one being no death of the Waynes.
No death of the Waynes, yes.
No death of the Waynes.
Heard about it,
I was hoping they would, just because people get so mad every time that happens. Really.
Let's see some pearls. I
want to know if they filmed a version of it.
We saw it though. We saw the death of the Waynes.
No, we didn't.
No, we didn't.
Well, the kid, it was a representation.
Oh, well, okay.
Oh, right, yeah. No, I mean, they communicated it very effectively.
They send this message. It's just in a different way.
It's like what Byrne did with 89 when you open the movie and he tries to make you think that's the actual Wayne's going down the alley, and it's not. It's Bruce watching from the top. It was evoking, what we're portraying here.
Yeah.
Right. But Burton also, an hour and a half in, no, here's the real one.
And the Joker did it too.
I know, right? And my God, did that actor look like Nicholson young?
He was so good.
Without the makeup.
I think that's one of the coolest things that the movie did, and something that made me appreciate the cowl even more is how much how expressive Pattinson was in the suit with minimal, because part of the problem, and I'm realizing people were complaining about how widely cut and how high the mouthpiece is, because Batman, you look at Bale, it's right around his cheeks. Or even Affleck, even Affleck comes down and you see in the Justice League cowl, which people tend to not like as much, it's cut upward from the nose. And I'm realizing, especially with someone like Pattinson, you've got the jaw and you've got the cheekbones. And you have a lot of micro expressions, and the eyes also. The eyes were wider, but because
they
weren't lying to the audience, and we're just openly admitting, like, oh no, he puts black on his eyes.
Oh, I
There's
love
no
that.
longer,
That was in the opening scene.
there's no longer a pressure to make the eyes so small that they're like, oh no, we can make the eyes big because his eyes will have makeup on under it, which makes the eye, you get more eyelid and eyebrow,
and that's all of that, Stephen, is necessary when he's in the cape and cowl the majority of the time that we see him on the screen.
There's a lot of eye communication.
But,
I remember, you remember the beginning where he's on the crime scene, that he just looks down and looks at the
impression in the
on the floor
Tucker made. Yeah.
So he just looked down and look at her. So that you need, you know.
Yeah. And it was, but it really is impressive and stuck out to me also though, because like, and I think that Penguin is another great example of this, of it being expressive through makeup, despite, because I remember when Tom Hardy was Bane, they made a big deal about, and part of the reason that he was in that role was because of the eye acting, because you cover the whole mouth. And so if you look at anybody that does a lot of acting in a movie where they're wearing like a helmet, they tend to be like overly expressive, because they need to use the parts of their face that aren't covered to like make up for the parts that you can't see, which is why they don't normally have someone in a helmet or a mask for the entirety of a movie. But partially because of Pattinson, but also I think because we have way more face exposure with this one, they were able, because he was just like, those scenes where he was just staring at the boy were so expressive.
Oh yeah,
and even though he's not even really expressing anything, but there is a look on his face that is a distinct.
Well, I mean, even when he's talking to Selena about like money, like about like her getting a score, like that one point, and he kind of smirks and is like, "You just do it for," it's just the way that there's so much expression, even though with that cowl, he's just like, "You just did it for the money," like he's just like, "Yeah."
One of the things that I said
and when he apologized too, you could see that the sincerity in his face.
One of the things that I said in my YouTube review, because I'm doing those now again. Yes, I did a YouTube review for this movie. One of the things that I said.
It just blogs.
Yes, plugs. The flight cast is active again on YouTube. But like, when it comes to the inevitable comparisons that people always draw between the Batman, part of me wonders if it's unfair to compare this to the others, because Pattinson was asked to do things that none of the others were asked to do. Like, if we time this, and I'm sure somebody will, maybe it's one of us, he's in the cape and cowl longer in one movie than any of them are.
There's going to be data on that.
Well, it's not just for more of it's. He has more percentage of the movie in cowl for the longest solo Batman movie.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Even when he's not wearing the cowl, he's on Batman mode.
Yeah.
Oh, totally.
Well, that was part of what I loved though about, what was the name of the cop again? This is going to be a Scott thing.
Oh yeah,
with the mustache.
Martinez.
I loved the fact that every time he showed up, he's like
actually cracked the case with the whole.
But I love that
little convenient
right there.
I loved the way every time he showed up, Martinez
turn
was
it
like,
around, Scott. I want to see the bag. I like this in the back. There you go.
Oh, there's the.
He has the bags.
He wanted to see that Riddler ass.
Yeah,
man. Even the foil on that, the fact there's texture to that, like, or not the foil, but the bags on the back of the head.
Yeah, that's what I.
That is an impressive mold for that figure.
Well, I'm telling you, even the pop, they did a fucking good job.
I love how every time he shows up, though, Martinez is just like, he shouldn't be here. This guy is not a proper crime scene, whatever. And then at the funeral goes, "Hey, Mr. Wayne."
Well, they did a good job with Martinez. His
He looked at him. I remember you, fucking asshole.
I don't remember this.
I don't think he did, because it suggested that he knew who Batman was, and so there was a huge moment of tension where you were like, "Oh no, how is he going to get out of this?" But then because he stayed silent for long enough, like, which is another cool thing about his character, the fact that he didn't say, "How did you find out?" or anything. He just sat there quietly until Riddler eventually revealed, like, "Oh,
poker face." Yeah,
he doesn't actually know.
Right?
Like,
they make that very clear.
I was like, he's got to kill him. He's got to.
They make it very clear at that point when he starts freaking out, because like when he's lamenting the fact we got everybody but Bruce Wayne, and then when he starts freaking out, this is not how this was supposed to go. It's like, oh, dude, you have no fucking clue who he is.
Yeah.
That scene right there.
Those 5 minutes before that, they had us.
Yeah.
as-
Oh, they did. Oh,
Well, because
yeah.
everybody's fallen prey to that, in like where. I mean, I don't know everybody. Anyone who has done things they shouldn't do, like me, has fallen prey to that. Where like somebody says something like
your boss needs to speak to you, and in
you
your
know,
mind,
your-
you're like, what?
you know,
did
your
I
mom
do
will be
here?
like, "Hey, whose bowl is on
Uh,
the counter?" Your mom will be like,
running
"Whose
through all
bowl
the
is on the counter down
scenarios.
here?" And you're like, "Oh, cereal, yeah, I'll come put that away." And that actually is not me. That's someone else I know. But it's one of those things where I know people who have been in that position and been like, "Who told you?" or where? And they're like, "I'm talking about the cereal bowl. What are you talking about?" You're like, "Oh."
No, but that scene right there, I mean, like, I was looking forward to it. I was like, okay, is this like obviously when we get to that scene, I'm thinking, okay, he's got to know who Batman is, right? There's just, I mean, and even Bruce is thinking that. He's like, oh, and then even though, like you said, he stays like kind of in the shadows at first, and then when he goes, Bruce, but by the way, Paul Dano, how's your voice? Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know. He like brings it down to a bass, and then he's like, hi. And then when he starts screaming, I'm like,
Maria.
dude,
Did everybody see the clip
Fuck,
of
yeah.
where geez, mind blanking again. Gordon actor,
Jeffrey Wright.
Jeffrey Wright, where someone says something about Court of Owls, and Jeffrey
Yeah.
Wright's like
Oh,
something
yeah,
called
yeah,
Court of
yeah,
Owls,
yes.
and then both Dano and Pattinson like break
Yes.
away from the camera, and like Pattinson
Yeah.
comes around, like breaks the circle off even, and it's like has his
That
back
was
to the
about
camera, and he's like,
writing. Oh.
"Dude, it's the best one."
Yeah.
Bro,
No,
it's so good.
Yeah. No, that somebody tweeted, Scott Snyder like quote tweeted it.
Yeah.
And was like because it was like one of those Q&A things that like the four of them were
Yeah, they're
doing.
just standing in a
Yeah.
white
And-
room.
Yeah, and like Dano I think was even freaking out more about it than Pattinson was. Like Dano was like,
Yeah.
it's so good.
It's the
Yeah,
best
that's
one.
right. Pattinson said it's the best one, and Daniel goes, "It's so good."
Bro, it's so good.
Bro, yeah.
Yeah, bro, it's so good. And Jeffrey Wright, and so you're just like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Well, and it also just made me happy because like when you stay all the way to the end, because you know these comic movies, I always love looking at the special thanks at the end because it's like, who are you acknowledging that you like pulled from? And I was looking at all the names. I'm just like, and at one point I was like, okay, you got Capullo, you got Scott Snyder, good. You know, it's like looking at the names going, good.
They lifted, and this is why I'm glad you told me to read Zero Year.
Oh yeah, right.
Because they lifted a line
Yeah.
from 0 Year at the end of at the end of the last book, except it's not Alfred saying it. In this case, it's Selena saying it. You're already spoken for. I was like, I know what that means. I know that line because I just read this earlier today. That was so thank you. That was a great recommendation.
I mean, that's what I'm here for. I'm the one to give you all a reading list. It's what happens. It's why I said go read. That's why after I saw the movie, I was like, oh, and go read Earth 1 because that whole bunch of shit went down in that movie.
I was in the middle because I'm reading through. I'm trying to get through Scott Snyder's New 52 Batman, and a month ago he was like, because I had only finished Court of Owls, and he was like, just skip to 0 Year, and I'm like, no, I think I can make it in time, and I did at the 11th hour. Like the day of. But
it was funny because Jordan and I were watching the trailer. As soon as we saw the flooding, I went, well, that's fucking 0 Year.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Alfred was straight up ripped out of that, right? Or not?
Earth One.
Earth One, yeah.
Yeah.
But was Johns in the special thanks?
Yes, he was.
He was. Okay, I was.
And him and Gary Frank, and they were right next to each other because Johns wrote the book and Frank.
I missed his name. That's one of the things I wanted to go back
on that run though.
What'd you say?
Didn't he kill Alfred in that run?
No, Tom King did that in his Rebirth run.
Yeah.
Did you have the same reaction as me? It's not like the most unique Batman thing, but when he's writing in the journal, and my mind immediately went to see what the cover was, and it flipped, and I was like, he's making a black case book.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, which was funny because. The Notebook gets started in this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it was one of those things that when it showed up in the movie, I was like there was so much. And I was talking to these guys last week. I was like, there was so much. I wonder if this is like, no, dude.
I heard
everything paid off.
I heard you mention that in the Squadcast movies review.
Yep.
I love how the Notebook is. I love how it's labeled Gotham Project.
The Gotham Project.
Gotham Project. Yeah. Gotham Project Year 2. Yeah.
Right. Because he's just documenting everything that he's doing, trying to see if he has an effect.
And it planted the seeds for Hush.
Mm-hmm.
Oh fucking hey! Did you see that?
They have Hush right on the fucking.
But it didn't just say Hush, but the reporter's name was Thomas Elliott, right?
Yeah. Was it Tom? No, I don't think it was
Edward Elliott. Edward Elliott.
Edward Elliott. Right.
There it is.
So
then right after that, it was like Hush, and I was like, nobody knows what I'm pointing.
Which was interesting because
I had no idea what that was.
Thomas Elliott that Bruce Wayne was Batman, and that's how he became. Wasn't that how it happened?
How what happened? Oh, how he became Hush?
Yeah. Well, because it was the Riddler who told him that Bruce Wayne was Batman.
It's one of those this is where okay, no, I really haven't read that much, so maybe I only caught 50. I feel and it's terrible because I feel like I caught so many, but then I come here and it's like, oh, I only caught half. Fuck.
Oh, by the way, in that video, the cease and desist letter, did you catch the law firm?
No.
Miller and Moore.
Are you serious?
Miller and Moore, nice.
There's a lot of Easter eggs, man.
Okay.
See, so many little Easter eggs, but I mean, the Hush that it was funny because I didn't catch the name of the reporter at first. It just didn't stick out. But then when I saw, obviously when I saw Hush, I was like, oh, well, shit, there you go. And then the second time, right before it said Hush, I saw Elliot, but I didn't see the first name, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
I didn't catch the name until I heard somebody reference it after the fact. I obviously saw the Hush pop up on the screen, but because at first I was thinking like, "Oh, that's cool," because they kind of borrowed a little bit from Hush in the Riddler in a few ways.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like, including the look to an extent, and so I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." I mean, it's too bad that we may not get an actual adaptation, but they took some good elements, but then when I realized that was the name, I was like, oh no, they literally have what they need to do that if they want to. It might be too similar of a retread depending on how they do it, but it's out there.
Well, and that's been the funnest thing that with Pattinson and the interviews throughout the weeks, you go, oh, you learn how much of a fan he really is of Batman, right?
Yeah.
And we kind of had that knowledge of Reeves before, but when you saw this film, you're like, okay, this guy is a Batman fanboy his whole life who got to direct a Batman movie, and you can see that just dripping throughout, not just the love of Batman, but the little Easter eggs, like the Hush thing may never lead to anything, but that makes us all do the Leo gif of the snap point.
Yes.
Yes. And it's so cool, and it's like creating little things in a world that's just starting.
And in a similar way to the way Zack Snyder does it.
He's done that too. Yeah,
is where his conception of the universes for these movies are like, just because something gets teased doesn't mean it's necessarily for a sequel. He just believes in a fully realized universe, and so that's why you have like the Bat Tank in the War Machine in Justice League. Because they say it's setting up
with the mutants,
like
tied
the
up.
Dark Knight Return, and the mutants, because it's like, oh well, because Dark Knight Returns will happen eventually. Not necessarily there was going to be a Dark Knight Returns movie, although Zack wants to do that, but because in a fully realized universe, the only stories aren't going to be the ones that we see. And so like the Brainiac teases in Man of Steel too. There was no Man of Steel 2 in the cards, and Brainiac wasn't going to be a Justice League villain, but logically, unless the entire universe exists to only tell the storyline that we're seeing in the movies, it makes sense for these webs to
also
be there.
it feels a little bit also like what the MCU was doing in Phase 1, where it was like you never knew if any of the stuff was going to play out, and not everything did play out, but the stuff was the stuff was there.
That's why Phase 1 was so freaking
good.
Yeah, it was.
The best.
Well, because now the converse problem, I think, goes back to like the dark side of what I was talking about is in the MCU. Phase 1 that was all like, oh, that's cool. I wonder if they could whatever. And now every single thing means something and connects to something else. Which like there's a cool Easter egg quality to that, but also it's like imagine going through real life and just being like, what's on my desk? oh, I've got an expired credit card. This means something. This is like important for my plot.
Well, yeah,
like, because
I feel like they're much more overt now. Or even you look at Winter Soldier, they just throw out the name Stephen Strange just very quickly. They don't make it, and his name is with 10 other names that you could just miss it. Where nowadays it is kind of like, hey, look at the shiny thing, and it's gonna happen.
That's a good point. It actually
I'll
does.
be happy it happens.
It actually does cross a little into phase 2 a little bit, like as far as the Easter egg stuff.
I always feel that all that stuff from phase 1 was just to get the fans excited. If we could go any route, but here what we have,
I'm still waiting on the fact that they teased Leader in Incredible Hulk, and I never got it.
Long con. We're gonna get in She-Hulk, baby. But
Norton is not gonna come back.
Well, and I think there is also a thing in phase 1 of like, we're gonna tease this, but we don't know if we'll get to it, and we actually don't know if we can get to it. We're now,
and then when they get to it, it's really more of a retcon to make sense of the Easter egg than it is like actually paying off a.
That's the problem.
But now it's just kind of like we can do anything we want. Now we're in phase 1. There was definitely this is a trial thing. Like if Avengers fails, you're not going to see any of this stuff. Where now there's not really a big failing mark where it's like you can tease it and know, okay, in 2 years you're going to see this. Except for Peter Scott.
The point with the Batman is interesting because they could do like this is a movie where I really thought like they made me believe they would kill Alfred. Like,
did anybody else?
Okay. No joke. Like for a second, I was in Toy Story 3 mode. Yeah. For a second, like at the end of Toy Story 3, I'm like, movie, no, get her off the phone.
I'm a little older, so I went in Bambi mode.
Especially because they introduced so many characters, I thought that I could see them taking out Alfred because you got Selena, you got
my heart, dude. When she was on the phone talking to him, I'm like, you better show him in that fucking hospital bed right now. Okay, good, there he is. All right. Okay.
It was such the
opposite. I was like, I hope he dies. Not that I want him dead. Not that I want him dead, but it would give so much weight to his persona in the movie.
Yeah. But that was actually one of my criticisms of the movie was, wow, like you have Andy Serkis as Alfred, and he's barely in the thing.
He had to direct Venom 2, Scott. He had to direct Venom
2. Remember when they first started? I'm serious though, Travis. When they first started, filming that, that was a concern because it's like,
how's he going
to be Alfred and also balance directing Tom Hardy in a Venom sequel? And
And I think we're going to find out is that he was in a lot more of the movie than we realized because he was dressing up as criminals to kind of appease Batman's psychosis. It was actually him the whole time.
But when he's got that note, and then of course it's like, I love the fact that the note is wrapped up in something, and it literally turns around and says fireproof, just to give the audience to realize, oh, this thing's gonna blow up. By the way, But it was like when that.
Well, also it's like Riddler's humor too. That
it kind of fits.
Drive, fireproof.
Exactly. It does fit. But man, I was like, my mouth kind of dropped, and I almost looked at my brother and went like, did he just fucking kill Alfred in the first movie? No shit. But then I was like, when we saw him in the bed, I was like, okay.
Well, and it was also a great dramatic switch to speaking of maintaining tension, the way that they played that out where she's like, oh, it happened 30 minutes ago, right as he goes under the bridge and sees the plume of smoke. Not the first time a movie has done that, but just a really cool kind of timeline switch to
because he's rushing to get there. But
it's already
that's why editing is so important because it doesn't take you out of the movie. You know it's a time switch.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, and it's also cool because it allows them to do it without think about how much more of a detour that would have been if it happened as he was on the way home. Then he's got to rush home and get to Alfred and get him to the hospital.
People devalue the intensity.
And here they can just be like, oh no, this all happened off screen already. Yeah. You don't need to worry about telling this part of the story.
I was also interested in the fact that they went the post-crisis Batman route where we don't know who killed the Waynes.
I love that.
That's a mystery.
Yeah.
And I also love how the movie introduces so many Maybe it was Maroney. Maybe it was Falcone.
When-
Maybe
when-
it was
when-
a random thug.
Yes.
Nobody actually knows.
When
I know. I love it
like
when
the
Alfred says
ambiguity
that
that
line.
nobody
It could have been a
knows.
random thing. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and that's what I loved about Alfred. The way that what Alfred said played into the story of like the whole his whole I am vengeance thing being wrapped up in like that being everything he cared about, and saying like the one crime that makes him care, that makes him become the embodiment of vengeance, is a crime that he doesn't know how to get vengeance for,
and likely can never solve. He'll probably never get that answer. I think that
or maybe
motivates
that'll
him
be he'll find out from the Court of Owls in one of the sequels.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is this a universe that I can totally buy the Court of Owls?
100%.
They already introduced a club he didn't know about.
I don't think there's. I think there's almost nothing off the table as far as where this universe can go, because of how this movie was orchestrated and because of because of how it ends. Like very little, if anything, and I can't think of anything that is off the table as far as the Batman universe is concerned for where they can go with this. You could do Court of Owls,
Man Bat.
You could do so many things.
I
think
we got Mr. Garza showing up right now. He wants to he saw it tonight too, right?
Yeah, I just got home just a little while ago. Here's what I'm going to say before I allow Steven to keep talking. One, I was really pissed off at one thing. There was just one fucking thing where I was like, that's bullshit, okay? That's fucked up, and they should have done that. It was literally the arm breaking. They took that fucking sound effect and minimized it.
Oh, they minimized what we saw in that first teaser trailer, they minimized the sound effect. I noticed that too.
Yeah, because I was like, dude, why did you guys take those sound effects of those punches landing and the arm breaking and fucking pussify them? Like, dude, I was pissed.
I didn't even, it was so ingrained in my head that I didn't even notice.
Yeah, if that was Zack Snyder, that you would have heard the fucking crack just like you heard it in the warehouse scene. I was just pissed off, anyways. But I mean, as far as the film itself, I was, dude, everything you guys have really said, I was shocked. Now, not shocked, I agreed with, but the only thing that kind of surprised me, where I was like, okay, so why even mention that if there's not a reason for it? Is Bloodhaven. And
Bloodhaven, yes, thank you.
Yeah, and I was like, I mean,
I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that the first time.
I caught it the first time.
I don't know why I didn't catch it. But then the
only thing I was
like,
thinking of is things that I've talked about is like, okay, well, you can't really. I mean, he's too young and early in his Batman career to get a, fucking Dick Grayson. That doesn't make sense. Like, he's too young. You know what I mean? But then I was like, why the fuck would you say Bloodhaven? Like, she could have said anything.
Well, yeah, but was she going to say New York?
Well, no, not even that.
But I mean, like technically, Bloodhaven is like up north from Gotham, right? Technically,
right. Well, that's what it made it sound like. Is like I'll go upstate to Bloodhaven. But the only thing I was thinking of is they literally did that just like in in Batman Forever or Batman and Robin, when they're like, oh yeah, this is why Superman works alone. Like,
you're talking about Batman Forever is like, oh, the circus should be halfway
to Metropolis.
Yeah. Something like I get it. Like, okay, you're just telling us that it exists. There's no Dick Grayson roaming around Bloodhaven because obviously Batman's 2 years in. So
no, but it at least like the stuff we were talking before. It's there. You know that Bloodhaven exists. So however far down the road this goes, like when the when the Mitchell kid grows up, because that wasn't teased throughout the entirety of the movie. Perhaps they can go that route.
Well, it was a really good.
Surprised there was no at all flashback as far as just in general of him training, of him doing anything. The only time I thought or expected a flashback of something was when he walked into the orphanage, and we were hearing what I assumed was Thomas Wayne at that time, and I was like, we about to see because imagine this. Okay, he's showing that the conference or whatever, and it's actually a newsreel showing like a dramatized version of the Waynes getting murdered in an alley. Like, I was like, is this how they're going to do the Wayne murder without actually showing it? You know what I mean? because it would have been interesting, right? You would have seen it. Oh, is that?
And that scene that we're seeing in the news footage, is like in the first 2 chapters of this book.
Oh wow, nice.
Okay. Because it pointed out the fact that Edward was one of the choir boys.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Because you see that picture on his wall of that boy with the glasses staring at Wayne, staring at Bruce. Yeah.
Well, and that's what I was saying. I was like, is that how they're going to utilize like not showing
the spammer on the chat?
Murder? You know what I mean? Because that would have made sense. You're seeing this video and Bruce is like just whatever. He's not thinking that he's directing it towards him. Because like you guys said, in that interrogation scene, I was like, wait, does he fucking know that he's Bruce? Like.
Oh, I know. The whole time, like you're thinking, like, does he actually know who this is? Yeah. I mean, even like on his wall, he's like, "Who is the Batman?" And it's like there's a sketch of Batman, not an actual picture, and then you have Bruce Wayne's picture, like right over here, and I'm like, he's smart.
That was a really good example too.
The same jawline, you know.
I think that's a really good example of while Batman is a great detective. In that case, he like over analyzed the evidence, was connecting dots that weren't there. Because of his like paranoia, but at the same time was so cold and had a poker face to not interrupt Riddler until he knew for a fact that.
What I love about that too is like the fact that when he goes Bruce Wayne, and then what does Batman do? He looks up at the camera and goes, "Shit, they're fucking."
Yeah, it's over for me in this moment.
I'm fucked. Yeah. I am.
That was
why he's so close to the door.
When he leaves, that is when he tells Gordon. He says, "You're a good cop, right?"
Yeah, it's like it's the last time he's talking to.
He was warning Gordon like this might be over. Like after this happens.
The beautiful thing about that scene is that he looks up at the camera right away. Like as soon as he hears the first time of Bruce, so after
he's like,
"Camera." You're assuming, oh, okay, Riddler's talking to him as Bruce Wayne, not Batman anymore. And so the whole time, that's what you're thinking because visualization. Okay, he looked up at the camera. He knows it's being recorded. Fuck, we know that Bruce is basically getting outed right now. And then all of a sudden, at the last moment, he basically Joker fucking shows his cards, and Bruce is like, "Fuck, I'm so glad I didn't like just at all make any kind of reference."
Right, but it almost ends up being worse because like, okay, well, he doesn't know who you are, but the whole you're his motivation for why he's doing.
I know, right?
And he doesn't have a clear answer to really combat him. He just starts getting more angry, like you're pathetic, you're going to be alone. But he doesn't really have a reason that Edward is wrong, and I love that duality of you might have done this to the city. And he said in the past 2 years nothing's changed, crime's gone up. So there's a complete argument for Batman might be worse, and that helps his decision at the end of hey, maybe this is not the right route of doing things. Vengeance is not the right.
It was also such a cool version of, and not like it's the first time this has been done, but the way that the movie sets it up as like a first movie in a universe is the pruning or the culling of the old mobsters,
right?
And so Maroni's gone, Falcone's gone.
Power grab.
No, he's gonna pop up in one of these shows.
Okay, but
but I'm saying like their territories are up
power
for grabs.
And guess who else is also gone now? The DA,
right?
Without a DA now,
exactly. And so
who would have thunk?
So that shot of like Penguin at the end, like looking, like you could just see he's like, this is just mine for the taking.
Well,
now.
Do you think,
already plotting.
So like the rise of the supervillains to meet the you've changed things forever, right?
Well,
Batman,
but it was two things that I noticed. It was the power grab that was about to happen, so it's going to unravel all these criminals going after the whole area,
right. And you're going to have like the theatrical criminals instead of the mobsters.
Correct. And also showing what's the name of the governor, the lady, the black lady,
Riel, the new mayor, Riel.
Yeah, the new mayor. Because now she's gonna need an ally, and when he was trying to reach out for her, she used like hesitated, but a civilian who's their constituent, came and grabbed on his hand, so she was like, okay,
that was
now
important.
you're my ally moving forward.
I
think there's gonna be a different dynamic from the one that we've seen before.
That was very important. I totally caught the exact same thing. It's like now this mayor is going to trust him because, this is also a Gotham that is without a DA, so there's Harvey's entrance.
Right.
It's also now without a commissioner, so there's Gordon's promotion.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
That's already happened.
I was assuming, and fuck Christopher Nolan, yes, for Tenet, but
I was wondering how long he was going to take it.
He was biting his tongue on that one for a bit.
But with the way he ended Begins on, hey, look, can you investigate this? Well, I don't know anything about it. But
Yeah, that was trash.
Like that was money on how to like. Okay, dude. Like, yeah, that's a potential sequel. It has nothing to do with this original movie. It's itself. But here is a potential lead of, oh yeah, if the second one happens, that's probably what it could be. I don't think, unless I read it wrong, he made Penguin to do like I was like, wait, is Penguin supposed to be the next big bad villain? And
I don't think he is. Okay,
not the next big one, but
that's what I mean.
He's never. Other than like Batman Returns, he's not someone who's necessarily suited to be like the way he was used here was great. He's a schemer. He owns the
runs
muscle.
Iceberg Lounge.
Right, exactly.
A real threat to the Batman.
Because I said the same thing to Avery. You know what she said? She was like, well, because she used to watch the 66 version with her grandpa on her mom's side. She was like, it kind of reminded me of that Riddler. And there's an episode, or there's like an arc where the Riddler or the Penguin teams up with Two-Face, and they like do so. Or she said something about Two-Face.
Two-Face is not in 66.
No, it's not.
Or no. So it was Riddler and Penguin that they were going to team up or something like that. And I was like, it's weird that you would even bring that up because obviously, Matt Reeves was he had some kind of
in those relationships, Penguin is always like he provides the resources, the facilities, and then Two-Face or Riddler or whoever will be like
he's like a facilitator. He's never like the main guy.
In the second season of 66, there's actually a lot of team ups, and a lot of it is like Penguin and somebody else, and it's totally
it's funny because I never told her that Matt Reeves posted a photo of the fucking 66 Batman at one point in time. You know what I mean? She had no idea, and yet she literally, for some reason, she saw that underline like under there in that foundation, and I was like,
her daughter, man,
because it was like the four villains from the movie.
Yeah, it was. That's true.
Well, exactly, and then she even talked about maybe was Mr. Freeze in the 66 thing.
Mr. Zero is what he was called.
Yeah,
it wasn't done well.
It was.
Did he ever team up? Did he team up with somebody?
It was weird because it was a different actor every season.
Yeah, it wasn't the same actor. That's right.
And he was like their Blofeld.
Yes, he totally was. But he never. But no, Scott's right. Like, the four villains that are in the 66 movie are in this movie.
Yep.
Yeah. You just don't see the face of one of them.
She was thinking about that, and so I was like, no, it's interesting. Like, whatever. The way it ended, I was like, okay, well then, I know they threw out the Hush thing, and I saw that. I heard you guys talk about it, and I'm like, okay, but it's not really there. We get Two-Face, but he's already incarcerated, and from what it looks like, it doesn't look like that's an easy place to get out of because Two-Face probably would have already gotten out. So I'm thinking,
Two-Face.
Okay, well,
Two-Face.
You mean Joker?
Two-Face?
That's a Joker, dude.
That was a Joker, dude.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Oh no!
Two-Face, bro.
No,
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Dude, you're like my nephew thought it was Two-Face also
No,
because
bro.
of his face. No, dude, that's
It's a Joker.
Reeves has confirmed it.
That's
a whole IGN interview. I have to find the link.
No, that's fine. Me and Avery were like, oh, I guess Two-Face is still locked up in there. All right, that's
But
cool.
100%, I have 4 other people that have said the same thing that did not even catch it was Joker at all. And I'm interested to see Reeves talk about it more, because if he was trying to invoke that, hey, I want everyone to know like this is the Joker and to get really excited, I think he dropped the ball a little bit there.
I think the scene should have been cut entirely.
I'm not surprised you feel that way.
He underplayed it on purpose.
Because I didn't know who it was.
It wasn't from Reeves's explanation for it, and apparently there's another scene that was cut out of it because it was they shot another completely different part of it, but
with him and Batman together. Batman goes to Joker, or he says to not be Joker, to profile the Riddler.
The the purpose of, at least from the clip that I saw earlier today, the purpose of it, and yeah, this is the piece, Scott.
This is the IGN piece.
Yeah. The IGN piece. Okay. And he's saying, at least he's saying that the purpose of it is it's world building, and it's to like reinforce where Bruce is at in terms of like the arc at the end of the movie. It's not necessarily to tease that the Joker is going to show up. Like this is not like the end of Batman Begins.
Yeah, but we heard that shit before, man. When Batman Begins, Nolan said the same thing. Okay, yeah, this is just a nod.
But Nolan's already done it, so why would Reeves do the same fucking thing?
Because it doesn't mean that he's gonna be.
I mean, Reeves is doing something a little bit.
So you cannot say that you're gonna bring the rogues into this universe and completely ignore the biggest villain that he has.
Right.
He's not gonna ignore him. He's there.
But like, what the scene does is coincides with what I was saying about the Penguin, is the mobsters are like out of the picture now.
Yeah.
And so now this establishes, so like Penguin is your like, you've got Penguin and Two-Face, and Two-Face is more theatrical, but he's still a gangster, but he's just like a costumed gangster, right? Whereas like Riddler and Joker and a bunch of those guys are like, oh no, you're actually like psychotic supervillains. And like that's like the more colorful rogues gallery. And so I think that is I didn't like the things about the scene and how it was included. I do think it's a smart way of establishing or seeding that like, this makes sense for how in the sequel or the next one after that you can have that like full-blown rogues gallery.
My thoughts for that
I mean, do Nightfall, have Bane blow open Arkham and have them all get out that way.
Well, I'll bring something up with that too. But I mean, like when it came to that scene, and I knew like as soon as I heard the voice, I was like, there he fucking is. Yep. And when he said like this, like you turning people into clowns. All of a sudden, like my first showing, like people went ooh, like all of a sudden there was like a lot ooh, and it was like there it is, and then all of a sudden the laugh, you hear the laugh. I mean, when it came to Barry,
what laugh?
Whatever the hell, I mean,
he did the Joker laugh.
Yeah.
Did he? He has a Joker laugh.
Yeah, he's giggling all over.
I'm really hoping that he's not going to be the main villain in the next one. Don't do that. Tease him more.
Reeves said in an interview that's not his intention.
That's not his intention. Or I know that this one took the Long Halloween, but take a page out of the Long Halloween though, and in the same way that Penguin isn't a always like a main player. Yeah. Joker, while he's famous, often is like just fucking around in the background. Yeah, you can easily have like a Joker out there that's not like incorporated the way Penguin was into this, where he's just kind of causing chaos, but not the main antagonist.
And that would be I mean, it's kind of what it's what Ayer wanted to do with Suicide Squad. Truthfully, like it's the same kind of dynamic.
Joker. Hey, all I gotta say, the fact that was Joker, and as big as a Batman fan that I am, had no fucking clue, didn't even recognize it, even when he said the clown, like all that, I was like, okay,
couldn't tell by the laugh.
Joker. Wow. I was like, okay, cool. I never once was like, no, that's Joker. So remember whenever I said earlier that I hated the fucking arm break, that scene didn't like do it for me? No, fuck this Joker.
No, replace this.
That shit right there, that's pathetic for me as a Batman fan, because I had no idea that was Joker.
I think he undersold it on purpose, so he doesn't undercut entire movie.
And I liked the other.
He would turn into something else if it would make it more apparent that it's the Joker.
Yeah. I really want to see the 4-hour version.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's something that's going to be released in some form or not.
I hope it is on HBO Max.
I feel like what lost the most.
That tweet the other day was fake, though.
Yeah, I know.
I know. Yeah, I got fooled by it. God damn it.
I want, because the part that I feel like suffers the most from plot being stripped away is that third, like truncated third act.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Not the third act fucking complaint again.
What?
Oh, Jesus!
I love the movie, but I mean, structurally speaking, though, it's the equivalent of like ending The Dark Knight after Joker is captured without him getting out, and then still doing the ferry scene.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you know what the third act felt.
You don't have to agree with it, but I'm just speaking about the structure specifically. You can like the structure or not like the structure, but that is the way it's structured.
No.
It's like BBS, the BBS theatrical joint, that you knew there was something more to let you know something
because this also impacts part of why I don't like the Joker scene. is because it gets susceptible to that Return of the King ending situation where there's like so many endings, and the Joker one wasn't like holy shit enough. Like Garza didn't even know who it is. Bro, I think there was some smattering applause in my theater, but in order to have that scene in there as out of context as it is, and how much it interrupts the flow, to me it needs to be like this, like holy shit, it's the Joker.
I agree 100%.
And what's interesting about that, I think,
because it wasn't even referenced throughout the entire movie for to pay off.
The fact that there was no that as me as a fan, okay, like as a true fan, didn't even get that thought of, wait, is that the Joker?
If it wasn't the fucking point. It wasn't the point of why he did it in the first place.
But regardless, what I was saying,
get the fuck out, Ray.
Yeah, no. My whole point is that okay? Well, why are you gonna fucking flash this stupid fucking hush on the goddamn screen, and yet you're gonna sit there and give me a fucking Joker tease that I thought was Two-Face?
No,
fuck out of here.
I think there's more to that.
Let me explain myself here.
This is why I wanted to.
Let me just explain myself for a second. The thing is, third act complaints, and it really isn't directed at you, Steven. Third act complaints have become a thing. Like it's like plot holes. It's like plot holes when it comes to comic book movies. And I've been hearing about bad third acts since the first Wonder Woman movie. I am tired of hearing from everyone on Twitter about bad third acts. It's become a crutch.
Fucking third act was changed.
And I can explain my third act complaints in a way that is completely separate from those, which I'm obviously going to do eventually here, because I always explain everything.
Really, Stephen? I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Mild shock.
I gotta start pulling up my drops here because it's getting
but I know what you mean. I rolled my eyes before I saw it, when I was hearing third act complaints too, because normally it's like devolves into a CGI spectacle or whatever, and it's just that kind of one size fits all, like.
Well, I guess for me, like as far as like the third act itself, like if we're talking about the structure, and if that's the crux of your complaint, is like that it just feels tacked on. Is that what it is? That like it feels tacked on from the point after the Riddler is captured?
It interrupts because you're in a moment where the movie is transitioning from sort of one threat like to the next, or from one situation to the next, and that doesn't aid in the transition, and so you're inserting it at a part where you're already kind of changing gears, and it's a little bit long, and is a little bit of an ending almost for Riddler in the way it winds things down, but doesn't tie back into the
dialogue.
Okay,
does it feel inserted because there was a point where you felt, okay, the big secret is out and the main villain is already caught. So then this whole debacle happened on the third act, quote unquote third act. Is that why he feels that he didn't stick the landing with the third act?
But it's also because the first and second acts were so strong too. So it kind of,
I think to contextualize my third act complaints, I think that any other movie, it would probably still be a criticism, but it wouldn't bother me as much because it was as good as most other comic book movies. The problem was that this movie had such a high bar that it met most of the time, that when it dropped down to like pretty good or okay from like amazing, it was like really jarring. And so when it's a scene like the Riddler one where it's like, well, that's not even necessary. Like, that's interesting for what it sets up, but that's not necessary for what you're doing now. It's a weird, like, why is it there?
It didn't do anything new. That was the thing. It didn't do anything new.
See, but I'll push. Here's where I look at the third act. Like, I think that the third act is mostly thematic. And it's less about the end of Riddler's journey and more about the beginning of Bruce's new journey. Because the whole reason that you have the catastrophe occurs because he needs to evolve. He needs to change. Now,
vengeance too.
And I understand the point about, like, okay, this wasn't the whole idea of him having an army that he set up on the internet. Yes, that's quite believable these days, but
yes,
it
100%.
But I also appreciated how they said he has 500 followers because so much more.
Too much.
Some movies get that kind of stuff so wildly wrong all the time. It's like, no, that is like a 5.
Totally. And I get where people could say, well, that wasn't really seeded, but then like to me, like it was all sewn up that one shot, where I have a feeling, Dave, that your Bane thing may come up because of something that happens.
Yes,
at this point.
Yes.
Which
that
was
my
the adrenaline shot that was green. I was like, yo,
green. And he has a port in his suit.
Yeah,
to,
just for that.
Yeah. That's I told you, Scott. We all thought this. We all, except for Phil, he didn't think it, but we all thought this. We all totally thought that's what it was. But no, like when he unmasked the guy and it turns out to be the dude who was at the funeral.
Yeah.
And he just says, and he's like, who the hell are you? I'm Vengeance. And that's like the light bulb, like, oh shit. And it reinforces the realization of what the hero worship that the Riddler had. Like, I really am, like, I am having it. Like, it makes his whole line later about, I did have an effect even stronger, because it's not just that he has an effect of now becoming a hero. It's also that he realizes the bad effect that he can also have. Mm-hmm. So the reason that he has to be put into that scenario where he's got to, basically save literally the people in that stadium is this is where he's got to leave the life of vengeance and start to become the hero. Without this catastrophe, he can't have the moment where, the great shot with the flare and, reaching out for the mayor. And then my favorite at the very end, where that woman is about to be airlifted and she won't let go of his 100%. Arm.
Yeah.
And he's like,
that was a great shot.
And that threw him off for a second. He's like, wait a minute. Because he's used to everybody being afraid of him.
Part of the
you had the guy at the subway at the beginning of the movie going, don't hurt me.
Exactly.
And he's like, I'm not coming after you.
But even if
think about the turning point. Think about a turning point where the fact that who like when he shot himself up and he attacked that dude and he fucking boom. Who was the guy? It was the guy from the beginning who was in the makeup, and he's like, who are you? He's like, I am Vengeance. And it got to the point where Batman was like, oh shit. It's like maybe I shouldn't be because all throughout the movie, Selena calls him Vengeance. Oswald calls him Vengeance.
Mr. Vengeance.
Mr. Vengeance. It's always about vengeance. And now I think that point right there in the movie is where Bruce was like, fuck, maybe I shouldn't be Vengeance anymore. I need to be something else. And then even with the narration at the end where he says, I got to be something more and something like that, and I'm like, all right, that was like a turning point.
All I wanted to see in the third act, which not really a complaint, it's just like, again, I think it borderlines what Steven was saying, that there was nothing new in the third act as far as what Batman was doing. He was still, that last fight was just like the first fight. Like there was no, and I know that sounds weird, and that's not a complaint. I'm just saying that it didn't progress.
Well, I think,
which is weird.
I agree with that. I agree with what Ray said actually about his description of the third act too, except in a weird way, or maybe not a weird way, because it's me and Ray. It's almost a criticism where, like, I agree that's what it should be doing and is trying to do, but I think that what has been sticking with me recently is I went back and I was looking through the Long Halloween, and what's fascinating about this, if you know the story of Long Halloween, is they took the holiday killer role from that and gave it to Riddler, whereas in the book it's Harvey Dent. And then,
or is it?
Or
right.
Or is it?
And then,
wife,
and so then when you get to the, but the point is that because it is, there's a lot of red herrings for who it is, which adds to the investigation. But so then by the time you get to the reveal of like, oh, like the holiday part is closed up, it springboards the like third act of the book, which is the part that The Dark Knight took most heavily from it, which is like the creation of Two-Face and him taking Gordon's family and Batman getting him. And this movie, if you think about it, is structured there's a lot of similarities to The Dark Knight in the same way, because Dark Knight also takes a lot from Long Halloween.
That's all I was thinking of. Dark Knight.
Where you get to where Riddler plays a similar role to what Joker played there, except the difference is that Riddler doesn't create a Two-Face. He's got the Riddler copycats, which kind of serve that role. But in order to get from the first half of the third act, which is, all the Riddler stuff is done, in order to transfer into to accentuate Batman has changed things and now he inspired Riddler, who inspired these other people, and so now you've got these like crazy criminals instead of like the crime, but like the Falcone crowd. And then that would have made the if that was, I think, strong, more well established, then it would have made the Joker scene fit better, or I think the alternate version we can talk about in a minute, I think sounds like it might have fit better under that lens. But my issue with it was because there's no Two-Face, or there's no one kind of in here, that second half of the third act feels like it feels a lot more contrived than I wish it did, where like all the visual metaphors of him rising out of the blood red water, then driving out of the cemetery and turning different directions. Like there's all these like this repeated visual metaphors for like him getting out of his rage and out of his depression and looking for something new to be this inspiration, because he realizes, as vengeance, I'm inspiring criminals. Also, if I need to also inspire the good people of Gotham to do good things. And they almost needed another villain, like Anarchy or someone like that, to personify that. To me, a more, because I know they had the guy he pulled the mask off who said "I am vengeance," but if they needed, there was no foil for Batman, and so as a result, those moments where he's like walking out of the water, it's like the only reason the water, because there's no character connecting it other than Batman, it feels very much like, the water is there just so that they can make a baptism metaphor. Like the water's not necessary for any other reason other than to create an opportunity for this visual metaphor, because the character, there's a kink in the storyline where there is a through line in The Long Halloween and The Dark Knight of establishing that like what comes out of the Riddler investigation.
Well, and now,
okay, hold on.
I know, absolutely. I already know. The thing is I'm going to say this after
you turn the blue light on.
"Quote unquote fucking king" says his goodbyes, because hey, listen, I'm the king of the house. Go for it.
Oh God. Well, go ahead, Ben.
Hey, listen, he would never have said anything. It would not have been a fucking issue, okay? But he fucking is the one that said, "No, I'm the king of the house." I fucking
see. You should tell him to calm down, Ben, not me. I'm fine.
Yeah. Ben, your mic's not working.
I think your mic's muted.
Well, no, you
good start.
You already turned it off.
Shut the fuck up, Garza. You knew I was fucking around with you guys, because I don't talk like that in my house. Anybody that's married knows who owns a fucking house.
You value your life.
Yeah, I value my life.
Hey.
All right,
but if we had let you get away with it, you wouldn't have corrected us.
Yeah, that's true.
What the hell?
Act like a bitch, get slapped like a bitch.
That's what I'm trying to avoid.
There you go. Happy wife, happy
All right,
life.
guys.
I get it.
All right, guys. Love you guys.
Bye, Ben.
All right, take it easy, Ben. Thanks for showing up. Real Anarchy, all that stuff.
Say it. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know if
Okay.
Listen.
That was great.
No bullshit. So the one thing I thought was kind of interesting, but not really interesting, because I was like, okay, I wanted more from it, is I don't understand why Riddler was okay with getting caught. Like, I get that he wanted Batman in there, and so that the water wouldn't get to them or something, like, whatever.
He said, because we're gonna be safe here.
Yeah,
we
were
watching
on
together.
Higher ground.
Yeah, and that's fair, but it's like, yeah, but bro, you're still in fucking penitentiary at that point. Like,
but he's.
Well, I think he wanted to be remembered.
Yes, exactly.
And that's why I'm like, and that's why that's why I think what Steven's saying is we needed another villain to kind of encapsulate that send off, because it didn't feel like an ending. It's like, okay,
Riddler brought us to the close of the
Yeah,
the vengeance chapter, and I think we.
I agree with that. I agree with Scott. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I'm with you with that too.
I kind of look at it as maybe we're trying to apply conventionalized superhero movie wisdom to how this movie think is supposed to end. And it's like,
and I'm saying absolutely not, because for the life of me, I will never go into a movie. I did it with this fucking film. I didn't even watch most of the trailer. You guys know me. Like, I was like, yeah, I hadn't seen the clips.
Yeah,
because I wanted to go in so fucking fresh, because I was like, I don't, You know what I mean? Like, why am I gonna try to
well,
compare
no, but I don't even mean like I don't mean like prior, like
I know,
not me and
it's
Dave.
just like I wasn't thinking that, okay, we're gonna get this big CGI fest at the end, because there was no way that this film was telling me that I was gonna get that.
Right.
So I was curious, like, okay, well, how the fuck is this gonna end? Because okay, Riddler's caught.
Well, and see, but that's what I appreciated about the ending, was that it wasn't a CGI fest, which
Absolutely.
I don't necessarily have issues. The ending of Zack Snyder's Justice League is a CGI fest. It is.
Dude, ending in BVS is a CGI fest. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
like,
this is a CGI fest, but it's pretty clean because it's very subtle.
It's not even that. I get that it's not meant to be. Like, I wasn't expecting it to be like, okay, we're gonna have some big fucking, Ex Machina fucking just pop up or anything. Like, I was like, well, how the fuck are they gonna end this? Because Riddler's obviously caught, and so I felt not that it was downplayed or cheap to have those Riddler, copycats kind of going out there, because that's cool. But I was like, yeah, but those aren't formidable villains for Batman. Like, Batman's just beating up fucking random homeless orphans.
That's what I liked about it.
Yeah, he did almost die. He did almost die to that one guy. Selena didn't show up.
He got a buckshot to the chest.
Yeah, no. As soon as I saw that buckshot, I was like, okay, well,
yeah.
But the whole point, though, is that it's like, this is Batman in second year, so I was like, okay, well, obviously there's some other villains out there that he doesn't even know of, or they don't, whatever. It's just, again, as a Batman fan, I was just expecting, and not expecting in a bad way or good way, but I was just like, well, is there more to this? Like, because this feels like just like the fucking club fight scene. Like,
yeah, and I liked it. So like, I'm being critical. like, it's just, it wasn't as the conclusion wasn't as strong as the start. And I'm just trying to figure out why I feel that way about it. So
like, this is a piece of shit ending. Like, fuck this ending. I was just like, oh, okay.
Right, but and I understand. Okay, so you didn't hate it. All right, cool. That's great. If you did, it's fine. It's all subjective. But
right.
I had to say that at least once. But like, but no,
every time he says it.
I like that. Remember, you used to turn that into a drinking game. That was like
I did turn into a drinking game.
Yeah, it's a drinking game on the vodka stream. That's for sure. Anytime you say it, I take a drink.
but no, I like how it was unconventional. I like how, in terms of the expectations of who Batman's going to fight at the end, that it wasn't the big bad, that it was okay. Well, no, because like the third act really isn't about him fighting the Riddler knockoffs. It's really about him saving the day. Yeah. It's about him saving.
And when I say another villain, I don't mean.
All the explosions, and then he fucking comes crashing down.
That's a fucking amazing entrance.
Well,
yes.
And for me,
it's a great entrance.
And for me, thematically, and I even sort of an out of context spoiler posted this last night on Twitter, but all I could think of leading into that, and thinking about the dude at the subway at the beginning, and then him with the flare, the people, all I could think of was those scenes from Darwin Cook's The New Frontier, where he goes to save the kid from the cult, and the kid like draws away from him, and then and then later on when he's got Robin and he's changed his costume from like the Bob Kane costume to like the 50s Batman costume, and Superman's like, new look. He's like, I didn't get into this to scare kids. Like, and I always think of, and that's what played to like, that encapsulates Batman's journey in this movie is I didn't get into this to scare kids.
Exactly. And like Ray, you were talking about, my favorite scene of the ending too is that girl grabbing him, because a few days later, Batman may have just walked away. He might brush it off, but the fact that he grabs her hand back, that is him.
And gave her a nod.
Yes,
gave her a nod too. Like, yes,
that's putting that symbol of that's why for me, I guess and I know Steven's going to say something about villain. I don't need a villain per se, because it's not that Batman is a villain, but it's almost he's overcoming himself in that finale, and what he would do versus what he should do. And I absolutely loved it, because I honestly started to tear up when he grabbed that girl's hand, because my goodness, like it was powerful stuff, and I loved the ending, and plus like I'm fine with Riddler getting locked up, because he's definitely missing a few crayons out of the box. Like, he's a very smart individual, but then he's also singing at the top of his lungs like a fucking lunatic.
Half the fucking box and the sharpener.
And that's what I love. The first half of the movie, you're just like, oh, he's just sophisticated, really smart. let's see what's gonna happen. Then you slowly see the layers. Like, okay, he does deserve to be in Arkham. He does deserve to be next to.
He's Fruit Loops.
Yeah,
he's a bowl of Fruit Loops.
Yeah, especially at the end, Joker's talking him down. Like, it's okay. Like, you can make a comeback story.
If the Joker is talking you down, you
know
massive fucking
you know you kind of overshot your load there. Man.
First off, the Joker was not talking him down because that was fucking Two-Face. So
oh fuck yeah,
that was Two-Face. Is the fact that guess what? That wasn't the Joker talking him down. The fact that scene exists. Okay, I'm still fucking.
It was just. I've been avoiding saying this because Ray's on the stream and he'd disagree with the characterization, but it wasn't this bad or this extreme.
Oh, let's hear
but
this.
It felt way more CW than the rest of the movie. It's like the movie is like.
There it is.
Oh no! Steven brought out the steel.
Throw a knife at Steven.
I was waiting.
There it is. There it is.
I don't even watch any CW shit. I could sit there and be like, "That's not even CW." At least CW would have gone over the top of been like a fucking crazy lunatic laugh. Like
even at least.
I will admit that it felt like a post-credit scene. Like it should have been. Like,
in a review, it was like a post-credit scene they just put at the end of the movie.
So the funny part about that, Steven and everybody, is that the CW has already kind of done something like this.
Harley Quinn.
With Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
Yes. and it was Tara
away.
And it was Tara Strong. It was actually her voice. So yeah.
Well, here's the reason why it fucked it up for me. Now that you guys have told me that's Joker, and I'm still like, I'm not gonna let that fucking go for a long time.
I'm shocked, Garza.
I didn't. Yeah,
Garza not letting something go.
Listen,
I'm shocked.
First off, you're lucky I'm not sitting here fucking cussing out Matt Reeves because fuck him. But
like he does Christopher Nolan.
Yeah, exactly. Christopher Nolan, fuck him. He made Tenet. Okay? So, I'm just kidding. I don't really hate the movie that much. It's just I'm fucking around. But the fact that I couldn't tell. Okay, well, is that green hair? Like I don't.
Well, so that's okay. Now to your point, Garza. Reeves has said he is the Joker, but he's not the Joker
yet.
He's like Red Hood 1. He's Red Hood 1 essentially.
He's a guy Batman put in Arkham during year 1.
Okay,
so wearing a red helmet, maybe.
Did you guys read the alternate version of the scene that they cut?
No, I've not read the alternate version of the scene.
So in the alternate version, I think it may have been in addition to or possibly an alternate, but it's where Batman is going down the hall like to see Riddler or after leaving or something, and the Joker, the unnamed prisoner as they're calling him, is like, oh, we're coming up on our 1-year anniversary, aren't we? And he's like, and then he asks him for like a psych profile or whatever on. He's like, what do you think of this guy or whatever? And he gives him like a psychological evaluation of Riddler, which I think it has some cool implied history in it.
That would have been pretty cool.
Yeah, well, I think it better because the way that they did it was way too like it's the joke, or I guess it's an unnamed prisoner.
No. They literally did it. They did it to. There's this fucking person that's playing this that you're supposed to know, but yet you don't give us any fucking context. How am I supposed to know that that's fucking green?
Because I think what they were part of it is just because it's a fun tease, but part of it is because they're trying not to overpower the ending of the movie.
Absolutely.
With holy shit, it's Joker. Because what does that have to do with anything else?
Right.
But as a result,
stuck in the middle. Yeah,
it's a weird. And that's why I say it should have been cut. Is because it's just I don't know if that you can thread that needal.
The whole thing though is that if that was Two-Face, I would have accepted like. Oh yeah, Two-Face is obviously already Two-Face. That's cool. He's already in Arkham because he's a fucking psychotic and he's Two-Face. That's great. That just gives us a hey. There's other villains in this. The fact that you're telling me that that's fucking Joker? Are you fucking kidding me? Joker's already locked up.
So two things about that, Garza. One, I'm glad it wasn't Two-Face because if this is year 2 of Batman,
Joker,
we should not meet Harvey Dent yet. Like I want to.
We haven't met DEA Harvey Dent yet.
Exactly. So we got to do all of that over again.
Well, okay, but if this isn't like if this is Red Hood, I'm saying Red Hood 1 for a reason because I just read 0 Year. If that's who this is, then okay.
This is right after the spill, right after the fall into the chemicals.
Yeah, it's like he got arrested right away.
But Reeves said he's not doing
He's not doing killings.
Yeah,
he's not doing
really.
No, he said his
got a
idea, and
disease,
this is all in this IGN article, that he's going with the original inspiration of the movie that inspired Jerry Robinson and Bill Finger to do the Joker, which was The Man Who Laughs.
Oh, really?
Which is the idea that he's born with this genetic defect. That he has he can't stop smiling. And the idea is that what happens when you're born with the seat, like it's nothing that happens to you. It's something that you're just born with.
You're looking like Jack Nicholson in fucking '89. He was always just no matter what. He can't bring.
What's with that grin?
But as far as the second thing, as far as the scene itself, I didn't need it.
No,
but it doesn't. Needed. But it doesn't bother me.
Yeah,
it doesn't bother me at all.
Listen, like I mentioned though, if it was Two-Face and instead of saying the clown line, you just heard a fucking coin or something, you'd be like, dude, that's Two-Face already. Like, regardless of the DA, like we don't need to see his fucking origin story anymore because guess what? He's Two-Face. Like why do I need to go for it and go, all right, well, in order for you to do a Two-Face arc or whatever, you're going to have to give us Harvey Dent, and then you're going to have to give us him turning into...
one of the other things...
The thing about Harvey Dent is he's always been the white. I mean, like I think that's
right.
When you go back to Dark Knight,
you got to finish that sentence.
I know.
He's always been the white.
He's always been a white knight. Sorry, easy there. He's always been the white supremacist.
But it's
Film
just
Junkee thinks Harvey Dent can only be white.
What are you trying to say, Dave?
Dave says that
we had a black Gordon and a black Selena. What's wrong with you?
Well, he doesn't like Billy D. Williams as Harvey Dent. Is what he's saying. He's like, don't give me any of that bullshit Batman.
I can't read that
Tim Burton.
they're putting out right now.
What the hell?
Tim Burton race bending.
No bullshit though. No bullshit.
Did you hear what they're going to do to Robin with Marlon Wayans?
Wow.
Can you believe this?
We're going down a rabbit hole, white people. Let's
totally
be careful here.
Anybody reading Batman '89?
No,
I mean,
lean into the rabbit hole, guys.
Anyways, if you're gonna tell
down
us
we go,
Harvey Dent is actually in this fucking world, okay, which is great. That's cool. Harvey Dent exists. You're gonna have to tell us he is Harvey Dent before he's Two-Face, or you can go, no, he's just Two-Face. Like that. I don't need to see an origin story of Harvey Dent because guess what? That he's Batman year 2.
Also the part of the problem is that it doesn't have to be that way, but it's the long hollow. He's a part of the long Halloween story, and so you'd need
Big
to.
Time.
And you also remember
Two-Face in that story.
The Dark Knight, Batman is basically year 2, right? Or year whatever. He's still fresh.
No, he's year 2. Yeah, he's definitely year 2.
And guess what? He gets a fucking Two-Face. He doesn't last long, but it's still a Two-Face in there. So it's like, if Reeves was like, no, I'm just not, I don't want to do that, then give us a Two-Face already locked up. Because guess what? Whatever the story is.
The alternative, I think, would be cool also, though, is give us Harvey Dent for a whole movie.
Yeah, just
let's say it's going to be a trilogy. Give us Harvey Dent for all. We need a new DA, right?
Yeah.
Give us Harvey Dent for all of 2, and then just make his turn to have the opening scene of Batman 3 being him getting splashed with acid in court.
Here's where we go. Here's where I have to bring the business aspect into this because. What is it that they're really going to do? What is it that you really think they want to do? Do they really want to do? If they're leaving the doors so wide open for all these characters, do they really want to put him in just the movies? Or
okay, we got
show.
GCPD.
GCPD.
Max.
Absolutely, and no bullshit.
Oh,
that is
that GCPD show could be a covert Harvey Dent show.
Harvey Dent has to be in that show.
I hadn't even thought about that yet. If that happens after the Batman,
you do a Mr. Freeze, or you do something to where you see these villains' background of becoming their villains in the shows on HBO Max.
Yes.
And that's great. That's cool because that's the smart idea to do it.
And with the Arkham mechanism, and even though I don't like the scene. The establishing there are characters like Joker locked away. You can have a Harvey Dent origin on TV, and then in the movie, and then he ends up in Arkham, and then the movie is like, this dude broke out of Arkham, and you know who he is because he's a comic book villain, and we can truncate his history because why was he in there? Oh, he's the former DA, whatever.
Right.
But the actual story can still be told, and so it allows you to have this TV show without also feeling like,
hey,
here's all this
Batman
homework.
Forever did it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
True.
just on just on TV.
If the Bat wants to play, we'll play.
That's what I'm saying. Like Two-Face is a villain that we don't need to see an origin for, just like we didn't need to see an origin for Riddler. I didn't need to. I mean, even though it technically is kind of like you understand the Riddler, or you see why he did all the shit he did.
He explains his origin. You don't see.
Yeah, exactly. Right. That's what I mean. Like it's not like it's not like I needed to be like, oh man, is Riddler like? Should I feel bad for him?
Yeah.
Or, no, you were just like, yeah, no, he's fucking crazy, and I get why he's crazy, but that's cool.
To be fair, I only brought up the idea of what they could be doing with Two-Face because you're so fucking certain that's him.
Right? No, absolutely. I mean,
by the
the
way,
fact
can
that
I offer a spoiler from this?
Yeah.
Why not? We've already seen the movie.
Okay. Riddler's the one who burned Wayne Manor down.
Oh shit! That's
wow.
wow.
Which I mean, it kind of makes sense because he was literally staring death stare at Bruce. But
well, also building him as a serial killer
right.
is that's like a very great, like that's a typical kind of precursor to serial killer behavior. Where you look back and you're like, okay, he didn't have his shtick yet. He didn't have his like thing that he does at every crime scene, but you can still see the same motivations of wanting to burn down. Something associated, yeah,
and that's always in true crime docs when they find like the first few victims and they have like a way of killing people, but it's like they screwed up a bit or they didn't know how to take apart the body. That's like 101 stuff.
It's like the prototype.
Yes,
right.
exactly.
Which again, okay, dude, if you introduced not Harvey Dent, but Two-Face in this Arkham, you'd be like, well, dude, what the fuck did he do? Like, obviously he got fucked up and he's in Arkham now. So
Garza guessed wrong on the Joker cameo, so he's just going to talk about Two-Face for the entire rest of the vodka stream.
That opens up a huge fucking thing. Like, all right, well, who the fuck else is out there in his villain? Because you go to me like you're going to tell me that this barely guy that could be
Maroni
did, yeah,
is maybe a Joker. Okay, but he's not really Joker. But okay, so that means
man, yeah, you need a new DA to stop Maroni from getting out by calling a mistrial on the.
Thank you. I'm glad you finally caught up to where I was.
Sorry,
like that's
right.
But okay, fine. Now that means we got to watch a Harvey Dent origin fucking story.
No, it doesn't have to be a Harley Dent.
Well, I mean, we just saw.
Story.
I mean,
it doesn't have.
Do you want Batman movies?
Yeah, I want to watch Batman fucking films. I don't need an origin story of a goddamn fucking Harvey Dent again. I don't. I'm sorry. I want a Batman film.
But Nolan was a little different.
It was a little different, yes.
Well, no, I get that. I get that. But my point though is that like unless you tell that story, you're not gonna unless you just establish that he already exists. Now you have to tell that story.
Well, except like I said though, you have Arkham though, and so if they tell the story on TV, which I think would be a great way of telling it,
he's gone for the night. He made his point.
Is that then in the movies you can like for example, you could be like, I don't want to see that shit. I'm not going to watch the show. And then as far as you're concerned in the movie, well, Two-Face broke out of Arkham. It's like any Batman, that's the beginning of any Batman story. So and so broke out of Arkham. Okay, cool.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, no,
we're used to the revolving door.
Or like I said, they could pull the Nightfall where Bane comes in on a helicopter and blows the wall of. Or is it Arkham or Blackgate?
It's Arkham.
It is Arkham. Okay.
It's Arkham and Nightfall.
But no, to Scott's point, no, Maroni isn't done. Like
no, 100%.
His operation was still running.
Not just that, but he could get out. His conviction could be overturned if it turns out that Falcone being the rat was underhanded or the.
It was underhanded. I mean, that's what Kinsey basically points out. This was corrupt.
I heard you guys talking on your Squadcast review about how the Gotham Fund, the Restoration Fund worked. The renewal fund, which I thought was interesting because I was thinking about that also. And I don't know if this is the right answer. Someone might have a better answer, but my assumption is always that it has something to do with money laundering, because that's the big problem. And so if you have a big fund like that where you can have untraceable donations from from random people, you put it into the fund, and the fund is supposed to be big. So the fact that it's got $1 billion in it or whatever is not suspicious. And then you're just on the board and can withdraw from it, and you
can pay it to whatever public works.
Right.
I picked up a little bit more on the second viewing, like especially when you kind of listen to what Kinsey says. It's just like I said in the review, it the first time when everything's getting thrown at you, it just seemed a little MacGuffin-y for me.
Yeah.
And so,
so
the second time it was, I'm getting a better idea, but it's still a MacGuffin. It's still a MacGuffin.
Scott, when I saw it, I was like, okay, this is really fast, and it's a lot of information all at once, a lot of exposition all at once. But this seems real because I know this shit happens in real life, so I'll buy it.
Yeah.
Right. No, there wasn't a bridge too far. As I was mentioning in my review, it was just me being the brain that wants to know how it all works.
Yes.
And it's the movie doesn't really need you to know how it all works. The movie just needs you to accept that there's basically this giant slush fund that exists that the corrupt people can pull out of at will because they got their hands in the cookie jar, which is what Kinsey basically sets up. It says when Wayne died, everyone descended on the fund like vultures.
Yeah. And I think that's similar to like what you're saying about it being MacGuffin-y. I think kind of as a nitpick, because despite hyper focusing on some of this stuff, it's like I said, anything that I'm complaining about other than the Joker scene is it's just the rough edge on an otherwise amazing thing. And so the part that you hyper focus on is why is that a little bit MacGuffin-y? And that I think is partly contributes to why when the MacGuffin, when the Riddler stuff is resolved, it recontextualizes a lot of it to be oh, it wasn't really so much of a it was a mystery, but it was breadcrumbs because Batman was supposed to solve it. He was supposed to lead him where it led him. He was supposed to get Falcone out in the light. And so as a result, it kind of the closing of that in a way implicitly acknowledges oh yeah, that was just a MacGuffin the whole time. Now here's this third act without a villain, a personified villain. That uses a lot of visual it's when I say there should be another villain there, I'm not saying it should have been Clayface should have come out and battled it out with him, so for the sake of spectacle or intensity, so much as to personify that shift into to sort of de-MacGuffin the Riddler stuff, to be oh no, his role as an inspiration for him and Batman both are inspiring villains.
He was still looking for the Riddler trophies, Steve.
So make it make it Anarchy or Victor Zsasz, or Zsasz would be weird because he's so specific. Anarchy.
If he was looking for the Riddler trophies, Dave, that movie'd be 10 fucking hours long.
Oh, I know,
it'd be a never-ending fucking movie.
my question would be, okay, so was the last major thing? Let's say Batman didn't stop it. Was it just killing the mayor? Was that the last thing that the Riddler you know what I mean? Okay, if he kills the mayor, or if they kill the mayor, then what? What?
Well, the point is that this was my interpretation, is that because of the whole, what starts from the very first scene in the movie, basically the No More Lies, is that Riddler was just tired of the bullshit.
Right.
Everyone who makes a promise is a liar. Nothing is ever going to change. So let's just shut the fucking liars.
He was directly involved with those killings.
Right, but he even names Bella Real in that video to his
unlocked also notice there's no evidence by all indications of the movie she's clean.
Yeah.
Right.
And so the idea is that they have these other clearly dirty guys, and so you're so there's to give you an opening to be well, he's kind of an anti-hero if you think about it, until it gets to the end and he's no, they're all the same, and you're whoa, now you've gone too far, but because you've inspired this movement around you,
but after that
it's
movement,
too late.
Okay, if you kill the mayor, then what? The movement, I'm using this as a reference, but I'm not meaning it this way, but for instance, the Dark Knight, or the Dark Knight Returns, the reason why he uses the bat, people that follow him, is because he technically, quote unquote, is no longer active, and so he's using the bat, the followers, to help out do his justice of Batman or Batmaning.
The sons of Batman.
I mean, it was a lot like Joker's plot in The Dark Knight. I mean, really, Riddler really closely, and I'm surprised I haven't seen that as more of a criticism. Actually, not that I mind it, but
there's. But it's Dave did a video about somebody that said that, didn't you?
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, let's just assume that she dies. Okay, then like, what else is happening then after that? Like, like you're already caught. Like,
well, he wanted vengeance, right? They wanted to like these were people who were orphans who had. Well, because it's the
establishment.
I mean, look at this. I doubt that it was written in context of this because it was written and filmed so long ago. But I mean, look at like the state of politics in our country. And like the way that groups are forming and what those groups are doing. Like,
I get that, but the whole sins of our father, like like at the end of the day, like is a child responsible for the sins of their father, right? Like,
but that's also that's jealousy,
right?
Because Bruce was Bruce got to be this revered orphan.
Really go through it, and I get that, but
well, and also Riddler kind of ran. He's psychotic. Like the difference between him and Batman is Batman, and it makes you question that a little bit. Where it's like, well, why is Batman not psychotic, but Riddler is? And it's because Batman has a code or a system or a process that maybe he's not all there, maybe he's too much there, but he's got lines he doesn't cross. Whereas Riddler, I think part of the reason that this was the end of his thing was just because that's the end of his list, and so he's like, okay, my list is over. So, but he can't mentally pack it up and say, well, so problem solved, we're all done. So he's just handing it off then at the end to be like, carry on my mission, and he has no responsibility for that anymore. He gets to feel like he changed things and he had an influence. People know his name, and he has no responsibility for saying like, what's next.
Right, and that's perfectly okay. But guess what, dude? They're not you. Like, you are the fucking Riddler. You're doing all this shit and not getting caught. They are just fucking random people that, guess what? They ended up getting their ass beat by the fucking Batman. So you get what I mean? Like, it's like he was setting them up.
But I think part of it is that if you're truly this detached, I think we're trying to apply logic to someone who that train jumped the track like 3 stops back.
Only because that was given to us at the very beginning, like throughout the first and second act. Like, this dude is on a point. Like, he knows what the fuck he's doing. Like, there's no, he's not acting wild and crazy.
And up to that point, Batman and Riddler had been there's a cat and mouse, but a foils for each other, where Riddler's writing the riddles and Batman is solving them, and they're kind of doing this dance. And then when they meet, that's when Riddler is like, we're the same, and Batman's like, no, we're not. And so that's kind of the point at which it's like, oh no, they weren't actually, well, their storylines are intentionally paralleled up to that point. That's why Riddler stops and Batman's continues on, and why Batman says, I need to be more than this, because Riddler and I, speaking from a principled perspective, we thought we were doing the same thing. How do I make sure I'm A, not inspiring that, B, not being that myself? If I'm Batman, how do I know that I'm not participating in that? Well, because I need to be something more than vengeance alone.
Right. Which again, it's like, and if you're going to give us this inspiration of the Riddler, like, okay, so you're just, I mean, if you quote unquote had 500 followers, only 10 of them showed up. Like,
well, I think someone that's more polarized, like, because if you think about it,
with guns, and
those were the patrons. Those were the
patrons. You're also aware that there are people who organize online and have a misunderstanding of how large their group is, or misperception.
Like, we have real world examples of this shit.
But if a little bit. Like, let me put it this way. Let me just say it this way. Like, not saying that this would have improved it. I'm just saying that this is what I would figure. Okay, you have those fucking people that were doing that one thing, but he also had 10 other people doing something else that Batman didn't even know about, because
that's my problem.
You know what I mean? Like, he fucking he was like,
I wouldn't be shocked if the sequel has Riddler gangs, right? Gang, like, still out there.
They could, but the whole point is, technically, the first film didn't give us that of a possibility. All they did was, these are the people that showed up.
Yeah, but I don't think it needs to wrap up that story, though, because that's kind of the whole reason that he says he needs to do more is because he realizes that they both inspired people.
No, I know,
and so that would even add to it. If that's the case.
I'm not saying that they needed to show that. I'm just saying that that's why I kind of felt deflated with these almost Riddler pretenders, because I was like, well, you guys aren't Riddler, and you obviously got caught and beat up. Like, dude, Riddler was on a point.
And that's why I say that I know not everybody agrees with me with this, but as he was going through those moments after that where he's like jumps and cuts the power line and then rises out of the thing, it was a sequence of, it was almost a montage because it was so kind of, it got to a point in the movie where, to me, the movie was just saying, okay, now we need to visually communicate these things. And it wasn't wrapped up around a character conflict anymore. It was just now we need to put Batman's character progression on screen. And that was all cool stuff. And I liked the symbolism and the metaphor, but because the Riddler was gone and you had all that other stuff, there was no, like, for example, if the guy who was I think he was at the funeral, but the guy who says I'm vengeance when his mask is taken off, if that guy had more of a character arc, or if there was something a little bit more rigid in the skeleton going from, because if you have the third act is like point,
because I didn't know that, like, it was there twins, like,
it was the bouncers at the bouncers, Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
No, I'm talking about with the two IDs of Riddler.
No, that was just him fucking with them.
Like, he just had different identities.
Well, no, because they did that twice. So he did it with the IDs, and then he did it with a photo. You know what I mean? Like, where I was like, are they trying to tell me that Riddler has a twin? Like, what the fuck are they doing?
No.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, if that would have been it, like, okay, yeah, that Riddler got, arrested, but there's actually two Riddlers, just like the Prestige, right? Where we're like, hey, there's a fucking double for this guy.
Okay,
like,
so your only issue is that they were regular, like, nobodies and not the actual villain.
No, it's just there was no villain. Like, you're telling me that I need to continue this
and
villain,
to heighten it, they added the water and all that. When, like, for Riddler's plan, the water isn't necessary to get, like, there was going to be a crowd of people and the mayor there anyway. And so that's why I say, why does the water exist? Well, the water exists then. The only reason in the script, as far as I'm aware, where the water is necessary is in order to create these visual metaphors with the water, which
that's what you
is
bought,
why
Scott.
Yes.
Which is why it feels kind of out of place, because they were shooting from up top. They weren't trying to go
and
under.
It looked great, and I loved the theme. It just felt more empty than all the other stuff leading up to that point, because leading up to that, they all had a spine of these character arcs that they were following. And at that point, it was kind of like, okay, the story is done. Now we're just going to show you examples of character progression.
Here's the only reason why I was thinking there was twins.
Wait, go back.
Because if at the very end, whenever, the guy that shot him with the shotgun, and then all of a sudden he's beating him up, if that would have been like Paul Dano, right? If that would have been Paul Dano, but yet we're like, wait, I thought the Riddler was already in, prison, I would have been like, holy shit. Okay, well then who is the Riddler? Like, which brother is the Riddler? I wouldn't.
That would have been crazy.
That would have been.
That might have been too much.
But it still would have been like better than the guy that was at the funeral that the one time where I barely recognized him, where I was like,
right.
I guess
that's why I was saying. I keep on going back to Anarchy because I'm trying to think of a character who is like not a huge character that they would waste, but that they could use as an example of like a Riddler acolyte who like Batman sees, maybe make him one of the guys from the train station at the beginning or something. Someone who has just enough of a through line to register that, Riddler was inspired by Batman's vengeance persona, and this guy was inspired by Batman's vengeance persona.
Or make
and
it like
that's the moment that he has the realization of, I need to be more,
or make it to where that guy knows that that's Bruce Wayne or something. Because I was like, what the fuck? You say your vengeance, like, okay, cool. Batman understands that, but like, dude,
those face sculpts are great.
Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
Like,
and Dave, the batarang comes off of the chest.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure it does.
Well, but if you go back to the wingsuit figure, like I think we have our answer. Like there were lines, there were like zip lines.
I'm not sure I'm any more clear on that.
So we'll go back to the image.
I see how the wingsuit works, but my question is, how do you get to that from the cape?
Where did he? Yeah, how did he get a second cape after he hit the fucking thing?
He ran away without a cape, and then he just had one. And then
I was like, wait, where?
Well, because let's
go back.
Let's go back to this. Okay, so this is something that I appreciate.
Looking like Missy Elliott in that one video.
Right here, Dave. Can you with this, like with the Drifter outfit? I love the Drifter outfit because it basically explains when he's in the Drifter outfit, he's wearing the suit.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you brought that up because that was
you could totally tell that. Yeah,
that was what when I was talking earlier about like things that are missing from this film. Like we don't see the death of the Waynes like directly. Another thing that is missing is we don't have a suit up shot.
Well, at the beginning, there's the shot. You have the upset on Bat Cowl as it like pans over.
Well,
you don't see him suiting
like
up,
when he's putting the makeup on his
eyes.
Okay, but there's no putting on the gauntlets. There's no putting on the boots or anything. Like we've had like Bale had a suit up scene.
There's no
had a suit up scene.
Clooney.
So, but one of the things, yes, but that was one of the things that I really dug about. Like, you know, we saw and I did kind of wish he would go with like the Matches Malone alias just for a second.
I need Matches Malone in a Batman movie. I've been asking for that since Affleck.
I felt like we almost might have because he was going around in plain clothes like a lot in this movie, like when he wasn't
with
in
a
the suit
and a heavy jacket.
Right,
he's always dirty.
Right, so he's got the suit, like he's wearing the suit the whole damn time, and it's like, you know, like the one time when he went to the Iceberg Lounge to rescue Selena is like, no, he's already suited up, like he's just, you know, disrobing like off camera, and
with probably like the cowl and the belt like in the backpack.
Right, yeah, exactly. So,
but everything else he's already got underneath. Yeah,
I love that moment of realize, because that's something that I don't. Have we really had Batman suit up outside other than in the Batmobile? It almost. I'm going to compare it to Spider-Man, not because it's like Spider-Man, but because the way that Spider-Man can just be Spider-Man anywhere because he's got the suit on. But they gave that vibe where he's like out being Bruce Wayne, and I was like, oh, does he have to like go back to the Batcave now? And then I saw his backpack, and I was like.
City's flooding. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
I'll help the mayor. Just go on.
Yeah.
No.
It always seems like he's always, you know, when he's walking around, is like even the opening scene when he's like, you know, just walking through the crowd and stuff like that. It's like he's got to have the suit, the base suit on. Maybe not the you know, obviously not the cowl and the cape,
and not the gloves, but he's got like the boxer's tape.
Yeah,
yes,
tape
around
established right at the okay, and that's the scene too. Like right at the beginning when Alfred just comes walking in. We haven't talked too much about the Alfred and Bruce scenes
because he wasn't in
the
fucking movie for
that.
Okay, here's the thing.
They're so good.
Scott, I know that traditionally we would like Alfred to be in the whole movie. I understand that, but the times that we do see Alfred in the film in that first half,
it's quality,
are really, especially. But my favorite, quite honestly, is when he's helping him figure out the cipher for the riddles.
And by the way,
fresh berries,
great fresh berries. Oh, I love the line, "Just reliving my days at the circus," and I was like, I know what that means. No, because that's what you call MI6. It's the circus.
Well,
that's from Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy.
I wish I would have seen at least. Because at the end of the day, it's like, it's almost like he acknowledged, he's Batman, but he doesn't give he does care, but at the end of the day, he's not watching, he's not monitoring anything. Who gives a fuck? Like, you're doing Batman, I don't care. I'm going to do whatever I'm doing, which before he was doing the ciphering, we had no idea what he was doing. Like, at least at the very beginning, it would have been nice to him to be like, at least monitoring something. And then he just sees something. He's like, what? Because at the end of the day, we don't know if he's monitoring anything. Like Alfred's just Alfred.
No, I think he's not, because his whole point is that he's trying to keep he's the one trying to keep the house and the company.
Again, and he's not in the radio in his ear ever,
exactly.
like Irons was.
And that's the interesting thing. Like it's not a bad thing. I'm just going like, well, then what? You know, are they trying to give us that they're a team dynamic, or are they just trying to go, no, you're not my father, you're just handling my business side of it?
Well, and I bet as Bruce becomes Bruce more in the next one, he's going to free up Alfred to help Batman more. So I think both of them are going to evolve that way.
Let me ask this question: how much? Say what?
And Lucius.
Oh well,
we still haven't seen a Lucius.
No, we haven't. But let me ask: how much of the nitpicks, questions, issues, or whatever we have, how much of it is coming from our own perceived expectations of what we've always seen within Batman movies? Because I feel like a lot of what I'm hearing I bullshit, Garza. I feel like a lot of what you're saying. I feel like a lot of what you're saying is
shit. Because guess what?
Listen. Okay, but
somebody that I could watch The Dark Knight and be like, yeah, no, it's a great film. But
okay, but what you just said though, you were talking about not having Alfred in his ear. It's like, okay, well, we've seen that 1,000 fucking times. I don't
absolutely we have. We have, and even in the comics, he's doing something with the Bat computer. Like
so one movie he doesn't do that, and it's
all I'm saying is going, okay, well then obviously that Alfred's not involved as Batman. It should be, right? Like, okay, well, cool. Then just like he was talking to the fucking female butler, like that's the role that he was playing. Like, okay, you're a servant then.
What's
you're not
the name?
really...
What's the name for that, Scott? This is the maid.
For the servant?
I don't know what is like
Dory. Dory.
No, I know. Was that the title, or is that her name was Dory?
Her name was Dory.
Her name was Dory.
Yeah.
Okay.
My first thought was like 66 Batman didn't
inherit. I was thinking inherit.
I thought it was her. I was like, oh shit.
So I'm watching it. Like, I didn't need to see Alfred literally every time Batman was doing his thing, because he was a Batman a lot in this film. All that was like, well, does he even does he even give a shit that he's like Batman?
You want more of the dynamic of it, of how
dude, that's what makes Batman and Alfred the fucking team.
I feel like one of the things they did, and I referenced this a little bit earlier, they took a lot of Batman, a similar arc to what Batman had in BVS, and put it earlier in his career.
Yeah,
and so because he has that talk with Alfred where Alfred is like, why don't you worry about your family's legacy? And he's like, this is my family's legacy. And so in the same way that through the first few, the first 2/3 of BVS, he's really pushing Alfred away in a lot of ways, and doing things without Alfred's involvement. I feel like Alfred is either excluded or is like, I can't fully support the way you're doing this right now.
Well,
and so
also, it goes into the fact that this Alfred, once again, is very influenced by the Earth 1 version of Alfred.
Okay, let me write that down. You will not stop bringing that up.
Well, because it's so fucking there.
Okay. I know. And I mean, just the look alone looks
like alone. But no, you can get volume. I think you can get volume 1 on DC Universe Infinite. You can't get volume 2 or volume 3. But but the thing about volume 1 is that in that case, Alfred wasn't there to be the butler. Alfred was there to be the bodyguard. And he says it when he's in the hospital bed. My job was to protect them.
That's true.
Yeah,
he did say that.
That was a fantastic scene.
I agree. And hospital scene was amazing.
Listen, like I'm not. It's not
one of the only
like
scenes where I wish they talked a little bit less, but otherwise,
it's not.
It's
not like I was watching it going like, this is a shitty version of Alfred, because I like, dude, that the dynamic worked. I just went like, there's something missing there, because if this is year 2, okay, let's just assume that it's year 2. That means it's okay. Fucking, it's 2 years in.
We're not assuming it says
it is year 2. He does say it's year 2.
My point though is that it's like, and Alfred is still just like, oh yeah, I don't know what you're doing as your Batman. Like, dude, you've been doing this shit for 2 years, and Alfred, you're just like, I'm too busy. And I get that, but at least one time he's going like, I need to watch what you're doing, because like seriously, like if it would have been like the scene at the train station where he's like, dude, you need to fucking chill out. Like, what are you doing?
Well, and also, I think something that they sort of did with this too, though, is in the same way that Alfred in BVS was like, okay, you're shutting me out from this white Portuguese stuff and whatnot, but he's still like finding ways he can be there. He won't abandon him. And so you notice that with this Alfred, he's like, he acts like he's a lot further away, but then he's like, by the way, I figured out that cipher. And he's like, when did you get the cipher? Why were you working on the cipher? And he's like, I just wasn't up in your business, because I knew if I tried to involve myself, you would have pushed me out. And so I just kind of did it on my own and then brought it to you.
It doesn't, and unfortunately for me, it didn't feel authentic, because I was like, well, like, I get what you're telling me, Matt Reeves. I get it, and I understand the partnership, but I didn't really believe it, because, and again, it could have been because maybe they did shoot that scene. Maybe they have that in there where he's talking about Alfred, like, hey, look, I'm trying to figure this shit out. I'm 2 years in. Listen, I figured something out, and maybe this could work. Can you help me? Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it just, that partnership wasn't fully invested, but again, this is the second year, so maybe what Steve was talking about.
And I think you will get more. Go ahead, dude.
No, sorry. No, it's just another thing that I was like, when I watched the second time, and even watching the trailer, like the shot where you actually see Bruce with sunglasses, I literally thought that was going to be him doing like his own investigating as Bruce, but turns out it's just he has sunglasses on because the lights, it's like
he's a vampire.
I was like,
he says in his journal, I've become a nocturnal animal.
Yeah, I know. He does say that. But at the same time, I was like, so that's what that was. And, I can actually, when I watched
I completely relate with that.
Yeah, I was like, all right, Travis, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just going to say, I think that scene in the hospital of him saying, I haven't felt fear like this since my parents, and I never thought I would until last night. Yeah. I think they are, and that's not to cover for this movie. You shouldn't use the sequel as a defense, but I think they will dive into letting Alfred kind of come along a bit more and help him, because I feel like Bruce is almost pushing him away in a sense of, I know this is kind of like a suicide mission and you don't need to be a part of this, but Alfred can't help. And one of my favorite scenes too is we talked about earlier, the through line with the kid, and when Batman sees him, I love when Alfred catches that on the replay where it's paused on that kid and Alfred just staring at him. And there's so much. And the other scene I absolutely loved was the very first time I feel like they have any friendly banter or communication is when he's like, oh, you're not a Wayne. He's like, no, but your father gave me these cufflinks. And there's just this wave on Bruce of just the history of like, this is a guy that was with my parents and he grew like, I'm not saying that it's perfect. I would have used
scene one. Was really good.
Yeah. And but that scene right there, little tidbits of, this is a man that maybe he's not my father, because this guy doesn't seem like he ever wanted to be a father, but he is in it with me. He's in the shit with me.
And I think the idea too that Batman, he's become more Batman than Bruce.
Yes.
And
he's detached.
And that is that what Batman is to him is basically just a different persona that allows him to detach himself from things that he's afraid of. And the thing that he's the most afraid of is losing people that are close to him. And the only person that's close to him is Alfred.
Yeah. Well, I get that. I understand that. And this is just me thinking about it right now. As soon as I thought about it, I was like, wait, that didn't make, it didn't make sense, but it kind of like contradicted it. It was like, he's pushing Alfred away, somebody that he's grown up with, who at the end of the day, he knows he could trust. And he's like, I don't want you involved in my Batman stuff, but I'm going to trust this Selena Kyle, who I don't know, who I just met, who I'm just watching. And I'm going to trust her with this fucking technology and her doing what she needs to do because she's got an in. You get what I mean? Like, I understand.
He doesn't have an emotional attachment to them.
He was using, especially, and he was using Selena. That was Machiavellian. He was using her as a means.
He also looks down on her. He makes he scoffs at her when he
what'd you do to get that money or that job? He's pretty much an sister.
Kind of feels like anything that happens to her, she deserves.
Yeah,
right.
So exactly.
I was thinking like, okay, well, if he's gonna trust her, why isn't he trusting? Or at least
I don't think he trusts.
He doesn't trust her.
He's willing to put her in harm's way, and he's not willing to put Alfred in harm's way.
Yeah, he trusts Gordon.
I'm saying he says that. And that's why I'm saying like I get that, but it's like I needed to see it more on the Alfred side, and I understand he was doing Venom 2, so it like there's reasons for it, and I'm okay with it. Like I'm looking at it from the point of view, like it's not like I was sitting there going, dude, this is a shitty fucking film. Like why are they doing? I was just like, interesting. Okay.
Well, no, and like I said, and I'm it's already been established that we all like the movie.
Yeah.
This is really just nitpicks and like little gripes that we have. It's just, and I'm fairly confident. I'm like 95% certain that he'll be in the sequel more because he won't have a third Venom movie to direct.
Well,
not only that, but like the story, I think has justification for him to be involved more.
Oh yeah, way more.
Yes.
There'll be a greater need for him, but also Batman is at a place where he'll be willing to help him, and if he's doing more work as Bruce, then the Wayne financial or whatever stuff is that Alfred is doing will be alleviated.
Because I think the idea of the Wayne Foundation as something to take over, because we get a name drop of the Wayne Foundation. But I feel like the Wayne Foundation is going to become that tool to replace what the renewal fund.
Well, and Gotham needs someone to stand up and lead the recovery effort.
That's where I was gonna say.
That's the perfect opportunity for Bruce Wayne to come out of his reclusive, like whatever, and make a difference in the city, like the mayor was asking him.
Like the mayor was asking. That coupling scene kind of like showed like in the sequel we're gonna see Alfred going, okay, you need to be this person. I'm going to help you be
training him to be Bruce Wayne.
Yes.
Right. I'm gonna help
Batman. Bruce Wayne.
Well, I'm gonna help you tie a tie and do all this shit.
Let's get you a fucking haircut, man. Come on.
Well, it's like even going back to one of my favorite scenes from Batman Begins, which was my number one Batman movie until recent. But like the scene where he wakes up, and is like, if those are being the first of many injuries to come, you would be wise to think of a suitable excuse. Polo, for instance, and the idea of telling him, like you need a social life to drive people away from the idea that you're doing this shit.
But this is clearly not a version of Bruce Wayne that's getting woken up by Alfred with breakfast every morning.
No, no, not at all.
Those berries are good,
No, he just walks down and goes, "Here's some berries for you if you want."
Yeah, they're fresh.
Another thing I feel like the film established without really saying it was, this is a Batman that can't do it on its own. He needed Selena Kyle at the end. Like regardless of whatever happened, he needed Selena Kyle.
Man.
So
he also needed Gordon too. Without Gordon, he's arrested. He's in locked up right now.
He's in Arkham.
Yeah. I know what you said already, but the amount of Batman and Gordon stuff that we got in this was
right.
So
it was great. Like it was like he was literally if he wasn't. You could almost consider him a lead because he was involved that much.
Oh, absolutely.
So. Oh, yes. More than any previous Gordon actor, even
old. Oh, yeah. This is yeah.
We didn't even need to see him with Barb or his wife. It was like, no, this is just Gordon.
Like we had no backstory with Gordon.
We have no idea if he's married, if he's still married, if he
does have a ring. He has a ring on.
Oh, yeah, exactly. He has a ring on, but it's like we don't know if he's just wearing it or if he's just But what this film told me was, maybe they dropped the Bloodhaven thing because guess what? In the next film, they're going to have to introduce somebody to help Batman that's not Selena Kyle because she's gone. You know what I mean? Like, who?
I feel like, pursuant to what KC said, though, I think that may be where Lucius, maybe we see him.
Right, exactly. It's like how there's going to be some, but I also think there's going to need to be somebody physical that's going to be able to help him because if they made it a point to where they're making Selena quote unquote leave. That's got to be a reason.
I don't know if this has been a thing that has been like rumored or what, but for some reason I've kind of had it in my head for a while that there will be a Dick Grayson introduced in the sequel.
Well, I'm not sure if in the sequel, but what has been in the ether a lot has been the fact that this Batman and this universe feel, especially with the stuff with the kid, like you can believe this Batman would eventually get a Robin.
Yes, you would, but he would be young. He wouldn't be Dick Grayson at fucking 20,
Chris O'Donnell.
No, not Chris O'Donnell. No.
Exactly.
Well, but also you can see him especially because of all the detective stuff that he did. The other Batmen were so much more physical that it would literally be a child soldier, which is harder to do. But you can see him being like, I need you to go spy on this. I need you to go collect this and do that. And like sending Robin on errands that aren't all necessarily, he'll I'm sure have some sort of combat training.
But Holmes in the Baker Street Irregulars. It would be more
like
the
little. Say.
You just wish you could pull a reference like that out of your ass.
I know, yeah. That was like, whoa.
I'm like, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
Those like the random like street kids that Sherlock Holmes would pay to
Don't even know. Go
find me stuff.
So he said Sherlock Holmes. I know that. I know that name.
The only thing that I could see that, and I've always been saying this, and I know people are gonna probably get mad at me for saying it, but whatever. I don't give a fuck. Okay,
really, Garza, really?
Yeah. Garza doesn't give a fuck.
We don't know how old Batman is in this film, but we could assume he's probably 33, 35, somewhere around that age, right?
His parents died in 2001.
Right.
20 years later.
It's been 20 years later.
I feel like he was like 28.
How old is
I think he's like 28, 29. He's like 36.
He's older than me. So, but either way, like, okay, he's still same age range, right? They never show a flashback of what he was doing when he became Batman, how he started training, what he was doing, right? So in his 20s, even at 20 or 21, he could have been fucking around, and guess what? He met up with this somebody named Talia that he had no idea was.
Oh, you're thinking of Damien?
What?
Oh, it shows
Yeah.
talks about in the book.
What?
In that book.
Yeah.
He's 17 in this official prequel that fucking like it all paid off in the movie. So
wait, he's 17 as like in the movie, like as Batman.
No, he's 17 in this prequel book.
He's supposed to be 17 in this
movie. What is he doing when he's 17?
He's doing street racing and
right.
testing out the Batmobile.
Okay, but either way though, he could still be involved with Talia, yet not know who she, have no ties, not know anything about the League of Shadows. And all of a sudden, when he's 33, 35, in his 4th or 5th year as Batman, all of a sudden he gets this plopped kid going like, "Hey, I'm your son." And he's like, "What the fuck? I literally just became Batman like 4 years ago, and now you're giving me a Robin." Like,
yeah, but
I think it would almost make less sense for him to embrace a child as Robin first, based on how this movie went. I feel like he wouldn't be like, "Let's put my own kid in harm's way." But if he has someone,
but if the kid's already trained, right? What if he's
already partially?
Yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah, if it's Damien,
yeah.
if it's
yeah.
But, but you've also got if they really like, I mean, there's been so much smoke about the Court of Owls.
Right.
Yes. And Grayson is so
so heavily involved.
Right? He's involved in all
that. The thing we brought up earlier about Dano freaking out about there was another part at the end of it where Pattinson was joking about them being in the sequel, and Dano's like, "Don't say that." And I'm like, "Oh, y'all have talked about it."
Well, he even said in another interview. He said, I kind of guessed Court of Owls. He's like, I don't know. He's like, I have no idea what's in the script. But if I had to guess as a fan, I would guess Court of Owls.
That was an odd statement. Like, if I had to guess,
they have had
Rob. Dude,
they've at least had a couple coffees.
Oh yeah, what I was going to say earlier when we were talking about just how big of a fan Pattinson and Reeves are. I don't know if I've ever seen a Batman press tour where more specific titles are referenced. Normally they name drop.
He referenced this.
Normally they name drop. Did you make a little stack over there before the show tonight?
Or Carrot Top just will have everything.
Got it right there, man.
No. The only reason why I even bring up Damien is because you wouldn't be able to have Dick Grayson if he's that, because we know he's involved with the Court of Owls, and that's great and that works, but you still need another partner for Batman to rely on that's not Selena Kyle. So that's where Damien
be back.
I think she's going to be back for each movie.
I think he's going to have a man in the chair.
Yes, I think Alfred's going to be the stuff.
Right,
and
I think if he's getting involved with Wayne Industries, whatever it is, I think there's going to be a Lucius Fox.
But you got to remember the Court of Owls. It wasn't an easy fucking. I mean, obviously, if you remember the fucking story, like it wasn't easy for Batman to just fucking, take him out. Like there was
the whole.
He needed multiple people.
He was fucking up. Like,
exactly.
Scott Snyder
but
story.
at the same time, do we think that there's going to be a No Man's Land type, sequel?
I
or are
want
we
that
gonna get
so bad.
Well, I don't think my impression of it is that I don't think it's going to be like an explicit, like the entire city is destroyed, No Man's Land. But I think they're going to take a lot of that in terms of basically what this movie does is it gives them all of that serves as, along with his own storyline, is a blowing up of the old system. And so out with the Falcones and Maronis, maybe, but like out with that, and then in with the Jokers and the Riddlers and the Penguins, and in with the Batman, and then it gives like Penguin a good opportunity to land grab, and it gives criminals reason to claim territory and stuff.
I was gonna say I could see the territory thing. I could see that this is Penguin's part of the
but like
city.
I don't think he's gonna be like having a bat boat to get through the streets or anything. It's just gonna be.
That was awesome. See, and that was the thing about the flood that was the thing that pissed me off the most about the flood is the car got flooded. Save the damn car.
But listen, and just to reply to Captain Gator Girl, there's so much that I loved about the film. Like, dude, the whole film was great except for the fucking Joker tease. Like that was the shittiest thing I've ever fucking seen in a film.
Because you thought it was Two-Face.
It like, dude, where's my car is better than that fucking scene. Okay, that's my point. Is that for you to tell me that that's
Dude, we're back to it. We're back to it.
And Dano is just like, and then
exactly. So I like the film itself was great. Like I unfortunately, selfishly, like this isn't on the film. It's just me. I'm going like, dude, I wanted to see some different action in the third act as far as taking out these Riddler nobodies that aren't Riddler, that aren't martial artists. Like they're literally orphans. Like, are you telling me that? I get they had guns. Again, it's like, well, yeah, but give me something like the fucking fight. Like, dude, it's the same shit you were doing when you beat the fucking thugs up in the goddamn train station. Like, okay,
there was a lot of like scaffolding fights.
Yeah, like it's cool, man. But
scaffolding fights.
Catwalk scaffolding.
Give me that fucking
Okay. The worst scaffolding fight in this movie is still better than any fight in the Nolan trilogy. I will not apologize for that.
I'm not complaining about how it was shot. Dude, the cinematography, the way they shot everything, the fight scene. Dude, there was never a shaky camera whatsoever. There was never
I loved how the fact that the camera just locked off. It's like, let's follow this fight.
No, it was shot beautifully. I'm not saying that it was bad at all. I'm just saying like, I wanted more. And that's only because I was like, man, I really want more than
so I'll go ahead and just throw this elephant in the room out there because I did see this on Twitter. The people that were people that maybe they weren't exactly disappointed in like exactly what you're talking about in terms of the fighting, but they did manage to say, well, this is such a far cry from the warehouse scene.
Well, no, it's not.
I think it's comparable. There was no one-to-one. It was all different. Like I said, it's catwalks and walkways and scaffolding.
I'm sorry, and I still love that hallway fight in the dark. The only thing illuminating the fucking fight is the muzzle.
The muzzle flash. Yes, that's fantastic.
That was awesome.
But I do wonder if the expectations that people have with respect to who he's going to fight and with respect to the action go back to that, because that is still I think as far as fight scenes, that's still number one as far as like any Batman fight scene, but it's
the
reason why the warehouse scene worked is because he used literally like 12 or 13 different fighting styles. That was he was using his kicks, the way he all that shit.
But are we taking the expectations that we have from that and placing it on to why doesn't this movie do that? Yeah. I'm not saying you are. I'm just asking.
I know. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I looked at that warehouse scene and I went, okay, that's the scene in this movie. This is how this Batman fights. So it was okay. He fought like that in the train scene, and he fought like that in the third act. So I was like, okay, it never escalated. Which again, it's just me wanting him to be like fucking badass martial artist.
Well, I think what's weird about it is that it's almost like there is thematic and story stuff going on, but it's almost like if you have the what's in the box scene in 7, and then he's like, now I got to go defuse a bomb downtown, and it's like, I mean, I guess that would be exciting, but that's not.
Yeah. You know what? Talking with you, Steven, I mean, I get there's been many people that have talked about when it comes to that third act where it goes, all right, it goes from this whole noir detective, we got to figure shit out. Then all of a sudden it is an event flooding in Gotham.
I'm fine with the twist or with the shift from one to the other. I'm not saying that it shouldn't have happened. I'm just my brain is trying to wrap itself around what. There's a part of the shift that makes it feel like an addendum to the third act instead of a continuation. And so as a result, it's like you get the climax of Riddler getting caught, which isn't a big action thing. And then you get...
We already saw it happen in the trailers, which I know you guys talked about.
But. Yeah. And then you get the climax of him fighting the thugs, which is less than him. It's less exciting than the the car chase, for example, in terms of like scale.
Ooh, we haven't really talked about that car.
And then you get the car chase. And the whole movie, it does have a little bit of a start-stop flow where something will like happen and then stop and then happen and then stop. And so you get that at the end too, where he defeats the thugs and then he's like, now I'm going to jump and slide down this thing. And then it stops and then he gets out of the water and then he goes and so it's got because of that, like, I don't know, the stutter, it just feels like there's no clear point at which there's like a...
I mean, to me, the whole thing is just like, that's just him, you know, ending vengeance and becoming the Batman.
Yeah, no, like thematically it makes sense. It's just like it's very Return of the King in terms of like, where is this supposed... It just kind of, let's do another little bit to try to find the right place to wrap this up.
And I know Scott will love this, but I'll use Dune as an example, right? Okay, because the way Dune ended, you were looking at it like, okay, like it ended solidly for it being like, okay, like we know that there's worms out there and they're riding him, okay, but he hasn't done that, you know, he hasn't been that version or whatever it is that he's on that adventure or that
he hasn't, right? Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like you see it at the end where you're like, I know that this is part one, even though it's not. I mean, yes, it is part one, but you can watch the movie going, yo, I just watched Dune. Like, that's a great film. I don't need to... I could see the second one. Great. That's awesome. But this first film still held its own. And the third act, when you see him fighting and you see him kind of come of age, quote unquote, and I'm not saying Batman needed to do that. It's just when it ended, you were like, I get what he's fucking looking at. Like, I'm about to go on to this next level. I didn't... Other than the Batman, you know, yes, I'm not vengeance. I'm this hero. I felt like the villain side, if they were going to give us a villain, they didn't really capitalize on it.
Well, like structurally, like it's just, I don't think it's clear where the peak in the character arc.
Right. That's what I mean.
Because there's several smaller ones, and there's not that there has to be. Right. You know, you can be flexible with the structure. It's just that I don't know, and this is something that I feel like probably irons itself a lot out on rewatch. But
it could be. But Scott, do you get what I'm saying though? Like, as far as like, no, I'm not saying that their journey.
I feel like the climax doesn't quite match the build. Yeah, there is a climax and it's good, and then there's another climax and it's also good, but it's not like.
Well, I think Garza, to your point, I see the point that you are making. But seeing the point is different than.
Agreeing.
Agreeing with the point. Absolutely. Because. Like, I'm listening to Steve and I'm just like, I just don't watch movies apparently like Steven does, because I don't have any of the...
Dude, I figured that shit out months ago. I do not watch a single thing like Steven does. I just don't.
But and you know what? I'm happier for it.
Thank you, Andrew.
Well, I don't. I'm also weird because I guess my nitpicking doesn't make anything less enjoyable.
Right, but it kind of kills my buzz, man. It kills my buzz.
Sorry, man.
That is the weird. That is the weirdest thing about it, Steven, is like if you go on for a minute and after 10 minutes,
I know. It's like, wait a minute, what? After like going for hours and be like, no, but I love that film though.
After like 15 minutes, it's like if someone tuned in and just heard the 15 minutes, they'd be like, wow, Steven fucking hated the Batman.
Yeah.
What is wrong with it?
Yeah.
No, but that's the
thing. If it was bad, I wouldn't spend nearly so much time on it.
Well,
right.
That's the thing, though. Is that we all agree that this film was different. Like, it's not, by all means, it's
different
nowhere
we haven't seen
bullshit film, or that it doesn't deserve its accolades. But we could also, the whole point is we need to discuss kind of the things that we didn't like, or maybe that we didn't agree on, because everybody's going to say it was great. You know what I mean? Like,
right, but that's the thing, Garza, is like we all have very different perspectives. See, this is literally where it's all subjective comes from.
Yeah, no, that's why I love about bringing everybody together about this shit.
Yeah, because like for you guys that love the ending, that's great. Like, it's not like I'd be like, you guys are fucking morons for liking it. It's like, dude,
I still want to rewatch it as soon as possible, and then I'm gonna watch it.
I've already seen it again.
I'm seeing it third time tomorrow.
But the beautiful thing is that I can hear those arguments and go, let me watch it, thinking of those arguments or those visions that they were using, versus me going, oh, I didn't like the Joker cameo. Okay, well, you guys tell me your reason why you loved it, and I'm going, all right, well, I'm gonna watch it and I'm gonna see if that's what they were talking about. Versus,
I don't know that any of us loved it.
No, I know that.
But
That's
I
the
didn't.
point.
Yeah, I don't think any of
That's
us
the reason.
loved it.
That's the reason why I said
Kind of-
that, because
Yeah,
none of you guys.
it felt like a MCU post credits. Who said I loved it? Travis? Oh no, it was Casey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Casey did. Okay.
Casey's hiding. So
yeah, that's why he's like, I'm gonna say I love the cameo. Turn the camera off.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
and that's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
you know, if somebody's gonna say something why they liked something or why they didn't like something, I'm gonna watch something and go, why was that? Like, I'm just curious.
Travis,
No, that's
I'm
good.
kinda
That's
curious
always
about-
good. That's what I like to do too. Is like when there's certain things that I don't like sync with or gel with or something like that. I go like, all right, well,
Do
explain
the
to me.
fusion dance.
We combust into one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
'cause
I
like
get that. And that's what's so great about like all this is like we can come together. That's why I was like, all right, let's get our different perspectives on what
And not
happened.
only that, like I can nitpick the shit out of the Batman and be like, yo, no, it's a great fucking like, dude, is it better than the Dark Knight? In my opinion, yes, because it felt more Batman.
We haven't got to that discussion yet.
That's cool.
I've had that discussion already.
Well,
so-
no, it's.
I think it's the best
But-
looking and sounding Batman, hands down. But I think
Absolutely.
the tightness of the plot in The Dark Knight, I don't know if
But-
one tips one over the other, but it makes it hard for me to say which one I prefer.
You know what's hilarious about that, Stephen? I think The Dark Knight has a massive third act problem.
I know.
What is it with these people and their third act problems, Ray? Everyone just uses this as some sort of a like catch-all.
CGI face.
It's like I think that nobody actually knows what they're talking about, and they're just making up this third act magical thing that happens in these movies.
Here's what I think the Dark.
Fuck me, right?
This is what I think the Dark Knight does that Batman didn't do technically, which is it's a good thing, but whatever. Like the third act of the Dark Knight feels rushed because we have this Two-Face that basically dies at the end, so we feel like we didn't get that much of him. Whereas in the Batman, we were like, well, I mean, we didn't get enough of.
I have other issues with the third act of the Dark Knight.
That's not what this is about, right? That's not what this is about.
No, I know. No, I'm not trying to get into it. I want you to ask Travis your question.
Well, I wanted Travis to get the floor. Like Travis.
Oh no, I'm
steer us in a place. I mean, Dave knows this. This is what I do. I look at the people. Poor KC. I don't know what to do about him. Like he turns his camera off. I want to help him out.
Scott does this too. This is like the last time we did, like the six of us did like our Batman Squadcast media review. Like you will find it's usually Brent, but you will find the person who hasn't said anything and be like, Brent, what do you think? George,
Hey, being the host, I try to do that too, but I know Scott is like he helps out with like the hosting, like, hey, who hasn't talked for a while? Me and Scott are always like, I'm feeling the same way too. So yeah, I mean, have at it, guys.
It's like what Garza was just talking about, where that's why I love opening weekends, because you get everyone's opinions on these, if it can be civil and whatnot, because whether you love the film, you just like it, you have a problem, you can go and watch, okay, this perspective, or see a second time. I'm going to see a second time, I think either Monday or Tuesday, but yeah, I absolutely loved it. And because I never even really said much on the Joker cameo, I didn't love it, but I'm a sucker for Batman and Joker, so I'm just happy he's in that world. And I was talking about this with Ray earlier, where I feel like any director that's tackling the Batman, they have a Batman and Joker story in mind. And after what Matt,
I buy that, yes.
And what Matt Reeves did with this film, I'm very excited to see. Whatever he takes us on, I trust him. Whatever he does next, I trust him. And who'd you mention? Bring up who you mentioned. Oh, ventriloquist! I want all day long.
Oh, that would be sweet.
I would love that.
Okay,
I want Mad Hatter. I want Mad Hatter.
Oh, wow, Tetch. Okay,
or Kite Man. I brought up Kite Man.
I was gonna say you said Kite Man.
Kite Man.
Yeah, and that's the point where Reeves can
Kite
announce.
Man could go to Peacemaker.
No, he could announce. You know what? Batman 2 is coming out 2025. I got Leo to play Kite Man. I'm really excited about this, and I'd be like, you know what, Reeves, go. I trust you to make a really badass Kite Man. You know, and
no.
It's what he'll sell you. He'll sell you.
Well, hey, listen. If his Joker is any indication, believe me, he's not going to give me a fucking Kite Man that's really badass. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Well, and that's the other thing for me. It's such an interesting it's such an interesting choice with Barry because the things he's in. I'd say if anyone's not watched much of Barry's work, go watch Killing of a Sacred Deer because that's the first movie
to see that.
Or the Green Knight. Or the Green Knight.
Green Knight.
Yeah,
That's
he's such
the
a
reason
weird
why I love
individual. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Casey,
Yeah,
that's
the
why you dug the joke. Like
yeah,
his joke,
because
right?
I don't love the actual scene because of the scene.
Yeah.
I actually love because I knew it was him and I knew it was Joker, and I was just waiting for him to finish his line and do the Joker laugh, and he did. So
Did he though?
so because of that,
He did.
Yes, he did.
He laughed.
Yeah.
The scene's on
Yes, he
YouTube.
did.
You can look
He
it up
did
if you want to
I'll
check it
have
again.
to
It is,
watch
You know,
yeah.
what, you
It's
know,
shitty like
well,
the guy's
Garza
breathing
might
like
have
Riddler,
Riddler in
but
this moment.
well, and it was
The fact that
truthfully
the fact that I didn't know that was his laugh.
But you know what? The other thing though, Garza, and I'm sure Casey and others, this was like, you know how like there were so many leaks for No Way Home. There weren't like a ton of leaks for this, but that was one of them.
yeah.
That was one
his
of them.
brother,
his brother posted about it. Out of all, but the other
oblivious to it all. That's
the other dumb thing that they did was, I get that studios have to do this, but for them to be like, you know, we got to test and we got to have a version. That was the rumor, right? There's a version with the Joker and without the Joker.
Yes,
that's
where I started hearing it.
Yeah, to test and be like, I wonder if people will like if the Joker's in a Batman movie. That was the first mistake right there.
That's a stupid test.
Yeah,
I agree with
that's
that.
a very stupid test.
Remember when Barry got casted? The rumors was he was playing a police officer, and that's all we heard about him, and we never heard a single word about Barry.
If you guys never heard of a Joker possibility ever being in the film, I had heard that, but I put it back in my head. I was like, well, fuck, like if they're shooting it with a Joker cameo and without, I was just assuming, okay, well then fuck it, they'll just do it without. Who cares? So I never went in the film going, oh, he's Joker, or he's doing this Joker, or I should see Joker in the film. That's the reason why I saw Two-Face, because I went.
I'll be completely honest with you, and Scott can definitely appreciate this. The reason I would have never thought Two-Face is because my first conception of Two-Face is Richard Mull's Big Bad Harv voice.
Bad Harv
from Batman the Animated Series.
Can I speak to Big Bad Harv?
Right. Which, and again, the only thing I was thinking of when I heard him speaking was that doesn't sound like Joker. That sounds like Two-Face because of his manner. Like he wasn't. I didn't get that.
His face was also fucked up, right?
Yeah, his face. Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. Like I wasn't.
Okay.
Because I went into it going, I don't know if there's going to be a Joker. I'm not expecting a Joker. I didn't see the Joker in that scene. If I had known that was going to be a Joker, yeah, sure. Okay. Oh man, that's the Joker. Oh, great.
Okay.
But I had no idea.
But do we think like in April or somebody, do you think they're going to release an image of Barry Cohen or Keown as
Keegan?
Is it Keegan?
Is it Keegan? Keown?
Apparently,
it's going to call him Barry.
I did. Yeah,
apparently it's Keown.
Yeah. What was that?
It's
Casey?
what?
Keown?
Apparently it's Keown.
Keown.
According to Mar, who's also Irish.
It was so funny.
Okay. Well, that helps. That helps.
I'll trust.
I'll trust the Irishman.
Yes,
I definitely will.
In the credits,
it had like Barry.
Yeah, in the credits, it had makeup, like prosthetic specialist for Penguin and Unseen Arkham Prisoner, right? Yeah. And I looked at this, I'm like, how much they had him shadowed? That was a waste of money to do that because you don't, you see his
you better believe.
But that's why I think that other scene that was maybe filmed, that could have it. So I think Reeves said this. Yeah, Reeves has said this week that you're going to see that deleted scene at some point. So I don't know in April, but in the next few months or so.
The steel book.
The steel book
has 3 slots.
Oh,
there you go.
Yeah, that's true.
I did not have to ask if you'd seen it because I knew you had. So
both of them.
Oh, it looks gorgeous. It looks gorgeous.
Yeah, they haven't.
Which one did you see, Dave? Or did you see both of them?
I think I saw the one that one account that always posts shit like that. I retweeted it. I forgot.
Yeah, because there's one that's like it's like the Batman face with the question mark.
The question mark around it. Yeah, that's the one I saw.
Okay, there's another one.
I didn't see the other one.
That's like Batman in red in the rain, standing in front of the Batmobile with the Riddler holding the To the Batman card that's going to be on the back.
Okay, I didn't see that.
And the inside of that one has that original promo shot of the Batmobile reveal. that has the Batmobile and him standing next to the Batmobile.
And
that's the one we saw the three. There's 2 slots on the right side and 1 slot on the left side. So probably what you're talking about is one 4K disc, the Blu-ray disc, and a special features Blu-ray disc.
Oh, I want so much behind the scenes talk.
I don't know if any of them have either of those been confirmed US yet? Because I saw they were like Italian.
One site, and the problem with these sites is that they say these things, but there's no links or anything. Right. But one of those sites indicated that the Batman in red standing in front of the Batmobile with the Riddler on the back was going to be the Best Buy one.
Okay. But of course Best Buy has nothing official in their site, which I mean, I guess true to form, we could see something as early as Monday.
Yeah, which has happened before.
Yes, it has.
The Steppenwolf scene. Anyone remember BVS? That happened the Monday after they released the whole Eisenberg. They released that right away, and everyone was like, "Why the fuck are you doing this on a Monday? Like 2 days after the movie came out?" Like, I don't think they will, because I think that they're gonna let that sit a little bit. Plus, enough people won't know it's Joker. But I think eventually, especially I don't know what movie is coming out, but eventually Barry's gonna have to do press, and once he starts doing press, he'll get asked about it every single.
Well, he was already at the New York premiere. There's pictures of him on the red carpet.
Yes.
Well, right, but you're gonna need the Joker to be front and center, because if I had no idea, and I keep bringing it up, but I'm being serious. If I had no idea as a Batman fan that listen, I was
I hate
watching.
to tell you, my wife knew who it was.
Like,
yeah, mine too.
That's absolutely great. That's no disrespect to your wife, but guess what? The fact that I had no idea doesn't mean shit that your wife fucking knew it. Because guess what?
I guess it means my wife's a bigger fan. Sorry.
Right, exactly.
Oh, she's married to you, though. That's the thing.
Exactly.
That's true. She is married to me.
To your point, Garza, I would say that at least he should have, showed a smile from that shadow. Maybe that would have been better, but I don't think the execution of that scene could have been a little better.
I just got it shot by
I think we all agree.
Right.
That the scene could have been executed.
It's like me trying to sit there and tell you guys, even though I love BVS and it's literally my top film, nothing has come above it yet. Still, to me, going like, yeah, that Martha scene's perfect. No, it's not fucking perfect.
No.
Like, I get the fucking situation of why people didn't like it. I understand it. Cool. I'm not going to defend it. Like, fuck, it fucked up. Like, dude, they could have easily have done it.
It sounded better on paper.
I have no idea why they did it the way they did it. But hey, I wasn't the filmmaker. Same situation in this. I have no idea why they decided to make it that fucking way. But guess what? That didn't look like Joker.
So the way that I looked at it was like, oh shit, is there a possibility that not the next movie, but the third movie, we're going to get like a rogues gallery fucking team up?
Well, even with
Riddler,
the Joker, with him wanting to be friends and stuff.
Well, Joker's whole kind of thing in that scene is about
being a friend,
radicalizing almost Riddler, kind of bringing him under his wing, which is I think very much is setting up that's not a like one of them gets out. That's he's got a gang of psychotic killers in Arkham, and they all get out at the same time.
That's what I hope for the sequel, is the fact that Joker still remains in, like, he's not a predominant character, but he's kind of going like, oh, whatever main villain we get in the second one, Joker's like, hey, how about we become buddies?
Well, or even if you get something like a Court of Owls, where Batman is very distracted by something bigger going on, but you have Joker on the side doing all this stuff. So then once you get back to Joker, he can be an actual Joker. Who knows? But there's tons to play with.
Have him go to get a mystery he's trying to solve, and he takes it to Arkham to see if Riddler can give him any feedback on it. And Joker's right next to him. They could recreate something like that scene that they cut from this one, where Joker and Batman have an interaction.
Okay, I'm gonna shift gears here.
Are we literally shifting gears to the?
Yes, we were literally shifting gears.
Okay, yeah, good. Because I want to talk about the third act.
Yes,
the Batmobile scene.
Can we talk about the Batmobile scene?
Yes. Can we talk about? Okay.
Yes.
Jesus Christ. All right. Well, first off, we briefly touched about it, because obviously when it comes to that scene, you know, where Batman's. I mean, first off, it's like, oh man. I mean, even like the second time I watched it, and I was like, oh, here it comes. Here it comes. I was giddy. I was giddy because I was like, oh, here's that Batmobile.
My seat was the theater I was going to, like, it was one of those. It was like the sheet. The seat was like shaking and rumbling, like with the engine.
Don't they call that like an ass bumper or something? Those speakers have
you know, I'll tell you, like because the score. Michael Giacchino's
Highway to the Anger Zone.
The absolute and I've listened to so many of his scores. I've been a fan of his for years. This is his best work.
It's been on my Spotify. Every time I get in my car, it's playing on my Spotify.
And how dare you, Ray? Did you forget Star Trek?
No, I is that a real question, Casey? Did I forget Star Trek? Did I forget Star Trek?
Turn your camera off.
Did I forget Star Trek? No, I did not. But seriously, like all those scores are amazing, Casey. Of course they are. But like I've listened to the Batman score like 4 or 5 times all the way through before I saw the movie. So getting into the movie, it's like, okay, so I'm listening for music. So I knew it was coming because because the score kicked in first. I'm like, oh, here's the car chase. Here it is. All right. And just seeing how it fit in, like,
yes. I mean, obviously, like when the scene's like established, it's like, I mean, you know, Bruce shows up or Batman shows up where Selina is like taking the money and they have their exchange. And then all of a sudden, like, you know, Penguin and his goons just start firing and, you know, Batman's like, oh shit, you know, and then he just starts like, he just gets shot and he falls down on the ground. And he's like, oh fuck, that hurt, you know? And then of course, Selina hides behind. And then of course, you know, Penguin's just like saying his shit. And then they see it and they're like, oh, Batman's not there. He vanished. And then they look off in the distance, like, whoo, and then you just hear it. And it's like, oh, it's so good. But I noticed Jose was like, did it start off weird? Because obviously, like, he's hitting the gas and then it like moves forward, but it like stalled. I think he's just taunting them.
No. He didn't stall. He didn't stall. It was like it's almost like a dog. It was almost like a dog barking. It's like,
yeah.
I think that was meant. It wasn't like Bruce was like, oh fuck, I didn't hit the clutch. No, I think it was just like, the fact.
Wouldn't that be fucking hilarious if that actually did that?
Yeah, they think he's scaring him, but his
and he's like, fuck.
That would be the Tarantino
restart
version of it. That would if Quentin Tarantino was directing this, I would say yes, he fucked up. Yes. He let go of the clutch and he stalled out.
First gear wasn't low enough.
Yeah, no, but I think he was trying to be intimidating as much as he can with it. So he revved it and then he just kind of went, hey, I'm gonna fuck you. And it scared the shit out of Cobblepot because when he was like, get the money, let's go. And what happened? He left without even the guy loading up the money.
Who had the money.
Yeah, he said, fuck this, I am out of here because this is scaring the shit out of me. And he booked it.
Does anybody else feel this way? Because I know one of the things I loved about this film is I didn't give a shit about seeing the Waynes murdered. Like at any point was I like,
we're talking about the Batmobile. What are we talking about?
Yeah, like I never felt like I needed to see them murdered.
I didn't feel like it was missing, but I would have.
It was implied.
I don't know. I always like seeing it, partially just because it's one of those like it reminds me of like While My Guitar Gently Weeps or I Shot the Sheriff, where like everybody covers it.
The only reason why it wasn't shown is because at the end of the day, like you guys said earlier, it's literally left open. Like we don't really know who fucking killed him, right? So you show that, and you're gonna.
And also, there's no clean point to. Like, it would have made more sense to do a flashback to his dad sewing up Falcone than it would have to show the Wayne. To show the Wayne murder.
Yeah, like if he was on the bed and shit and working on him as a doctor.
That was kind of funny when he says Dr. Cage's confidentiality and they laugh at him. There's a moment where you're like, oh, that does feel kind of childish. But he's been like...
So switching back to the car...
I was like,
chase.
We were going.
God damn it! I want to talk about the car chase.
Hey, I was saying something I love. Sorry.
Okay.
I think that
we were trying to get to like the whole chase sequence.
I was going to say, we were talking about the chase sequence. Penguin, the way that he was incorporated just throughout. And like the fact that, because even at the end, like there's no, I guess the car chase is like a confrontation with Penguin, but there's no, the fact that he's treated different from the other villains. Like they don't put him in prison. They don't even really have a fight. He just chases him and catches him.
Right.
And so when you're talking about how do these movies incorporate multiple villains, and sometimes that makes it bloated and whatnot, but like, which was giving Penguin this arc in this movie, but also setting him up to have more of a
it was so good.
A mastermind overlord kind of presence. The next one is
it was
really
so
cool.
good, but at the same time, it's like, you know, when we talk about grounded and we talk about realism, it's like, come on. When it comes to this, I mean, that car was like, that car was rolling like a motherfucker, and he came out unscathed. And I'm like, all right,
that's not uncommon.
All I was thinking was like, dude, that's
is it common?
I mean, he might have fucked up his neck, but people. And I'm not saying like you're safe in a role, but people go through insane roles sometimes and are like, fine. It just depends on the angle of the
depends on the car.
There's no airbags that deployed. So I was like, first off, that's a shitty fucking car because no airbags came out.
I know you would have thought like all these like fucking like all the side shit would have like
there should have been literally minimum 6 airbags that deployed the moment he fucking flipped.
So that's where we can suspend the disbelief. And I'm like, all right.
That's the moment we're going to suspend disbelief.
Well,
Batmobile sneaking up in the first place, and
you could suspend. I mean, that's the
Batman hitting that trailer at just the right time to go over the explosion.
That's the thing about this movie is like, as much as they're trying to ground it as realism, it's like there's still fantastical elements.
Right. In the same way that you have to accept that, like, Jason sneaks up behind people in these movies, and like you're like, wait, so you mean he like crept in there and hid behind the door, and waited for like 3 hours until they came down for a glass of water, and then he jumped out? Like, no, that's not how.
No, that also there's 2 things. So one, obviously, suspended the belief that this rear-wheel drive fucking vehicle in the pouring rain is not gonna fucking fill out like. Bullshit, bro. You're literally driving and you're turning and you're going to tell me that it's just still going. Like, no, I've been in the auto industry. Believe me, that shit doesn't work. But either way, the other thing that I was like, wait, is that for real? Like when, obviously the guy with the phone, I forgot his name, but he had it taped up and it was ringing the whole time, right?
Colson.
So he's holding it from the day, right? And it doesn't happen until the end of night where Batman finally answers it. And Riddler's like, oh, hey, thanks for finally answering. Like, bro, I've been calling all day and you didn't answer.
Hours.
Finally, you didn't answer. I'm ready. Give me a second. Like, what if he was like, damn, I got to take a piss, dude. Like,
I mean,
he probably
Riddler was a little bit eccentric.
Right.
Yeah, he was a little eccentric when it came to that.
I could completely see Riddler like having like, you know, the empty bottles next to him waiting at the phone. Like that's
a piss. Like,
yes,
man,
totally.
This motherfucker better answer at least.
But that's the thing is like this movie is far less grounded in reality than any of the Nolan trilogy.
Yeah, I would
say
that too. As much
but
as
they just treat it as fact instead of trying to explain it, though. That's the big difference.
Exactly.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's what's nice about it. That's what I was saying. Like, it doesn't need to tell us why those airbags didn't deploy or why this rear-wheel drive vehicle is driving in the rain.
No,
it's just like,
it was cool as shit. I mean, that chase sequence was just fucking intense.
Well, I know what I loved about the chase sequence, and I said this on our review on Squadcast, was I appreciated there being a car chase where there's actual traffic.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So answer this. When the fuck did they shoot this? Where did we see like set video? Where was this? We saw like set video for BVS, and
that's a behind the scenes video. That's probably the first behind the scenes video I want to watch. How the fuck did you shoot this car chase?
Yeah, because we had no set video for this, and that's what both times when I watched it, I was like, when the fuck did they do this? How did they do this? How did they have like rain?
Where did they do this?
Rain.
Right, no,
I mean,
like
anytime that they've shot like vehicles moving in the rain, yeah, you'll have like a rain machine on the vehicle that captures that. But it's like there was like other angles.
Not as fast as they're driving.
It might have been all VFX.
I was gonna say, yeah,
dude.
They can do that with cars. I mean, VFX for cars is insane.
Okay, I tell you what.
The volume, the way they did.
If that's the case, if that was VFX, then I could start to believe this $200 million budget stuff.
Well, $200 million budget was
his COVID.
They
right?
blamed.
Yeah.
They said it doubled because of COVID. So it was 100, and then COVID made it to it. But like, look at a car commercial. Every single car commercial you've seen in the past 10 years, the car is not in the commercial.
But I remember you said the car coming out of the fire, that was a practical shot. So it's probably a mix because he has said that's practical.
Well, because like for example, the flipping of the semi, driving between the semis, and all of that, like had to have been VFX. Well, like they didn't actually get a camera up between semis as they came. Like
you also got to look.
Maybe I'm wrong.
But. No, you got to look at the way that it was shot and their use of the volume. Like you couldn't tell me had you had known they used the volume, where they used the volume at. Like you wouldn't be able to tell. Like no, fortunately for me, I knew that they were using the volume at these certain shots, but I only know that because
where the bat signal was, that's where they were using the volume.
Yeah, like the sunset or the sunrise.
Yeah, sunset's one of them for sure.
And it makes sense, but it's like that's all we know that they've used the volume for. We don't know if they used it with this,
Yeah. Well, and also he talked about, and I don't know how much of this is the volume or not, but he talked about how they digitally created a lot of the sets beforehand as a part of the like kind of storyboard planning process, and because of that, it allowed him to go in with a VR camera to set up shots prior to the sets being built. And he didn't talk about the volume when he talked about that, but it definitely made me wonder, like, why would they build a 3D set version of the set for all of these unless they were anticipating using the volume for some of them?
Right. And what I was thinking about when I thought about that, I was like thinking about Matrix Reloaded, like when they literally built a freeway for that whole freeway sequence.
And that's a car chase that has traffic. That's this chase.
I'm
chase
thinking
reminded me of that because they went against traffic. Because this chase does the same thing.
They go the wrong way on the freeway at one point.
Right.
Like,
although as I think about this, I don't think they would have needed that big of a stretch of road. Because they didn't show a huge, like, whereas in the Matrix you've got this, like, the way it's shot, the fact that they're putting the camera like on the side of the car here and the way it's edited, you could have had a quarter mile or a tenth of a mile, even that's an exaggeration, but like a quarter mile or less of runway, and then just have like a couple dozen cars on it to create this.
The vehicle, and I'm not saying that it was unbelievable. It's just like, okay, like the shots of the Batmobile driving where we saw the wheels turning and all that, that looked real enough. But like if you look at like the way, Batflix, that little turn where he did that turn under that bridge, he's going like fucking 20, 30 miles an hour, because if he doesn't, he's going to run into the wall, right? Like not Batfleck, but the driver.
No, they did those at full speed.
That was full speed. That was real. That was a real fucking set. I didn't feel that with this, even though it was, I only felt that whenever we were getting the shots of the wheels when they were like close up front. Does that make sense? Like when I was seeing it from wide angle, I was like, I didn't get that feeling of this is real, but I didn't need to feel that because I was like, no, this is.
I never questioned whether or not it was real, other than just like how did they? How did they make this happen? Right. But I didn't see anything that made me say I think that's fake. That's only a question I came up with as an explanation for how does this exist.
Right. And it's a very, like, a lot of it is kind of it's shot close quarters because there's a lot of POV shots from Penguin's car and from the Batmobile.
So I love that shot, like right on like the back, like right, like the back of it, and like especially when he like skids and you see the Penguin's car just go boom and just like fucking rolls.
I think it's incredibly well edited.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, it's so seamless. Where you're like, I don't know what's real and what's fake. Like I wouldn't have been able to have been like,
the bonus features on the Blu-ray. It's gonna be. I'm looking forward to seeing like how the fuck did they do that.
And that's the thing for me is that give me I want a featurette that is nothing but the Batmobile.
Yeah,
like, those are my favorite featurettes on Batman movies.
It'll exist, I'm sure.
I just want just the car.
There has to be one on this.
Yeah,
and there has to be one about that car chase for sure.
And the only thing that I was like, well, that's definitely obviously. I was like, well, that doesn't really look real, but it also just it took me out of it a little bit. But where I was like, fuck it, was whenever he flew and they were showing the point of view of him actually flying. You know what I mean? Like I was
there were a couple shots. That was a shot they used a couple times that was not bad.
Yeah,
but it felt inconsistent because it was that one, and then there was one at the end of him riding the motorcycle also, where it's this low shot of his face with stuff moving behind him, and they used that a couple times, and it was, like I said, it wasn't bad, and it was kind of a cool angle and stuff. It just felt so not noir.
I didn't think they were going to end the movie on that shot.
I was surprised that was the final shot. Right. I really thought it was just like this, like
me too.
On his face.
You would have thought it was like a bigger, grander shot of something.
Yes,
right. Him riding off, but it was like literally just that up close shot, and then it just cuts to black, and it was like, oh. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Fine. He looks at her in the his rear view,
and she literally disappears into the mist.
Yeah.
Rear view mirror.
Yeah. Which I love that
shot. Yeah.
And that's one thing I do like about the final shot is it is a character piece. Is like, what's the last thing we see of Batman? It's looking at Selina.
Well, and also they both drive out of the cemetery, and she turns one way and he turns the other way.
And I love that they hang on it. It's not that they turn at the same time. She turns and he turns like 5 seconds. They're almost like he's thinking like, man, I could turn left, but I'm gonna go. But
also in that they've both come out of their vengeance or whatever. However, she's still not in the same place that he is. Like there's a lot of
and we haven't talked about her vengeance in this, and like because there's a ton of, I mean, not just with her friend, but also this whole thing with Carmine being her father, which is that from the comics?
That friendship,
Halloween.
That friendship should have been planted more to have that, but that doesn't matter because she's not the main character. But as somebody that was riding motorcycles that got in an accident, the only thing I could think of as he was looking back, I was like, bro, you have literally been staring at her the entire time for like 10 fucking seconds. Like, is somebody gonna like get into a wreck or something? Like, what the fuck?
My brain was like, look at the road, look at the road, look at the road.
I just went back to those set photos of the stuntman. Remember when he
shot to the chest? He's okay.
Actually, that was funny. I know it's getting close to the credits, and like, oh, they're setting up the end of the credits, and then they're in the cemetery, and I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna see that shot where he slipped, the like infamous slip motorcycle shot right before the end.
I was like, look at this fucking bat suit. Look how close it is.
Of all places.
I was watching it, I was like,
was that Mr. Rick English, right?
Yeah.
Why aren't you focusing on the road ahead of you, especially on a fucking like stormy or like wet road?
Selina,
like,
man, it's hard to focus. Selena
I know exactly. I was like, well, obviously he's gonna get
there've been plenty of those. There's been plenty of those tweets as well as like Batman's better man than me. I'd get nothing done. Gotham would be done if Selina looked at me like that.
I mean, you watch this movie. I mean, one of the things about Zoe Kravitz, she's so tiny, but it's just like, God. Yeah, it's like
I would have been like,
the
first thing I would have been like is like, well,
say that through more gritted teeth.
little thing.
The moment she would have said, like, as soon as she said Bloodhaven, I'd been like, yeah, sure, but you're not talking about moving there, right? Like, I mean, I'd go there for a week.
She's just gonna go up there. It was a nice little Easter egg, man.
Dude, I could maybe book out for like a couple days. Like, sure, let's roll, man. Like,
I loved how she pulled away at the end too, and left. It was more specifically because then he had that sort of expression of like, oh, you're trying to keep your Batman, like you're trying to have your Batman side, not show like how badly you wanted her to kiss you right there, but you're like, yeah, I guess that shouldn't be a thing. I don't.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, shut up. No. But also at the end, right before the, and this is how I perceive it. Like right before it goes to black for the credits, because there's that swell in the music. It's like he speeds up. Like,
there's no reverb to it. It fucking ends, which I thought was actually weird. I was like, that was.
The ending definitely felt very abrupt.
I was
which is odd after the like
because I heard that is a musician that has made fucking tracks and done all that shit, for it to fucking end that way, I was like, ooh, that was fucking weird. Like, why would it do? Like, it almost felt like, no, that was cut at that point, it wasn't supposed to cut that way, but they ended it, so they were just like, "Oh, fuck it, we got to cut it at that point." So
you know what? I almost missed Christopher Nolan's style of ending. Of
right,
just it's like if he rode off in like a fucking wide shot, and it went to black and went the Batman. And it just went dun, dun, dun,
but you can't do that because the next day they're like, "Look at this hack!" You know,
I know.
They're introducing Joker for the sequel. There's no DA.
I know exactly. I understand that.
Yeah,
you can still end it with music fucking crescendoing and then finalize. You don't have to end it that way.
But I think that because and again I knew it was going to do that because I listened to the damn thing 5 times before watching the movie. But to me, one of the things that was really accentuated in the score is there's definite times where even in low and high moments, Giacchino's okay, horror. It's like he had a horror button, horror.
That Riddler, the Riddler theme. Oh my god!
Well, I mean the Riddler.
Oh, and by the way, did you notice in the Riddler theme? And I didn't pick up on this until I heard it in the movie. I was suddenly the choir in Riddler's theme sounds a little bit like Ave Maria.
Yes, not a little. A lot.
It is.
It's yes.
Yeah, it's definitely.
And
but I love that he sang that to Batman as well.
And he got credit for it.
He got a credit for it. Right. He totally got credit for it. And Scott, true to form. I heard at least 2 or 3 cuts in the movie that are not on the fucking score.
Of course you did.
Of course I did.
Yeah. Which I listen to music all the time before the movie comes out, and for whatever reason I was like, you know what, I want to go into this film fresh. That's what, dude, I heard the Batman theme, which because we already heard it, so I was like, all right, I'll listen to that, but I didn't hear the Catwoman theme or Joker theme. I was like, I wanted to go in and fresh, and that's why it felt good for me. And then that ending, the way it ended, I was like, wait, that's how you're fucking ending the score.
It is abrupt, but I think it's intentional. I think it's intentionally.
I'm not saying it's bad or anything. I'm just saying I was like, what the fuck was that, bro? As somebody that's a musician, I was like, you couldn't just give us reverb or something.
But that was also why the shot was the shot was a surprise, because because when I heard it, I'm like, I had in my head an expectation of what the ending shot was going to be for something that was that abrupt, and it wasn't his face. It wasn't what we get. It wasn't.
Well, essentially, it would have been the shot behind him, like in The Dark Knight, where it's that shot. Right. That's what I was thinking they were going for. So I was like, is that what they're? So it's almost like they did it to go, oh, we're subverting what you think is going to be like The Dark Knight, but we're going to do it from the front. But also with the music, we can't end it with a big crescendo. Yeah, exactly. You can't do that. So instead of doing that, we're going to go the opposite, where it's like, no, we're just going to cut it. Fuck it. So I was like, I
think Travis is right, though. I think it's definitely there does have to be a point. Someone had to be thinking, okay, do not go too.
You can't do that.
Do not fly too close to what just happened in the Nolan trilogy. We've got to keep our distance.
Which again, you also look at that card revealing of Joker.
Yes.
Had a bigger impact for me, where I went, holy shit, than the Joker fucking showing up at the end of Batman, where I was like,
because
we're back here again.
No, I know.
Well, because that scene was it was a wrap up for Bruce and Gordon also, and the Joker card was not what that scene was about, whereas this Joker scene was, this exists solely because of the Joker tease.
Technically, it's not credited as a Joker scene. Technically, it's an unseen prisoner scene.
And that's my point, right? Dude, you are telling me that it's the Joker. I thought it was Two-Face.
No, Reeves said it was, but
I get that. He's telling me that it's Joker. I thought it was Two-Face. So guess what? He failed in my eyes at that point to tell me that was Joker, right? Because he didn't list Joker.
Are you sure?
In the credit. No.
Are you sure?
Did he list Joker in the credits?
One more time, did he fail?
No. Did he list Joker in the credits?
No, of course not. No.
I actually didn't look at the credits.
I did.
I was surprised to see Barry's name in with the main. He was listed before.
He got a single name. He got a single name.
Right. He was in the main.
I didn't even notice.
If I wasn't told that was supposed to be Joker in the film and in the credits, technically at the end of the day, right? Because right? Because like people give Zach shit like, oh yeah, well these are the thoughts that I have, or the reasons of why these characters have done things. You know, why Batman, he uses sex for his
Well, what's the biggest thing? Either that he killed Jimmy Olsen or that he killed Dick Grayson.
It's like,
right? Those are the two big things.
Okay, okay, but he didn't really show us that in the theatrical cut or the Ultimate Edition. So it could be plausible. So in this situation, it's like, you didn't tell me that was Joker in my eyes. So technically, that could be Two-Face to me, right? Because at the end of the day, you are telling me that the only reason why you know that that's Joker is because Matt Reeves came out and said it. That's it, right? Am I?
Well, okay.
Like, I think once he said clown and laugh, I think anytime you have some character that's going to laugh,
the clown thing for sure, and then once clown was said. No, may God strike me dead. I'm telling the truth. Once he said clown, and then the laugh came up.
You already had known that there could be a potential Joker in the film, right?
Yeah. Well, hold on, guys. Scott's got to take off. Bye.
See you, Scott. Have a good weekend.
Bye.
Wait.
All right, go ahead. Send us off.
Okay.
You got to do the send off.
I gotta do so. Okay, so you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squawkcast with our review of the Batman, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squawkcastmedia.com. And you can find me here Sunday night, 7 Pacific, 9 Central, where this week we'll be talking about Heart of Steel Part 2.
Yes.
Emergency.
All
right,
emergency.
Stop
the one
Appreciate
called
it. Have a good rest of your night.
Thank you.
All right, take it easy, man.
Now, Ray.
All right, continue.
Did you go into the film knowing that there could potentially be a Joker?
Yes.
Okay, so at that point in time, right now, you are on a different level than I was when I went to go.
I can totally get that. Well, like I said, my nephew thought it was Two-Face. He was like, "Oh, it's Two-Face."
And
right?
I'll say,
laughed.
There was a moment where, when you first see his face, I did a double take of like, oh, that's weird. Is that supposed to be Two-Face? And then when I heard the laugh, I was like, oh no, it's Joker.
Two-Face never entered my head, but
the fact that there was not, like, for me, not knowing it, right? And again, I keep harping back to it because I didn't expect to see a Joker in this film. I didn't expect to see a Two-Face.
Well, you did.
I think that's less about the depiction. I think the issue there is less about the depiction of the character, so much as like, why is that scene there? And like, what is that scene trying to do?
Exactly, because I was watching it. I had no idea. I wasn't expecting any of that stuff. To Ray's point, I didn't walk into this film expecting anything. I was just like, hey, I'm going to take that filter. I'm not going to have it on. I'm going to go, what is this film trying to tell me about all this shit?
Right.
And everything leading up to me was, okay, this is Batman, this is Riddler, this is Penguin. Okay, cool. We got Catwoman. So when I'm seeing this Arkham scene, I'm like, what are they trying to tell me at this point in time? I'm just thinking, I guess that's got to be I wasn't sure if that was Two-Face. I was just like, that's got to be Two-Face, because who else could it be? Like, even when he said clown, okay, well, Bruce, guess what? Bruce says, hey, I'm just used to freaks dressing up like clowns. That doesn't mean Bruce Wayne's fucking the Joker. Like, no, he's just literally throwing a clown, reference out.
I'm also curious if this will be like the least clowny version of Joker that would like.
He might not even have green hair.
I know this is like way off, and like maybe not even in the next movie, but because of the way that they teased him and like the fact and the way they had Barry portray him, like for example, the fact that it wasn't like that there was even an inch for you to believe that it was Two-Face instead of like cramming it down your throat that it was Joker, which the Joker laugh, the white makeup, the whatever, any of those things would have been like clear giveaways.
Right.
And the way they may just be leaving it open for interpretation, but because especially if you look at like how they did Riddler, I don't even
said that, if you'd have been like, I don't know who, as of right now, he's just an unnamed person.
If you look at the way they did Riddler versus Riddler in the comics, I'm really curious if like even the Heath Ledger Joker would seem too comic booky, almost not comic booky because it's like too theatrical for this movie.
Leaving the card, yeah.
So how do they? I don't think they're gonna have him have like a clown persona. I think that's something that people are gonna assign to him. Or
he's gonna be disfigured. It seems like. I mean,
yeah. But I don't like. Is he gonna wear like a green suit with purple?
If they're really going with Man Who Laughs, like if they're going with that whole origin, then it won't look like the classical conception of the character.
Yeah, which it'll be crazy to see how that. I'm really curious to see how that goes because it'll be really interesting. But also, you gotta wonder if there's gonna be blowback from that because it'll be. Like there's
no wondering. There's always blowback.
No, but I'm saying I think because even Joaquin Phoenix's people got over the differences pretty quickly, and that's the most extreme Joker because it's a different type of clown makeup.
Yes,
like the clown faces all mean something, and they chose a different way of making the face up and a whole different kind of clown getup. And so if you push it even further than that into like maybe his skin's not white. Maybe he's got the laugh, but his skin's not white, his hair's not green. He's probably not going to wear the purple and green, at least not in the same way. Obviously like Riddler wore green, right, and had a question mark, but not the same. Like this could be a wildly almost like a disfigured Tyler Durden.
Do you remember superherohype.com?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's still around.
2007. I absolutely remember half the message boards on that forum pissed that Ledger wasn't Killing Joke, that it was face paint and not acid bath. It had destroyed the character. It was ruined. Christopher Nolan is a hack. I can't believe what he's doing. That was said many times by a lot of people in 2007. And it'll be all over again with whatever Reeves decides to do.
You're
Barry's version.
Right. I will say you're 50% right because you're right. There's going to be people that are going to be pissed off about it, but there's also going to be people like me that are going like, "Well, I accept it, but dude, I wish you would have just told me that was the case." Like, I
still don't think that his intent of putting him in there was to tell you that it was the Joker. I don't think that was the point.
No, but I don't think it would have stayed in the movie. If it wasn't Joker, point. Also though, it would have been cut Joker, if it wasn't Joker.
If you're telling me that his intention was us to be like that, could not be Joker. Then why the fuck was he in it?
No, well, this is where you need to watch the video where he explains why that scene.
No. I'm watching the film as a film. I don't need to see anything behind the scenes. I don't need to see anything explaining it.
Okay, but the question that you're asking is not one that the film even wants to answer because that's not why it's there.
Why is it there?
It's
in the film.
For me, it's just sequel bait, to be honest. Like, I really think it is just a, hey, you got something to look forward to. Even though I think Nolan's works better, but that's still technically sequel bait. Yeah. Like, BVS has sequel bait. Like, that's a comic book trope. Like, every almost comic book movie nowadays, unless
that's why I said it's potentially a post-credit scene if they decided to do that. But they fit it into the movie.
And I think
but imagine this movie ending and being like, let's see what's after the credits. It's just not that kind of vibe. I don't know.
I think thematically is what it's going to show is the same way that Batman is maybe learning to trust people. You're going to have these villains that kind of have to go, well, we might have to be a little stronger to take, like, we may have to actually work together as well to take down this guy. Yes. And I think it's a fun dynamic because Joker, he's worked with villains before, but he's a very like, he will turn them around, like, he'll turn their back on them at any point. So it will be fun to see, like, him potentially use them as pawns and stuff. And the look, the only people that will care about it is, I'd say, like us and Twitter people. GA people might just go, "Oh, that's what the Joker looks like this time. Cool."
Oh, GA, the GA doesn't. They won't care what he looks like.
They didn't care what the Riddler looked like. Well, they didn't care about the Batsuit.
My point was more. I feel like the GA would be less initially accepting of this than of a no makeup Joker. That, like, obviously comic book fans will always complain, but like the GA is like the people who don't know, like they'll go into the movie not knowing what actor plays Joker, right? And they'd be like, isn't Joker supposed to be painted? Or like, that's, I see it coming from like after the comic book fans have gotten over it. I see them having a weird reaction. I think it could ultimately be cool. So I'm not saying it's a bad idea because of that. I'd just be curious at how people would
I think you get that with the first trailer, and then people will just go, okay, this way. Look, the same way like Ray was bringing up, Ledger probably had that same thing, like, oh, like it's a little bit different. It's like very dark purple. It's not very flamboyant. Yeah. It's makeup now, and this will be the same thing where I think he's going to be like what Scott was describing. As long as he has a smile plastered on his face and he's laughing, I even think they might not make him makeup, but his skin might be like a little paler than your average guy.
What's really funny about this is the context of look at like what Reeves is getting away with in terms with the way he portrays Riddler.
Yes.
Versus like imagine if like Zack Snyder did that. Like
the way we saw what he would have done.
Yeah, it's like people like look at Doomsday, like the way people treat Doomsday, and then meanwhile you've got like because they say like, oh, he just wants to make everything grimdark and strip all the comic book fun out of it. And it's like, I don't know, that this twist on Riddler is probably as close as you could get to like grimdark.
I've seen some angst from.
Well,
there's definitely some angst.
Always gonna be there.
With
you guys got to remember with Heath Ledger's Joker, you could say all the shit you wanted before anything was heard or said. The first fucking thing that we got from Heath Ledger's Joker was the teaser of the fucking bat symbol.
You got the laugh.
The moment you heard his voice, you went, "Holy shit, that's fucking Joker."
Well, because that was marketing. That was part of.
Absolutely, you're right. You're perfectly right. You're right. But guess what? In that marketing, they used his real fucking voice that was from the movie, right? He sounded like Joker, right?
I guess I just don't care that much about this one. It's like, okay, it is what it is.
Well, that's
so. Well, I think we all agree it was probably the weakest moment of the movie for most of us.
And my point though is that you heard that voice and you went, dude, that's fucking Joker. Like, holy shit. Like, you didn't need to go, oh, man, I need to see him act and perform this. I heard his voice, and that was all. That's my point.
Okay, so I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
I didn't need to see him. I didn't need to see him look like the Joker. I could have easily been fine about hearing his voice. I didn't hear the voice of Joker. That was the only. That's what kind of fucked me up. Where I was like, I guess that's Two-Face. He's mentioning clown. He's throwing that out there. Sure.
Well, that's why I'm speculating about like just how, because like the fact that it's like it's existing, because I know they call it the unseen prisoner. I think that was more about spoilers than anything else, though.
Yeah.
And so, but it's clearly intended to be Joker, yet they don't go like full Mark Hamill voice from the get-go, which to me says is less about hiding the identity and more about like that's the way Joker would be in this universe if and when he arrives later on. So that's just like really fascinating.
Right, which
it's gonna be. It's gonna be that's why I started the Zack Snyder Riddler interpretation thing, because imagine the kind of hell that we're gonna get, or that we're not going to get, that we would have if Joker was done this way in a different movie, where it's like you strip all of the, like, just make Joker a psychotic dude with no paint, not
only that, I would have appreciated if Reeves had never even come out and said, "Yeah, that's the Joker," indefinitely. I would have preferred it. I thought
keep on going back to the scene. I'm trying to steer away from this.
I know. The last thing I'm going to say about it, I would have preferred it not being solid on, yeah, that's Joker, so that if I thought it was Two-Face, you thought it was Joker, and we're going, who the fuck is that? Because it's unnamed. We don't know who the fucking person is, right? Yeah. Okay, great.
So you're treating it like the ending of Inception, where you wish Nolan wouldn't have told, people what the ending actually was,
or do it a way where people are debating about who it is and who they want it to be and who it.
If you would have told me,
but the thing with that,
and I would have been like, well, how do you know it's Joker? And you'd have been like, I don't know yet. All I'm doing is I think that's Joker. I would have accepted it a whole lot better than you telling me, no, Reeves came out and said it was Joker. I would have been like, well, dude.
But the thing with guys, the thing with that is that his own brother came out and said it.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. Yeah. Very Cohen. Yeah.
Hey, if that's the time that we're in now, guess what? Maybe you should make that fucking scene a lot more obvious then, because he fucking blew
it. Like I said, I would have preferred to see a little bit of smile from the shadows, maybe, but I was happy to see the hair, standing up, and it seemed like it was colored, and I saw the face was kind of messed up, so I think they might give him a bigger smile than maybe Leto or some others who didn't have that.
I think it might be bigger than Jack's. Truthfully,
I want that because that's one thing. Yeah,
and
that's one thing I've always wanted, because when a Joker smiles, I know humanly it's not kind of possible to do that wide of a smile. It only looks like that in cartoons and stuff, but if you can enhance it with prosthetics or CGI or whatever, I would love to see one take of that.
Or do like what I'm looking at, like remember when Heath Ledger didn't have makeup on for
the funeral
for the Dark Knight?
Yes.
Yeah. So he had the scars on his mouth. So and that's an actual thing that some gangs will do. Interestingly, I guess because he's Irish, isn't that? I think it's an IRA thing also. Where they cut the corners of the mouth.
Was he Irish?
Barry's Irish.
Oh, Barry's Irish.
Sorry. No, he was Australian. 100%. But but it would be interesting if they use something similar to that.
Well,
like the scars
he's not, like Garza said, though, he's not doing a type of really voice that much. Like, it sounds like he's kind of Americanized.
Yeah, he seems normal.
Yeah, his Irish voice, like, a little bit, but it sounds very similar to what he sounds like in Eternals. Like, he's...
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you would have told me that you just believed it was, Joker, and I thought it was Two-Face, right? Like, I'm just saying, that was the only person I could think of that was...
what this kind of reminded me of? Like, Casey, you brought up the Kelvin timeline Star Trek movies. There's a deleted sequence in the 2009 movie where, like, one of the things they gloss over in the movie is the idea that, like, Eric Bana's character Nero and the Romulans have been in this other timeline for 25 years, and then they show up and mess with Kirk and the Enterprise and everything, right? What were they doing for 25 years? The deleted scene was that they were at a Klingon prison, Rurapente. And so Victor Garber, who's supposed to be a Klingon interrogating Eric Bana's character during all of this, like, they shot a scene of him doing it, but they had him wear a helmet because at that time they had no fucking clue how they were going to design Klingons until, like, Into Darkness. The scene was cut, but they had him shoot it without knowing exactly what they were going to look like. So to me, it's almost like they don't have a final design even in mind for him yet. So
that's a good point.
They're not going to...
Well, that's why I was asking, like, would they actually release an image of Barry?
I don't know that they have. Well, I mean, if they do, it may not look anything like what the final version of him will look like. I feel like the road.
The only thing they really did in terms of, and not that they have to stick to this, especially for a character that hypothetically could be wearing makeup, but I felt like the only thing that they teased about him that felt very intentional in a way that was like teasing something, like giving us information about him, was showing that he had like the burnt, boiled, blistered skin. And because that was something that, like, if his face is all screwed up like that, I don't think that they would like do a 180 on that.
Well, and the other thing about, like, because guys are telling, like, why would Reeves say anything? And Ray brought this up a little bit. With there being these shows and whatnot, and who knows if there's any validity, but there was, I think, a few months ago, rumors that the Gotham PD show would maybe tackle some of the origin of the Joker.
Ooh, that's true.
And the same way when you're talking about, like, oh, what if we get a picture? In 2 weeks, what if there's an announcer or something like, oh, yeah, Barry's in this, and the reason Reeves says the Joker is because he's about to be in a show right now. He's about to do something. So that's why he might not even be hiding it, because he's like, well, there's going to be a press release in 2 weeks about him being in a show that he already talked about last week. How, I don't know, this is what I was uncertain. I want to ask you guys. He said there's going to be a show that's tackling or has something to do with Arkham Asylum, but I didn't understand if that was the Gotham PD show, or is he talking about a...
No, there's an Arkham show.
Separate Arkham show, yeah.
So if there is an Arkham show, I would see exactly that's where Barry...
You can't do an Arkham show without... Like, if it's going to be connected to the movies... there's going to be like something about Joker in there.
And that's why you could easily see some scooper hearing about that Arkham show and thinking, oh, it's probably about Gotham PD, but it's not. It's about this Arkham thing. So that's why in 2 weeks, the same way everyone thinks, like, I agree with some people's theory that the reason Selena goes to Bloodhaven is not for her to be gone in part 2. It's because those rumors of her getting HBO Max show. I could see that as far as, oh, we want to give her a show, but we don't want to be in Gotham because how do we explain Batman not being involved right now? Well, you give 6 episodes of her in Bloodhaven and then she heads back to Gotham. And yes, does that start to get very MCU homeworky? Yeah, but this guy already announced 2 shows in like a Matt Reeves universe, you know, like he's already talking about they're doing a Penguin show, they're doing a Penguin show. You're good. He's connecting stuff. He's doing a little mini universe. So. And
it also depends on how they do it, how they build it, and on top of that, like this is where they brought the business aspect of this. Like this is why almost everything is still on the table, because especially with, I mean, the merger is essentially done. Mm-hmm. The new guys are coming in. And I've said this before, and I will continue to hold David Zaslav to his 300 to 400 million subscribers that he wants for HBO Max. He's never going to get there. But lofty goals. I like having dreams. Cool. If you want that, you're going to need a lot more content for the service, which means you're going to have to mine the shit out of this Batman universe, which means
Snyderverse. I'm just
okay. Well, that's a whole other angle of it, Casey. Yes, but with respect to the Reeves verse, with respect to what's going on here, that's why a lot of what you may see in these films could absolutely mean not movies but shows. Yeah, whether it's Penguin, which we know. Someone
I'm so excited for that one.
Yeah,
the Penguin show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I mean, the idea of a Gotham mob show with the Penguin at the end of it, yes, why not? Absolutely.
Well, I mean, just where the character was left off, like we talked about, is the fact that it's like everything's up for grabs, and like that shot of him just looking over the city and just like, all right,
yeah. And also the fact that it would be is it a Penguin show specifically, or is it like a?
It's a Penguin show specifically.
So it's like
it's gonna be a Boba Fett.
because
episode 5 and 6 are gonna be about the Joker,
the Daimo of Gotham.
The Book of Penguin. Yeah.
Robert Pattinson will make an appearance and steal episode 6.
I really hope so. Yeah. You know what?
CGI Robert Pattinson. No, because I was gonna say the idea of a show about him that isn't necessarily, and I guess it could be not like a Breaking Bad or whatever that's like about him, but give him like a Godfather kind of, get the man behind the desk calling the shots show about like the crime gangs and like on the more street level stuff. Or make it a GCPD spinoff that's like The Departed. That'd be cool too. Make him like the.
Yeah. Well, the 2 things. One, that's what I loved Carmine in this, because he reminded me of Frank in Departed.
Thank you. Totally, when the rat thing came up, that was the first thing that I thought.
And it's the head honcho guy. That's one of my favorite. As a younger fellow watching Departed, that just blew my mind. Of like, oh my god, the guy who's supposed to be the main villain is the guy feeding the cops all this information. So that was great. Yes. But the thing is, with the Penguin show, I think it was Dylan Clark, the producer, said the reason that show happened is because they had a bunch of ideas for Penguin in this movie, and they just never materialized. But then they just used all that content or ideas that they had, like, well, what if we did it here?
Good.
I keep hearing conflicting things of if it's a prequel or if it's present day or if it's kind of a mix of both.
I think it's going to be right after.
Is it supposed to be right after? Okay, and then Gotham PD is supposed to be the year. It's supposed to be the year 1 of Batman. That's what they say. And now I guess there's an Arkham show. So
I hate to say this, but I think that going back to the how do you do Joker, I wouldn't be shocked to see something that's not all that different from like some of the versions of Jerome from Gotham.
100%. People have been saying
that's what I was getting. That's what I was getting from.
Why do you hate to say that, Steven?
What? I was not a fan of.
Well, but like, did you not like any of them?
You don't want me to get into it.
All right.
Here's a simple question: Were you not a fan of that like actor in that role overall, or just the concept of what they did with the like every 2 months it could be a different Joker?
Man, you can't get me started on that show because I would stop.
We're gonna be here for another
show, I think, because of how episode by episode he was a different version of Joker, basically.
Pretty much.
And
yes,
I liked him way better when he was Jerome. When instead of Jeremiah.
But there are versions
100%
of
Casey.
him.
100%.
Yeah.
And I don't know which version it is, but there are versions of him where he's got like more scarred up, like a non-makeup version.
I also wasn't that big on his final look either.
Yeah,
in the finale.
Oh, yeah, that was.
Well, they tried to do that whole.
I think Gotham just knew that it was going to end, so they just wanted to put everything in the final season.
Let's put everything in the final season.
Listen, you want to talk about worst Batman suit ever in live
Right.
action?
Well, that's why that's was my when I did my ranking. That was my least favorite suit. I cannot stand that suit. It was
because
so
it's
bad.
awful.
That is just
it's
hockey
a terrible
pads, pretty
fucking
much.
suit.
So it's such a bad live
No,
action.
the guy wearing hockey pads in The Dark Knight looked better.
Oh,
than
yeah,
that, than that one.
Like the fundamental problem with that show was that it wanted to give you all of the things that you love about Batman's universe without actually giving you any of those things. Yet they did try to give you all of those things without actually giving you those things. So they just gave you bad versions of all of the things instead of giving you. It's like
some
just
of the seasons were good. You know,
I like the Riddler. I like the Riddler.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed.
I love the Penguin too.
The Mad Hatter season, yes, the Penguin and the
Mad
Riddler.
Hatter was great.
The Mad Hatter season was
There's
good.
a lot of people Penguin. There was some great things.
Professor Pig was also good.
Yeah, I mean, and this is coming from somebody who could not accept Smallville, but
I enjoyed the aesthetic. Like I thought that it was well produced a number of times, particularly in earlier seasons.
Yeah,
it's just that the writing just
the writing got a little shitty.
Not just
they
like
didn't know what it wanted to be.
Not just like the story arcs, but even just like the stuff people would eat. Like what was it that in one of the earlier seasons, Bullock yells something like, he says what someone says a word and he's like, what's whatever the word is, but he's like in a shootout and he yells it like down. I don't know. It was such a weird like.
I can't make that deep Gotham pull, Steven. I'm sorry.
I know. Well, it's useless unless I can remember the whole story, and I can't.
But bringing it back to the Batman, I'm wondering if we're going to get a Bullock in the Batman.
I don't see why we wouldn't. Well, never mind.
Could be PD.
We may not.
Yeah.
Gotham City PD.
I hope in Gotham City.
I
I always loved Bullock from the
from the animated series.
I really feel like there's a strong chance that we're going to see just a ton of supporting characters on HBO Max,
live action,
like in the shows. But no,
would we see Gordon in the show?
I think the deals are still being worked out on that.
Possible,
was what they said last time.
Especially since he's in Westworld, right?
Yeah, no, I think we definitely will. There's no way that we don't see that, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Batman. We're going to see Batman in GCPD too. Somehow.
I think so.
Yeah, I think he'll
even
show
if it's
up.
Not Pattinson, but it's like shadows. It's like, oh, we see somebody.
Well, no, I mean, I bet they'll have him meet up at even if it's just like at the end of the season or something. Mm-hmm. But they'll have him meet up at the Bat Signal. I mean, they shot that in the volume anyway, right? So like, have him show up for a day, shoot a bunch of discussions with Gordon wearing different outfits in front of the Bat Signal, wear the costume for a couple hours, leave, and then you're in like 4 episodes.
We're within 2 weeks of just having the Justice League on Peacemaker. I fully believe Pattinson would film something for that show, especially because
I think he would,
especially
because
if
it sounds like he's just down to play this for as long as they'll have him. So
listen,
easy work.
If he's willing to, and by the grace of God, if he's willing to, Hugh Jackman this, if you will.
Harry Potter, 8-9 films.
Have at it. Have at it. Play Batman for 20 years. Yes.
100%, because that's what, like, for me, when people talk about Robin, I do want that, but there's a part of me that goes, I don't know, with even what they're saying right now, can we do that in 2 and 3? But that's why, in my heart, I would love if we got 2 and 3 of just passing, and then they're like, oh yeah, the next 3, that's going to be about him taking on someone and stuff.
The only reason I keep it to 3 is because I think Reeves comes from the Nolan school of I don't want to do this shit for the rest of my life. Mm-hmm. So the question is, would he hand it off as a producer to someone else to do the rest of them?
But the shows make me
he comes from that
question
JJ camp that is likely to do that. But
see, the only reason I'll push back on that, Steven, is because what Travis brought this up earlier. Nolan isn't the Batman fan. Reeves is.
Mm-hmm.
There's a different level.
Almost makes it. I mean, Nolan is a Batman fan, though.
Yeah, he's a fan. Just like
but not to Reeves's level. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I think they just appreciate different things about it because Nolan wasn't trying to do this. Nolan was making a crime story, and that's the genre that he took.
What's this?
This is noir.
But
it's not like.
But it's a crime.
No. It's a different genre, not a different subject matter.
No, Nolan was doing he was doing a crime story, but
like
also
Heat
espionage.
or more. It's like it's like a cop show, like a
Legal drama.
Legal drama. Or,
yeah, but this had no bearing on what Nolan was doing at all.
Well, but that's what I'm saying is like they're doing two different like they come at it from two different approaches and
did you see his comments on like why he wouldn't do a movie in the MCU? Was he said he wouldn't be good coming into something like that's that big.
Yeah, he couldn't work in the system.
And not that like obviously not that he would be in the same system, but that I think very much goes along that like he's got other things that he wants to do than direct like nine Batman movies. But I think
maybe there's not. Maybe maybe maybe, you know, if he's producing the show, and I'm not saying that's for sure the thing, but like there you never know. There's a chance if he is that massive fan, and even if he's not directing other Batman movies, maybe he has.
Well, and if there's spin-off movies, then he wouldn't direct those, I assume.
Yes,
so
I am unwilling to assume that he has the same mindset as Nolan with respect to this franchise.
Well, I'm not saying he thinks the franchise should stop after 3 movies. I'm saying I don't think he's interested in committing. I don't think he wants to direct Batman for 20 years.
No, and that's what I was about to tell you. That's what he would have to do. Like, remember Hans Zimmer said, okay, you remember 2005 to 2012, that was a long stretch for fucking Hans Zimmer to just do the music, okay? Now, imagine Christopher Nolan. Yeah, he got to do his other films in between, but that was still a stretch for Christopher Nolan, like doing just 3 Batman films. If you're going to add another 3 after that, you're talking about 20 years minimum.
I mean, even Lucas didn't direct all the Star Wars movies.
Yeah, he wants to be like James Cameron in Avatar and just spend his whole life making.
But hang on here. But like when I brought up the Hugh Jackman idea, it's not like he had one director for every appearance that he.
Well, no, but it's also different for the actor because the actor shows up on set for maybe 6 months. And then dicks off and does whatever they want while the director.
So when I say 20 years of Robert Pattinson, it doesn't mean 20 years of Matt Reeves.
You're absolutely right. But guess what? There's a Wonder Woman that I saw in BVS that was directed to the fucking max. Where I saw that Wonder Woman in Wonder Woman 84. That is nowhere near what the fuck that actress was able to do.
I'd be less.
Same director.
I'd be less concerned about that being an issue if Reeves is on as producer. I'm
giving you that.
Well, that was a little bit different.
But that was same director though.
No,
BVS. He said BVS.
No, that was a little bit different because that was like a whole different kind of story.
It doesn't matter. All I'm saying is the acting itself. That is a different actor in that film. Even you can use Wonder Woman, the original one.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Is like
Wonder Woman, the original one, I could see
the first one. Like,
I think
that version of Wonder Woman isn't in line. And I'm talking about acting. I'm not talking about character. I'm not talking about any of that shit. I'm talking about acting. What a director does when their actors are portraying a character, they have a vision that they want their actors to be like. Wonder Woman. In Wonder Woman 1 did not act the same mannerisms. And I know it's different. I'm not trying to say that it was bad or good. I'm just saying that the difference between acting on the acting levels was clearly different between Zack Snyder and Patty Jenkins. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm not saying Rob would do differently with another director, but at the same time, he might.
Well, my biggest I'm not really concerned about quality so much because Reeves. I mean, like the fact that Reeves is popular at all is because he comes out of a camp of like really great like producer director collaborations from like that JJ arena, like the Bad Robot, and so my confidence in their ability to get other directors who can do a good job and match the tone isn't really a concern. What I'm more curious about is if it's his baby to the point where he would be like, no, I want to end Robert's story. Time as Batman with a tie the knot off after 3 or whatever, or if he would be okay with somebody else doing that for him for part of the reason Nolan didn't want it to continue is because he's like, no, that's my story, it ended, and will he have that same level of possessiveness over it as opposed to
and yes, I've watched Good Time, it's great.
I need to see that. That's on my list, but it's also a different scenario.
I like that scene too.
It's also
this I'm talking about this scene right here.
Oh
sorry.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. When he goes, it's great.
It's also a different scenario now because, when Nolan did his trilogy, there was no HBO Max.
Right.
Matt Reeves is doing his movies now theatrically released, but there's also a streaming component.
Which he's talked about.
That changes the tenor of the whole conversation.
I think his relationship with the show is also kind of tips his hat to how he would feel about handing it off and staying on as a producer. We're talking about like, is there going to be a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9? And like we're
just
like
fantasy.
All we really know is that we're gonna get some shows and we're gonna get a sequel. That's pretty much
because
what we're confident of.
But even we can't guarantee that there's a sequel, even though we know there should be. We know that there's going to be episodes because they've been announced, or shows because they've been announced, but there hasn't been a.
I will make you a Dukes Brothers bet that there's a sequel to this.
It's not even about. It's not about saying that there's not going to be a sequel. But guess what? Before the Batman came out, there was an announcement of these shows are being spinoffs of this Batman universe. You get what I mean? Like, there technically isn't a Batman sequel announced. There's going to be one, but yet they were
after this weekend,
they were confident enough to go. Yeah, we're also going to be making these shows based off of this world. You know what I mean?
It's right. There's confidence there, but then there's also a need for content on your streaming app. That's the other end of it.
Which, if they have extra footage, they could technically use that footage, just like James Gunn did with Peacemaker. Even though it wasn't a lot, I mean, he just used the Rick Flag dying. I mean, that still was from his film that he utilized as a point in his series. They could do that with this Reeves series where, hey, we didn't utilize all this, but we can use this as quote unquote.
And that's what I was going to say. If the sequel starts production pretty quickly too, a lot of these, and especially if they're using the volume, it might not even matter as much. But they can use a lot of the same resources as far as sets and stuff go. Like if I think they're shooting in Leavesden, right? Or I don't remember now if it's even announced, but have them shooting all in a similar location. And then, it's not hard to be like, hey, can you shoot? We got to get a scene of Pattinson in the suit for GCPD or for Arkham or whatever. And you're already like, you're saving, like a lot of synergy is available with that.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see if Pattinson shows up in any one of these. I mean, obviously, they, Reeves even confirmed that Catwoman's going to get her series and, with her little line that she's going to go to Bloodhaven, I was like, oh, that'd be cool. If it takes place in there, 6 episodes, Bloodhaven, and then she comes back to Gotham, that'd be pretty sweet. I don't know. I guess
I'm curious if they bring her back, if she
has to come back.
Which direction she swings while she's away. Like, does she come back and she's like more of an established criminal, or does she come back and she's like, because Catwoman's always been.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Batman the Animated Series, I mean, you look at that relationship, it's like, Bruce, even just throughout the books, it's like he can't resist her, even though she's like a criminal, essentially. But
what if they give her a similar arc to like Andrea Beaumont? They give it... Isn't that the name of the Phantasm?
Yeah, Mass Phantasm. Yeah.
Imagine if they kind of borrowed from that plot for her and had her come back to the city to.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
That's cool, but I would actually like to see an actual massive.
I would too, but how many movies are you gonna?
I feel like in this world, I could believe that there would be a Poison Ivy over a Harley Quinn. Like, does anybody else get that feeling? Like, I felt like
a little bit. Well, because I can believe that somebody could have some kind of power, but the idea of what makes Harley Quinn, it's Joker. Like the costume and that like who's going to dress up like that?
Well, from a business standpoint, I don't see anybody, at least in the foreseeable future. I don't see anybody other than Margot Robbie playing that character in live action.
Yeah. I get it.
And you're going to keep these separate. That's not going to.
Well,
there's not going to be.
There is a Joker though. Imagine if they do that version of the Joker, and then you have just a normal ass Harley Quinn.
Well, no, you
maybe not normal, but
you don't have to do Harley Quinn. You could do Punchline because guess what? That is comic accurate as well. Like, you don't have to have a Harley. You can have a Punchline now because guess what? that has been introduced in the comics, and there's no law that says, well, if this Joker exists, then there has to be a Harley. No, there could be a punchline, and that's the route that they go.
I think the Harley in this universe would get Jimmy Olsen. Like she helps him escape, and then he kills her.
Yeah,
Well,
maybe.
It all depends
Maybe,
what the rumors are and whatnot. But to me, if they are actually going through with that Phoenix sequel for Joker 2, and then you're going to have one of these
kind of curious about that. Yeah.
If you have one of these Batman movies, whether it's 2 or 3, at one point Joker will be the main villain. That will be pretty close together. I don't think it's out of the realm possibility you could get another Harley Quinn. You could do what everyone kind of wanted of the actual Mad Love. Imagine if that's what the Arkham show is. You have this young, preppy, Harley and Quinzel who, you're taking on this guy.
And that's another way to keep it separate is you got an HBO Max version.
Right.
Yes, and maybe she never even becomes like Harley Quinn to fully, but you get that extent of to flesh him out.
And you're going to have a nurse.
Yeah, and the difference is with some of these other roles, like I do think Robbie will play her again, but she hasn't had anything announced either yet. That's been, I won't say quiet, but
she was. You mean stuff other than Harley?
Yeah, like another Harley appearance, like a Suicide Squad 3, or like we're doing another Harley movie, Because
if we're talking about like her Harley appearances, she just had a Harley appearance.
Yeah, exactly.
Year, so.
But at least with Birds, we knew right away after Squad, we know we're getting her here. After Birds, we're getting her here. This is the first time probably since she's been cast.
First time we don't.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna bring her back in Peacemaker. I just have a feeling because
I'd be down.
Yeah,
that wouldn't surprise me.
She would actually be really interesting
be good
with
dynamic.
just the two of them.
Exactly, because I feel like okay, they haven't announced. She's not going to do another movie by herself. You know what I mean? Like they're not going to do that. She's
and
film.
She's a character that can join for like an entire episode and like team up with him, right?
Exactly, because she's free technically, just like he is. Like they're
also she's not a character that like part of like the problem with the Justice League, or like what I was worried about when I was watching the show and she was like, "Mom, call him the Justice League." I was like, "Oh no, are they going to send like the Justice League or the Suicide Squad or something, and they're just going to like save, like it's just going to Deus Ex Machina?" And I was like, "That's not going to work." And the way they did it, I was like, "Okay, cool." They didn't like invalidate Peacemaker, but you threw Harley Quinn in, and it's not like, "Oh no, a Peacemaker's ability is just pointless now." It's like, "Oh no, there's two people who are going to say stupid shit
that are just whatever. They're just fucking around. It's just crazy." Which works, and that's why, like in this world, like the way Matt Reeves made his world, I went, dude, I could believe a Poison Ivy over a Harley Quinn, which is insane to think of, right? Because Poison Ivy's like,
everyone else has been saying like the name you keep hearing people say is Freeze. Like that's the first name people keep bringing up.
And even Matt Reeves has talked about that.
Yeah.
The more I think about this universe having a Joker and the Harley, the funnier it is to me at how like grim, dark, edgelord everything seems comparatively to other franchises.
Specifically with how David Ayer made Harley and Joker actually work in that environment, because that dynamic wouldn't have worked in The Dark Knight. I'm sorry, that Joker does not have a girlfriend. He is fucking psychotic.
Yeah,
you're right.
And you look at Joaquin's Joker, that fucker does not.
Part of the problem is you can have one person wearing clown makeup, ironically, as a violent criminal, but the second they're like coordinating with another clown makeup person, you're like, okay,
see,
what have you like?
I've always been on the other side of the.
Got dipped in
once they've got like matching outfits, you're like, okay, no, too many clown people in this grounded story.
I've always been on the other side of the Phoenix one, where I think that could work, because with you look at the end of that movie, and I don't know what they'll do with the sequel, but to me, they pose.
I really hope that's just a smoke screen to make their slate look better for the Discovery merger, and then
they pose him at the end of that movie as almost like a Charles Manson type, right? You have a bunch of kooky people following
the idea
him.
that he'd have a groupie,
right?
Yeah, and again, it's a different version of Harley, but you could easily just have this woman who's completely obsessed, will sacrifice anything to be with him.
I feel like he'd have more than one though. He'd have
you could have Harley Quinns.
Yeah.
It's like a band.
But then it would take away, I feel like, from Harley Quinn, from that character. You know what I mean? Like, give her multiple. Like, it'd be like, well, then what's the fucking point in calling her Harley Quinn? Just call her something else. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
well, it would be
marketing.
Be like, yes, but it would be
toys.
Like it'd be like the essence. Like, instead of like, if you're not that they're the same, but if you were like putting Harley Quinn on the same level as like Charles Manson in terms of ideology, the Quinn clan as opposed to the Manson clan, that type of deal.
Oh, yeah, the Quinn clan. That's gonna be collect all 7.
Oh yeah.
Which is why I also think like
do it for the toys.
If I can't see a Harley Quinn being in this world, I could see a Punchline. If you guys are familiar with that origin, like she was a podcast girl, like she would listen to all that shit. Maybe she hears the Riddler on his. She was one of those 507. You know what I mean? Like she was involved in that, and all of a sudden she knows that Joker's locked up, and she's the one that wants to, she's inspired by the Riddler, but yet she always was imagining with the Joker. It could work without her having to be a psychiatrist. You get what I mean? Like that.
Oh yeah, there's tons of versions. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's
like where your head's at, Mr. Heyman.
He was just in.
I like that.
He was just so that I can gratuitously bring up the CW again. He was just in an episode of Batwoman about a month ago. So, but
that's right. He was right. I remember seeing the pictures. Yeah.
But no, he that's again just. Going back to what I said earlier, like there really is very little that is off the table for where they can go with this universe. Like there's I mean, I hear what you're saying in terms of like a Poison Ivy being more possible than a Harley, but really either one is possible. And if you're talking about, okay, let's go ahead and, if we're dreaming here, both of them, since you already have Selena.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, because you could tell that in that world that Selena would be able to kind of mesh well with the Poison Ivy, just in general, that world. And then even thinking about, you can have Mr. Freeze, you can have Court of Owls. The only one that I really couldn't see as well, even though I wanted to, would be Clayface. I just don't see how Clayface would work in that universe.
Clayface could be, like, if we're talking about the fantastical ones,
I think
he might be the bridge too far.
I think if they did him, they would make it tech based and not have him actually turn Clay himself, but use like some of those. They've got these compounds now that will like. Have you ever seen? Yeah. It's not like clay, but they'll have like bugs or whatever that will form a certain shape when they give it a radio signal, and so they do some sort of a VR tech organic tech suit.
Which could work, but you're having to stretch the imagination. You know what I mean? Like in that instance, which
it's still a stretch.
Reed would be like, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, but it's like the same thing. Like, honestly, it's not the same stretch. But you look at what Nolan did with Bane, right? He's just a jacked dude. He's just a powerful dude. There's no Venom. There's no like.
I think Venom exists in this world.
Oh yeah, and he can just call it steroid, right? That's
adrenaline. How he shot himself. Like, with that fucking...
It wasn't just that he shot himself. It was that he had to be stopped before he killed that dude.
Right, it was a rage. It was like anger, which, that is what Bane does whenever he, gets it. He's just enraged. You know what I mean? And
having a surge of adrenaline can make you... do that. Like I don't know how it affects you when you're like fighting specifically, but having a surge of adrenaline like can give you very much tunnel vision.
That's very true, Steven, but why color it green?
Right. I mean, what color was it supposed to be? Is it going to be a clear, like it needs to be something you can see?
We didn't even have to see it. Like the point is, we didn't know if it was blue, if it was red, if it was a black casing. We would have just assumed that's adrenaline that he's pumping in because he did it with, he grabbed it. You know what I mean? So I do believe that there was a reason for us seeing that color.
And I had the same reaction when I saw it too. So I'm not like I'm not saying I don't necessarily think it is. I thought
what was funny about that is like I thought like, oh yeah, finally we have a Batman that's like a fucking video game. I mean, like
about to die.
Yes, about to die. Got the yes.
The only thing I thought that was like a mini pack or something like where he's giving himself a booster. I wasn't thinking anything close to Bane until you guys talked about it.
Okay, so now you know what's going to happen, Dave. Now we're going to get someone's going to put the the life meter.
Yes. Has anyone in here watched Guardians of Justice on Netflix?
No,
Garza should check it out because you're either gonna love it or hate it.
It's on Netflix.
Yeah, it's Adi Shankar's newest thing from like the bootleg universe, but it's live action. Have you guys seen Kung Fury?
Yes.
It does that. So it's like Kung Fury and Team America World Police meets Sin City and Watchmen.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
What?
I've heard similar descriptions.
But like a grindhouse, like bad, low budget TV version, intentionally so. So like you've got like
Please
these.
tell me the mic hits them in the head.
No, not that kind of low budget, but just like the superhero costumes are like not like cosplay standards. Like they're like some of the emblems will look obviously cardboard sometimes and stuff. Yet like the fight choreography is on point. Or instead of showing the fight, they'll cut to an 8-bit video game version. But they'll have like a fight scene, and like usually when there's a fight, regardless of how they do it, if it's live action or they do claymation or models or stop motion or whatever, they cut to all sorts of different art styles for like budget stuff. And then, but sometimes even when they're doing the live action ones, there'll be a health bar above all the people fighting. And then like they get to the end and there's a finish him, and they do like a fatality like the Mortal Kombat is another. Throw Mortal Kombat in that combination. I said so. Yeah, and it rips off DC blatantly. It's some Marvel stuff too, but I mean it is like straight up Injustice meets Watchmen kind of in terms of what they're doing with the plot. It's insane, and I watched it. I watched the whole thing, but the first half I was like, is this bad or is this great? And the second half, I was like, I'm all about this. But like, it takes a minute to get used to the like.
Is it so bad it's good territory?
It's like badly delivered dialogue, badly written and badly delivered dialogue, but like on purpose, like really monotone. Okay. And then they'll be in like the dude's got like a bad, like a cheap looking suit, and he sits in like a Cerebro thing that's got like tinfoil hoses and just like not clear. But then he'll put like the helmet on and like the VFX, bad VFX, but like clearly higher budget than the show has. Well, like kicking like it's a really crazy intentional combination of like to make it feel like a low budget grindhouse kind of affair.
Did any of you guys watch Neil Blomkamp's like his little shorts that he had with his production company?
Some of them, yeah.
Yeah, those were insane. Like when you watch those and you just go through those, like holy shit! I mean, there's literally one with like where what's his name? Who's been in his movies?
You know who I'm talking about? Is it
Charlton Copley?
Yeah, Charlton. Yeah. Who he's just like playing God, and he's got a butler and stuff like that. And he's like, yeah, just add some panic right there in that part. And, you know, yeah. Like short fucking, episodes. Very, I forgot what the fuck it's called. But
it's called the Oats Studios.
There it goes. Oats Studios. Yeah. I like binged through that whole thing, and I was like, "Holy shit!"
What's it on?
It's on Netflix.
It's on Netflix. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, real quick before I'm gonna head out because I'm gonna go because it's fucking.
Yeah, we're getting for 5 hours. So yeah.
But seriously though, the only other villain that I could see him bringing in that's like. It serves a purpose. It's real. It's authentic, and it doesn't feel like over the top. That really, I mean, he's been done once, but that's it. Is Black Mask? I feel like he could bring a Black Mask because
Black Mask,
and he'd be a great counter to Penguin too.
Black Mask is highly possible in this universe,
and now that there's no quote unquote,
well, and Two-Face.
Well, Two-Face. Yeah. He was already in the film, so whatever.
But with Sionis and I mean, yes, he was in Birds of Prey, but he's also been in the shows because he was in. There was a Sionis character in Gotham, but they also actually had Roman as Black Mask in the second season of Batwoman. He was the big bad. So
yeah, like I feel like that's doors open for that. In this world, like a Black Mask could be. Hey, he just literally has a black mask. It doesn't get melted on his face or anything, but he's like and that could be towards your guys is like, well, if this is Red Hood, then that's how the black mask, you know what I mean? The Black Mask and the Red Hood could be the arc story for episode or for movie 2. And
he could show up in the HBO Max shows too.
Right, he could. Yeah, absolutely. Like, dude, you could have all of these and Black Mask is there, and then Mr. Freeze is like kind of behind the scenes.
Oh. Or Hush,
shit. Yeah, or Hush, but
they kind of already did that.
Yeah, I know. I feel like they did that. They put that up there. For that. Okay, he's not going to be. Obviously, he's not going to be in this.
I mean, the reporter had the surname or surname.
Yeah.
Is that what they call that?
Well, so I think that right. So I think that if that was
His dad.
That would be his dad. I think would be the plot. That's why he's being Hush. I thought that they were going to make Riddler's dad, which was why I was like, is Riddler like a combination of Hush? But then they didn't really.
Well, and the only reason why I even bring up Black Mass is because they made it a point to be like, Maroni's, he was locked up, and now we have Falcone. That's basically he's dead, or Falcone. However you guys
dead.
Say it. Right? No, he's dead. Yeah. So. Black Mass, like his background and his like origin is involved with mobster shit, but he's kind of getting it handed to him. You know what I mean? Where it's not like the way those guys earned it, but he is still quote unquote a mobster type. Where that is missing because Penguin's doing something else as well. So I feel like
having Sionis involved in the power vacuum is very possible. Very possible.
In this world specifically. Like I could see it. Like, that would make sense. Like he's probably going to show up. So,
he's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
I wonder if Hugo Strange will be in the Arkham show.
Hugo would be great.
He would be great. I know. There's so much potential. God damn it! When it comes to this universe, Jesus Christ,
very little off the table. Seriously,
there's very little off the table. I think would be great.
Oh, except for Joker, like he's off the table.
Oh, fuck you! That's because that. All right, you know what? This is a good time to. This is a good time to wrap it up, and we're going on 5 hours right here. Yeah. So let's go ahead and let's go around the round.
I'm gonna go first only because
Garza, go for it, man.
I am literally tired as fuck, bro. I'm so tired.
No, I'm tired too,
and I got to get up early. So fuck you, Matt.
Saturday?
That was not Joker.
That was Joker. Yes, it was.
Two-Face, okay, so fuck you guys for thinking it was Joker.
It was Joker the whole time. I thought it was.
He did not have a laugh. He did not have a fucking whatever.
Yes, he did. I even posted a video.
It's okay that you thought it was the wrong dude. You don't need to keep on.
Not only do
we're not judging you. We don't.
I know it was the wrong dude, and I'm still going. That's Two-Face. All I needed was a fucking flip of the coin. Okay, fuck it. It wasn't.
Hey. Look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
Yeah, like that wasn't Joker. Like I don't care what you
what do you want? What do you want?
It's not that simple.
What do you want?
I love the plot twist. Yeah, no, it was Mad Hatter. Like I love how Matt's like, yeah, no, it was Joker, or was it? I don't know. Fuck you guys. I love you guys. Have fun.
All right. Take it easy, Garza. All right. All right. Let's go around the horn. This has been a great panel. Great discussion of the Batman. Man, we probably missed stuff too, but whatever the fuck. We did a great job. All right, Steven.
We could have talked about the car chase a little more.
I know, a little bit more, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Instead of the third act and the Joker thing. I'm Stephen Colbert. You can follow me on Twitter at smcolbert. And you can find my podcast with Andrew Dice at snyderminute.com. We've got some new BVS stuff and some Rebel Moon stuff on the way. And then you can find my writing at screenrant.com.
There it is. KC.
You can find me at Krypton Caged on all social media, and you can also follow me at The Real Talk Live. We're going to be talking about the Batman spoilers again tomorrow on our show as well. Good. So make sure you join.
There it is. All right, Travis.
Travis B. Snail on Twitter. You can find me on podcasts and multiple times a week. And this was lots of fun because we haven't had a solo Batman movie since 2012. I know there's been Lego Batman and BVS, but it's been a fun time, and I'm very happy there's another Joker around. So yes, this was tons of fun.
Between this and the Joker movie, I'm really hoping that WB does like a big double take at the
Fuck
we
yeah.
don't need to
lean into it. Lean into it. And then finally,
Ray. Love that drop. Love that movie. You at Twitter on Twitter at the Flightcast. You can find my weekly podcast and my blog at theflightcast.com. Obviously, I will be giving a review of the Batman for this week's show. I will try and keep it spoiler free for anybody that hasn't seen it because I'm still observing the Russo rule 2 weekends, right? Not what we did tonight, but it's still for that.
Holding back.
And I finally repopped my YouTube cherry. I did a review of the Batman for YouTube, and there will be more coming for the YouTube channel, the Flycast. So that is coming down the pipe as well. In fact, I've got a couple of other videos that I'm working on right now that hopefully I will be dropping more content there. Finally, man, I've been talking for I don't know how long about doing YouTube shit again.
Good.
And then still at Squadcast Media, DC TV Squadcast weekly, and our next episode of Fans Without Borders, myself and Brent, that will be a spoiler-filled discussion about the Batman. So Batman Week continues, man. We keep on rolling.
Batmania.
New Batman film comes out, man. We're just gonna be talking about it like crazy. Anyways, guys, it's been a lot of fun. Make sure you guys hit that like, thumbs up before you leave. Hit that notification bell so you know when I'm doing this stuff. Become a member if you want to. We got the Patreon. I'm going to do a Patreon stream tomorrow. So the fellow patrons we'll talk about the Batman, of course. And spoiler full, of course. And yeah, all the links are down below. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to Scott. Thank you to Ben. Thank you to Garza, Casey, Steven, Travis, Ray, everybody. This has been a lot of fun. We will talk to you guys later.